science. The neuroscientist explained that this generation has fallen because the human brain was never wired to learn from short clips seen online and reading brief sentences that sum up much larger books and complex ideas. More than half of the time a teenager is awake, half of it is spent staring at a screen, Horvath told the New York Post. Horvath and other experts speaking to Congress explained that humans evolved to learn best through real human interaction, meaning face-to-face with teachers and peers, not from screens. He added that screens disrupt the natural biological processes that build deep understanding, memory, and focus. It's not about poor implementation, bad training, or needing better apps in school. Scientists said the technology itself was mismatched with how our brains naturally work, grow, and retain information. Horvath, the director of LME Global, a group sharing brain and behavioral research with businesses and schools, said that data clearly shows cognitive abilities started plateauing and even declining around 2010. The expert told senators that schools in general hadn't changed much that year and that human biology evolves too slowly for it to have been the reason. The answer appears to be the tools we are using within schools to drive that learning, Horvath told lawmakers January 15. If you look at the data, once countries adopt digital technology widely in schools, performance goes down significantly. He added that the United States wasn't the only country affected by digital cognitive decline, noting that his research encompassed 80 countries and revealed a 6-decade trend of poorer learning results when more tech entered the classroom. Moreover, kids using computers for just 5 hours a day, specifically for their schoolwork, scored noticeably lower than those who rarely or never use tech in class. In America, data from the National Assessment of Educational Progress, NAEP, uncovered that when states rolled out widespread one-to-one device programs, meaning each student gets their own device, scores often flattened or dropped quickly. While centuries of data have shown that Gen Z has fallen off the path of constant human development, Horvath claimed that many teens and young adults were unaware of their struggles and were actually proud of their alleged intelligence. Most of these young people are overconfident about how smart they are. The smarter people think, let me redo that. Most of these young people are overconfident about how smart they are. The smarter people think they are, the dumber they actually are, he told the Post. He noted that Gen Z has become so comfortable with consuming information outside of class through short, attention-escaping sentences and video clips on platforms such as TikTok. Many schools have given and now teach in this same manner. What do kids do on computers? They skim. So rather than determining what do we want our children to do and gearing education towards that, we are redefining education to better suit the tool. That's not progress. That is surrender, Horvath warned. Educational experts at the January hearing recommended imposing delays on giving children smartphones, bringing back flip phones instead for young children when needed, and taking nationwide action to normalize limits on tech in schools. The group called the issue plaguing Gen Z a societal emergency and urged federal lawmakers to consider models like Scandinavia's ed tech bans. So there you have it. Gen Z is the first generation ever in 125 years to be dumber and have less of an IQ than their parents. And the link is up top. Good. Oh, good. It filled in. Good. Hello, JCC. And hello, Violet. Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve.
Good morning. We have our first non-mod that wants to come up. Cool, good, I'm glad. Let's say hello to Drills. Hi, Drills.
What's going on?
Just reading the top Jumbotron article.
That's the article you put in our group chat.
That is the article that I put in our group chat last night. And the reason why I said, Alfonso, here's something for you, is because Alfonso is our mod squad expert in neurology, neuroscience. Yes. But of course, it's for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a really interesting article. My own personal experience, we limited our children's, they did not have their own iPads until they were about 12. And then they had a lot of parental restrictions. My oldest daughter didn't get her cell phone until she was 14 when she started high school. We did try to limit devices for them, just, trying to interact with them instead. That was our plan.
Well, my kids are millennials. They were born in 89 and 92. So, they're the generation just before the Gen Z.
Yeah, I'm technically a millennial too. I'm at the very top end of the start of the spectrum. I feel more like a Gen Z, but maybe not, because I'm a smart lady. No, I'm just kidding.
And I'm a baby boomer, tail end of the baby boomer, but I'm a baby boomer.
I think I'm a baby boomer, 64.
Yeah, I think baby boomer is like 1950 to 1965, I think. I'm not certain of that.
What about kids that were born in the 40s? I always heard they were called war babies.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm sure baby boomer started in 45, 46, because it was like right when everybody got drafted, you saw a massive influx of births that started the baby boomer generation, and that lasted until I think Steve, you're about right, 65-ish.
Yeah,
I think it was about that 20 year span. Yeah.
The generation before that's called the silent generation. That's my parents' shit.
Yeah.
I'm glad I was born in 64 because in the 70s I was old enough to know the music. It's I grew up in the 70s and early 80s when the music was the bomb. Google just told me that the boomer generation is 1946 to 1964.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
I have a theory that whatever music was around when you reach puberty, that's like 13, that kind of imprints what music you like?
I would say that's very close, if not accurate. I find it the music you listen to in high school is what imprints you the most, but that's pretty close.
I listened to The Doors a lot. I don't know if many people here did, but I remember I knew every word to every Doors song.
Yeah, I listen to classic rock. I listen to classic rock and the beginning of rock in the 1950s.
Yeah, I do too, but not really classical rock. My main scheme is like glam metal or like the hair metal rock from the 80s. It's about my region of intrigue.
Absolutely. And did you listen to that in high school?
Actually, my father introduced it to me when I was 6. So I mean, I've been listening to it for quite a big portion of my life. But when I was in high school, I also started to expand into like EDM or like
grunge. No.
Not really grunge. No, I was never really
I'm
big
a grunge
into grunge,
fan.
but more like EDM stuff. Yeah, that was more like high school. But that's more, Gen Z, because I was born in 2002. So I'm a bit of a youngin' compared to you guys, I imagine. So.
Well, compared to most people on Clubhouse, I'm an old fart.
I got to be.
Hi guys. I think you're right that most people kind of stays with the music that they're listening to in high school.
Yeah.
But no, not all. But exactly because not me, because I was totally into electronic music back then. It was Depeche Mode, Alpha Braille, a lot of German bands from 242, EBM music even. That's different from EDM. EBM. But then I went back to the 60s, so I went totally Beatles, David Bowie, and that's kind of where I'm still at. Huge Paul Simon fan, right? So kind of backtracked.
Paul Simon as a solo artist, or?
I actually like him better solo.
Oh, okay. See, I'm the reverse. I appreciate Paul Simon's talent, but I like Simon and Garfunkel better than I like him by himself mostly.
Good morning, atheists. I mean, I came to this room, whatever. I see how religious people wake up. I want to see how atheists wake up. Like, I was like, good morning. I see y'all got good energy. You would whoever sat there and said that people be stuck on their music they heard in high school, because I know that when I got married and stuff like that, whatever, like 10 years later, whatever, I ended up not being for the wedding, playing like jams back in my time. Like, it's hard basically to listen to like some newer music, I guess, for me. We get that, or we like, man, all the new music is garbage. But don't get wrong, we do grow a little bit. I mean, it's like that, but however, we do kind of like stick to like our stomping grounds to I don't know what the highlight, like time stamp highlight of our lives. We're like, yeah, everything about it was cool, but if for some reason we kind of sway to whatever genre or this that it is, unless you have some kind of religious experience or something, where you just start to hate your own music. But however, somebody listens to the same music.
Well, that sounds pretty real. Good morning.
It's also kind of sad people can't appreciate any new music at all.
Well, who said people can't appreciate new music? Who said that?
No, I did, but...
Okay, all right, okay.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying some people...
I didn't think you were talking about me, but when you said it's sad that people can't appreciate new music, that's a new one. Go ahead.
Because the new artists are living in a new time, they are representing a new era, and I think it's really interesting to hear hear how they sound and what they are trying to say. And I'm kind of a lyrics person, so.
Our rest day is not Saturday, it's Sunday. So we kind of changed it a little bit with Christ. So they're not exactly how he said. We have established a belief after the fact. So, we reconcile this with saying that
That's not a contradiction.
we venerate, well, it kind of is, right?
No, because the seventh
It
day.
says to follow the Ten Commandments. And how do we follow the Ten Commandments if we don't observe the Sabbath?
Because we do observe the Sabbath. That's not. So when did you start? So Sabbath
Is the Sabbath on Saturday or Sunday?
The Sabbath is the seventh day.
You see how we changed it? But Sunday is the beginning of the week.
Okay.
The seventh day.
So the seventh day starting.
That's going to be Constantine, the brother. Constantine was the one who established that for us. So you have to be honest. You have to be honest if you're a Christian to say, hey, listen, we observe the Sabbath. When we really don't. We're saying we observe the day of rest. So that's what we're going to say, right? The day of rest is Sunday.
So when is the Sunday is not the day of rest.
The Sabbath is
Friday night.
as it always
Friday night. Friday night.
That's the Sabbath. That's the Sabbath.
You keep going on and you're not able to understand that Sabbath is the seventh day. So which is the seventh day starting Tuesday?
Starting Tuesday.
Yes. What is the
The
seventh?
start of the week is Monday.
Tuesday. Yeah, but starting Tuesday, which is the seventh day. Sorry.
No, that's not how the Sabbath is calculated. You have to look at historical context. We can prove Jesus Shabbat on Friday night to Saturday night. That's how the Shabbat always been kept. You can't now come and change, how we started on Sunday, we'll skip the Shabbat. Like, you can't do that.
Constantine switched that and made any change.
Yeah,
It's a contradiction if they don't admit the change.
Right, exactly.
It's dishonesty. I would have called it contradiction.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, dishonesty. Right?
But it's not dishonest at all.
Well, it is dishonest because you still buy and sell on Sunday. You're not keeping the Shabbat. Resting in Jesus is not keeping the Shabbat. The disciples kept the Shabbat after Jesus died and resurrected. They didn't say, oh, we don't got to keep the Shabbat. We know we rest in Jesus. That's a Christianity made up thing.
It's a Christian thing, bro. So you got to be honest that in the Council of Nicaea, we changed the dates. And we established the hour.
I disagree with
We established when Constantine, and I mean, not really, but I mean, the Council of Nicaea kind of solidified the Christian.
Yeah, because they wanted to separate Christianity from Judaism.
Exactly.
So that's why they did that.
And that's how we did it. So
That's not the Christian belief. What are you guys? You're not even Christian.
So we believe a modified. We believe in a modified version of the Sabbath.
So here
Or
we
the
have
Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments, really.
So here we have a Judaizer. What are you, Megatron?
I'm not a Judaizer.
No,
Yeah,
Being honest, I'm Catholic.
Megatron. You're not Catholic.
He is.
Yes, I am.
You are a Judaizer.
You're not Catholic.
Let's be honest. Also, Scripture has Sunday worship, so that's pretty much it.
Yeah, we have Sunday worship doesn't replace the Shabbat. That's the point.
But that's because we're not at rest from the Lord. Was man made for the Sabbath, or was the Sabbath made for man?
Bro, you're not gonna change God's law.
How
God
about you?
gave the Shabbat.
How
If
about
you believe Jesus is God, you should follow the Shabbat.
Okay, listen, Judaizer. How about
I mean, she's got a point.
Don
She's
say
got a
that?
point.
No, she doesn't have a point.
How
You claim Jesus gave the law, yet you contradict Jesus' law, but you love Jesus.
How about you answer my simple
Make
question?
it
Does God
sense.
say that man was made for the Sabbath, or that the Sabbath was made for man?
Yo, hey, when I'm honest like
And you know
Okay,
what that means?
perfect.
And you know what that means?
Yeah,
You know what that means?
What that means, yes.
Oh,
Because
so what does it mean? It doesn't mean you get to break the Shabbat.
it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay, what is the
No, it
Shabbat?
doesn't. If
What
you
is
break the
the
Shabbat,
from
you're a
Lord?
sinner. That's what you do.
You see
First of
what
all,
happens? Hey, give me 1 second, eh? You see when I'm honest about it? You see when I'm honest about this?
Yeah,
They say that I'm not. They say I'm not a Catholic.
What is rest?
Well, you're not a Catholic. You're not in line with the
Megatron, they like to come up Muslim, but one thing I respect Muslims, at least they obey their religion.
But you
They
guys
don't
are
make
more
up-
like
Yes, we do.
They
That's
don't-
very true. Yes,
They
we
don't.
do.
Yeah, a Muslim's not gonna eat pork. A Christian's gonna eat pork and say, "Oh, we can eat pork." Jesus never said you
How
can
the
eat
fuck
pork.
are these guys Christian? Jeff?
No, but they're not. I mean, one of them's mother is literally a Jew. The other wants to be a Jew, and the third, I don't even know. So.
Yeah, they're definitely not.
Severin here is at least
But,
trolling.
if you want to know why Christians, actual Christians, unlike you guys, why we celebrate Sabbath on Sunday, that's because Jesus rested on the Sabbath. That's why the Jews had the
Severin is
Sabbath,
Christian.
the free time. At the same time, we celebrate the resurrection. Because
Okay,
Sabbath
but the
was
resurrection
there.
doesn't
Can I finish my
change the
sentence?
Shabbat.
So that you may learn.
You're
You
making a
actually
point.
want to know?
No, I don't need to learn from someone that doesn't know what they're talking about.
Well,
And
then
for you
why
to-
am
for you to-
I don't want to teach
First
you.
of all, for you to even say, for you to even say us real Christian, first of all, Christianity was started by Jews. The first Christians were Jews that kept the Torah. You're not gonna change. First of all, let me just finish my point. The first Christians were Jews. The first Christians kept the Shabbat. The first Christians didn't
You can
eat
keep
pork.
repeating like a fucking
Exactly.
fan.
So you just say you're not a real Christian. You're not a real Christian
Oh my God.
because you don't keep the law. That's the point. The first Christians kept the law. That's the point.
How about
Stop eating pork. Stop breaking the Sabbath and call yourself a Christian. You're not a follower of Christ. Follow Jesus. Jesus didn't eat pork. Jesus didn't break the Sabbath.
Would you say Peter is a real Jew and a Christian at the same time?
Of course.
Okay, so
She doesn't know. She doesn't even know. She doesn't know.
Peter ate pork though.
No, he didn't. You're talking about Acts 10. It's a vision that basically God said, see, you Muslim, you don't even know.
No.
It was a vision that God showed him. Wait, let me respond to the Muslims. Let me respond to the Muslims. Can I respond to the Muslims because he asked me a question?
I'm not.
No, but
You just said you was a Shia Muslim.
I was trolling you.
Oh, whatever.
Severin knows this.
But it's actually
knows this.
Oh, God, I thought you was a Shia Muslim.
Oh, I thought you was a Muslim.
No, but if you're a Christian, you know that he didn't eat nothing. It was a vision, and Peter himself said, I never ate anything
Why did he
clean.
give you that vision?
Oh my! But to show that the Gentiles are cleansed. The vision was never about food. It was to show that the Gentiles could enter the covenant and be just like the Jew.
So based on what?
Read verse 28.
Based on what?
Read verse 28.
Muslims don't read in context. Like they don't
Read verse 28. It's a vision. And this is what I'm saying. If Jesus, first of all, if Jesus in Matthew 7, right? And Mark 7 and Matthew 15. You guys can't cut me the scriptures because one thing I know the Bible. So in Mark 7 and Matthew 15, if Jesus made all food clean, why would Peter say, no, Lord, I never ate anything unclean? Did Peter miss the email?
Because that's right.
Oh, so Peter missed the email.
There's a very simple explanation.
Oh, yeah.
Because you guys
Bro, I don't want to hear nothing from Christians, bro. Make Christianity Jewish again.
Shut up. We heard you.
They're Muslim. You're not Christian. They're Muslim.
Oh my God. Anyway.
First of all,
holy
Jeffrey, I never told you to shut up. So if you're gonna come and disrespect me, you're gonna get kicked out. Because I never told you to shut up. Right, so you don't have to be disrespectful. Because I didn't make any.
You're already a spiritual empty, so like, why
Oh
would I
my
hear?
days. Megatron, I don't have time for your friends, bro.
Are you here, bro?
Yeah. Just say I can't help it. I can't help this.
I don't got time for
If
for your
they're
pagans.
disrespecting you, just kick them out. If they're being rude.
I mean, I didn't kick him. I just put him in the audience.
No, but kick us out because you can't have a convo clearly. So just kick us out. What's the big deal? Just do it.
Oh, bro, you do what the fuck you want to do. I don't really care.
Well, we're unable to have a convo because you keep blabbering.
No, I was literally defending Megatron's point before you guys started calling him a big Catholic because you guys
Going, you just keep
called
going.
me. You just said something. I gotta respond. What the fuck?
I don't know. I'm saying you're a Judaizer and you don't even know why.
You can call me whatever you want to call me. I don't care what you
But
call me.
wouldn't
The
you at
fact
least
is,
be curious
the
to know
law
why you
still
find them?
stands. Jesus says, take not a come to abolish the law or the prophets. So Jesus didn't abolish the law. That's the point. So you can do your Christian tactics to call me a Judaizer, but the point is, at the end of the day, he's gonna tell you, depart from me, you work of lawlessness, because you don't keep the law of God.
So you
That's
can
the
keep
point.
going, or you can actually have a convo.
I'm not interested in having a convo for real. So you're really wasting your time.
There's other people in this room, right?
Okay, you can talk to them. You don't gotta talk to me.
I never intended to talk to you.
Oh, so why you responding to me?
Rabbi,
Because
I have a
unable to
question.
talk since you keep
I have
laughing.
a question for you, Rabbi.
I don't think so.
What's up, Benny Adam?
Rabbi, what was the point of the council in Acts where they decided that Gentiles won't abide by the dietary laws?
The Gentiles what?
Acts 15 is talking
Oh
about.
my God, she came.
No, I'm not talking to you. Hey, I have a
He's
question
talking
for
to me.
Rabbi.
Oh,
I
sorry.
said I have a question for Rabbi.
I didn't hear you say that. Sorry.
Not only is she Judaizer, but she's also deaf. Hi, what's up, Benny Adam?
Yeah, so what was the point in Acts, in the council, in the book of Acts, where they decided that the Gentiles won't abide by the dietary laws?
The Gentiles don't have to abide by the dietary laws. Because of Acts now.
I'm really so Christian and not having no law.
You know, bro, we're not Judaizers. That's because we believe the Sabbath is a pre-type of why do we have the Sabbath to begin with? The day of rest. Well, because the Lord rested on that day, and on the day after he resurrected, which is the day we celebrate. The reason why we have the Sabbath is because of the resurrection day, and that's the point of the Sabbath. Jesus rested on that day. This is the Christian belief. If you don't understand it, or if you don't agree with it, that's totally fine. But that's the Christian belief. I don't know why that's so dumb. Especially when you guys have like King Baldwin's pictures and act like you're Catholic. You have no clue.
I've never been Catholic.
No one's talking to you, boo.
You're talking to me because you spoke about the photo that I have. So no, because you were talking to me, so I'm going to respond. I am not a Catholic. First of all, no, because you spoke about me. You should have shut the fuck up. Because if you're speaking about my photo, I'm going to respond. Thank you. So I'm not a Catholic. The only person that I know to be a Catholic here is Megatron. I've said several times, I am a Messianic too. Okay, I am not a Catholic. And if you don't want to call me a Christian either, I really don't care. So I don't follow the Christianity you follow. Certainly.
I clearly you don't. I'm talking to Megatron, who claims that he does. I'm not a Catholic, by the way. But what are you, though? I'm Orthodox, of course.
Christian Orthodox, or what?
Yeah, it's a different branch of Christianity.
It is Christian.
So what kind of Orthodox Christian?
Like, if you claim to be Catholic,
Not Catholics.
must be at least knowledgeable about Catholic.
So are you Eastern or Oriental?
Eastern.
Okay.
See?
Yes, two different things.
Different.
They're not the same. They're not the same. All I'm saying is, if you claim to be Oriental, or if you claim to be Eastern, or if you claim to be Catholic, you must at least know the teachings, right?
So, Rabbi, can I ask you something?
Why do I believe A, B, and C? You must at least know why, right?
She said Messianic Jewish.
I'm not talking to her.
So, Rabbi, you're Orthodox, right?
Yeah.
So let me ask you something. Like me, I'm Oriental. Okay, so we don't eat pork. Okay, we don't do all of that. We follow the Jewish tradition when it comes to dietary.
Orientals don't do that.
Yes, we do. We don't.
He's saying that he's Oriental and he doesn't.
Yeah, but
Makes sense.
No, but it's not a sin to eat pork. It's not a sin to eat pork.
Orientals don't do that. Like, what
Yeah,
kind of
we
Oriental
don't.
are you?
We don't do that.
You don't eat pork as a matter of custom, but you still must.
What kind of Oriental are you?
Ethiopian.
Ethiopian. Okay,
Yes.
so even the Ethiopians I know don't do that. So are you Oriental who chooses not to do it, or is your church telling you these teachings?
I am saying that the church is telling me that we should stay away from pork.
So can you?
I'm saying that my deacon is saying that dietary laws we should follow the Jewish ones.
Right.
My question is, are we? Can you call us a sinner, or are we Christians still, or
No, because we follow you. I don't care what you.
Because we don't follow what Paul made clean, you know.
Yeah, no, that's not we. That's not the Orientals. That's you and your weird church, which is, by the way, probably excommunicated. But if you choose not to eat something, that's fine. No here. Well, you can
That's funny.
What? Yeah,
it's funny. It's funny because they actually, everybody in the church is calling us the first church. They're calling us the first church. You know why? You know why?
Was it the first founded church?
But this is Dunder. This is exactly the issue, Dunder. Like they'll be like, oh, if you don't follow our kind of Christianity,
Right.
Are there any sources for your allegedly the Orientals believing these things? Can you give us those? But if you can't give us those,
Yeah, I've looked
but
this up.
Dunder, you there?
I looked this up with
Yeah,
some Oriental churches.
Well, Benny Adam, I was actually speaking before you started speaking.
yeah, exactly.
I just want to say something to Dunder.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying. Like they act like, okay, if you don't follow our kind of Christianity and our tradition, then you're not a Christian.
So can you give the sources?
So I'm speaking to Dunder.
Well, we're wondering if you can give the sources.
Okay, I'm speaking to Dunder. He's gonna give you the source when he will give you the source. Rabbi, are you gay? I'm really, cause what's the problem?
Are you a guy?
He's gonna give you the source when he gives you the source. That's his
But
church.
we're waiting for it, and we're trying.
Okay, but then you gotta wait on you, cause someone else is
but
talking.
he's gonna wait on you.
Okay, no, you have to wait, cause he doesn't have the source yet. So when he has the source, he's gonna give it to you.
The source because it doesn't exist.
Okay, shut the fuck up. I can't. I'm so tired of your friends. Like, can he just be on mute? I was gonna say one thing to Thunder and be quiet. Like, he's gonna give him the source when he gets the source. Just wait. I was telling you, Dunder, they act like if you don't follow a kind of Christianity, then you're not a Christian. But the fact is, Christianity was started by Jews. Christianity was not started by Gentiles. It was literally a sect of Judaism until the 4th century when the Gentiles made a difference between Judaism and Christianity. So the first Christians were literally Torah keepers. So you can't tell us that we are wrong for Smiler, you came just on time. This is our topic, Smiler. You can't tell us that we're not real Christians because we keep the law that you claim Jesus gave to Moses.
Right.
What is wrong with you? Like,
Right.
what?
Yeah, people, Christians making Jesus and Paul hypocrites.
They're coming against me, say I'm not a real Christian because I say you can't eat pork. Like, what is wrong with you? Jesus never ate pork. Even Paul never ate pork. So why don't you follow Jesus like a true follower of Jesus?
Wait a second. Paul did eat pork.
No, he
Paul did
didn't.
eat pork.
No, he didn't.
All right, prove it.
Go to
Script battle. Okay, book chapter verse.
1 Corinthians.
Script battle.
Exactly. And he agreed with me.
No, he's talking about if you go to the house of a pagan,
Yes.
and if they, but he didn't. He was given an hypothesis. He never said he went and they ate. Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't think he says that he ate anything in that chapter.
That's his no. He said he wouldn't
So-
eat anything in front of another Jew to promote them to not practice.
And he mostly discourages eating.
He did because this is what
He was like real torn up about it.
His mission was to the Gentiles. So
That's true.
in his travels, he was very far away from Jerusalem, and he went to foreign lands, and probably
That doesn't prove
But
he ate pork.
those lands also had Jewish
You said you could
communities.
prove he ate pork.
But this is what I'm saying, guys. If you're going to read Paul, you have to understand Paul from the lens of Jesus, right? So when Paul is talking about eating food sacrificed to idol, do you think Christians can do that? Megatron?
So, I'm gonna break one of the laws right now by telling you that my culture supersedes my religion. So, it's usually the other way around. When it comes to the Jewish law. So I'm telling you straight up, my culture supersedes my.
Wait, you saying yes, you can eat food sacrificed to idols? I'm not judging.
Oh, no. But chances are, if I went to China or whatever, and I want meat, chances are I'm probably gonna eat in a place where they do.
That's true.
If I knew.
Would you? If you knew, what if you knew?
No, I wouldn't. No.
Okay.
So Megatron, would you think that
I don't know if Brandon Johnson is a low IQ racist.
Wait, because before we get on another point there, but what did Paul say in Corinthians 9 and 10? He said, or even 8, he said those gods don't exist. So it wouldn't even matter.
Right, but this is
because they don't exist.
But that's what I'm saying, Megatron. If you gotta understand Paul from the lens of Jesus. You can't say Paul is teaching that you can eat food sacrificed to idols, because when you go to Revelation, Jesus is saying, don't eat food sacrificed to idols. If you do it, I will spit you off my mouth. That's the words of Jesus. So do you follow Jesus or do you follow Paul? So it's either Paul is contradicting Jesus or you don't understand what Paul is saying.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of both.
That's true.
And be a little sprinkle of both there.
And my deacon said, in order not to get it confused and not to, get it confused in your head and doubt, you should just stick with the dietary laws they have in the Jew in the Old Testament. That's what they said. So it's not. Yeah, we're not forbidden, but we just keep it. In that way, to the old.
Why? They have the conversation.
It's not a lack of faith. It's going back to the fundamentals.
They have the conversation, right? And when Peter and James bring it up, they say, if you break one of the laws, you break the law. So and this is what the conversation is about when it came to the law. So,
I have a response.
Maybe you can't keep some of it and not keep some of it and not all of it. And I don't think Christians keep all of it.
I have a question.
Yes, so.
Oh, go on, Smiler, because you haven't spoken.
Yeah, so I mentioned, so number one, James's point, it was James, right? I think James was saying that. James's point when he says that is that it doesn't matter what you break, you're still disobeying God. It doesn't mean that, if you're trying to be, because again, if you're going to say that this means if you try to follow the law, you have to follow the whole law. Well, part of the law is to feed the poor. Part of the law is to love your neighbor. And so if I fail to feed the poor, but I love my neighbor, then I'm in the same situation. So the goal is to always try to fulfill the totality of God's commandments. But whether you do it or not is not going to hinge on your salvation, because that's what grace is for.
Amen. That's literally why you need grace, because there's a law there.
But this is what I mean. You guys are conflating the two. You have to choose one. Either you're going to obey the law, or you're going to follow the laws of Christ.
They're the same.
Well, again, even the laws of Christ, even the so-called laws of Christ,
dichotomy.
and even the laws of Christ that people want to think that are like just completely different are not laws that Christians follow to the T either. And so no matter what, whether you're following the laws of Moses, whether you're following the law of Christ, you still need grace because you don't fulfill even Christ's law perfectly.
Right.
But the law of Christ, from my understanding, is basically the law of Moses, but with Jesus' understanding. For example,
right. So it's got to be both.
Jesus is our rabbi, so Jesus is giving us the understanding of the law of Moses. So it's not like Jesus is bringing a new law. It's not that, but he's bringing the true understanding of the law of Moses.
Yeah,
that's the law of Christ.
So we don't think like he started a new religion. We just think that he just, made it better.
He started a new religion.
Added one thing.
He started a new religion. Right? Little tweak.
Okay, we go with that. He started a new religion.
Okay,
but like a new religion of an old religion, right? Part of the book is the old religion.
That's what
The old religion books is actually larger than the new religion books.
That's true.
Except the problem that the Christians have is that if we choose to just stick with the New Testament, no matter what, we have to appeal to the Tanakh
Yeah.
in order to understand some of the things in the New Testament.
Correct.
So, because if someone says sexual immorality, well, unfortunately, the New Testament doesn't lay out all the things that are sexually immoral. And so, and Christians do this. Like, that's what blows my mind is that we see Christians going back to the Tanakh and saying, oh, well, look, God did it this way, or God said this. But then, for some odd reason, they'll just tell people, oh, you don't have to worry about the law.
That is demonic. I'm not gonna lie to you. I believe that's very dangerous to tell people, hey, you don't have to keep the law of God, because throughout the whole Bible, people are dying for not keeping the law of God.
Yes.
You think suddenly God changed it in the New Testament? Like, no. And the New Testament's actually worse, because in the New Testament, that's what Hebrews say. If you don't keep the law, you're gonna go to hell. You're not gonna get stoned. You're gonna go to hell for eternity.
Right? Eternal hell. You get
They killed the same God. They killed the whole world. They only saved 8 people. That's the same God we have today.
Right.
It can't be a coincidence.
No, I'm Jewish.
It can't be a coincidence that the people that Jesus, when he splits the sheep from the goats, the people that are the goats end up being the people who practice lawlessness, even though they believed in Christ. Peter says that Paul's letters are misunderstood, and again, if you take Paul's letters to any random person, they're going to say, "Oh yeah, Paul's saying you don't have to worry about the law." So if the surface level reading of Paul is you don't have to keep the law,
and that was
then clearly that can't be the correct understanding.
Exactly.
Because Peter said,
Amen.
So it's like, I'm sorry,
Remember
like
when Peter
Christians
said, he said, be careful so you don't lose, he was like, let me read that. It's so clear.
I mean, at least the 10 Commandments, right, guys?
You would think at least the 10 Commandments. There's
a lot of things you'd think at least.
Yeah, because God said the 10 Commandments are forever, and so you would think that would at least be the foundation. But then again, you got, and then ironically, like sometimes Christians will go to David in the Psalms and they'll say, "See, the law is perfect because David says that the law is perfect." Okay, if the law is perfect, then you don't take away from it nor add to it.
Exactly.
Otherwise, it's no longer perfect.
I've always felt that like the real job of the Christian to like complete the project is to tie off all of the ribbons of the law and to genuinely like go see how they function as their own legal system, and then show how it's fully and completely addressed through Christianity. Like, I think that's the project, no?
Yeah.
But this is why,
even ironically enough,
too often you're just told that's from the old law. We don't even have to give an answer there. It's like, no, you do. That's what being a Christian is, giving an answer.
But this is the thing, Megzan.
And ironically enough, I'll just mention this last thing is, ironically enough, I was watching a video and it was talking about how Christians went into other people's lands who were not like producing their crops, and what they did was they the law of in the Tanakh where you have to rotate your crops.
Rotation of crops.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that works.
Exactly. So the Christians went back to the Tanakh to say, no, look, this is the way you ought to garden, and it actually benefited that town.
Yeah, source of blessings. That's the book. Definitely that book.
I found it. Okay, it says, this is 2 Peter's chapter 3, verse 15 to 17. It says, bear in mind that our Lord's patience means salvation. Just as our dear brother Paul also wrote you with the wisdom that God gave him. He writes in the same way in all his letters, speaking of them in these matters. His letters contain some things that are hard to understand, which ignorant and unstable people distort, as they do to the other scriptures to their own destruction. Therefore, my dear friends, since you have been warned, be on guard so that you don't follow by the way of the error of lawless and fall from your secure position. Like, you don't get more clear than this.
And then what does Jesus do later on in Revelation? Or I forget which book it's in, where he says he separates the sheep from the goats because there's people who say he's Lord, Lord.
But don't do the things that he do.
But don't do it. So
and he says, depart from me, you workers of lawless. Like, I have never heard Jesus say, hey, get away from me because you keeping God's law. I don't like that. No, it's the opposite. Like, that's what when the guy told him, what do I do to earn salvation? He said, keep the commandments. But then the guy who was all I did on the doubt, he was like, follow me. So you follow the law in Jesus. Like, faith and works.
And in the what's crazy is David Wood. See, David Wood got stuck by the Muslim metaphysician because of this situation. Because the Muslim metaphysician brought up how Matthew, I think it's chapter 28, or it might be like 23, where it says the scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat, so do everything they tell you to do. And guess what? What David said? Yeah, if they're talking about following the law of Moses, those Christians back then, you see, you can't say that Jesus earlier in his ministry made all foods clean, and then towards the end of his ministry said, do everything the scribes and the Pharisees tell you to do because they sit in Moses' seat. Exactly, that's a hypocritical, double-minded statement. So which one is it? Are all foods clean, or do I listen to the scribes and the Pharisees because they sit in Moses' seat?
But Smarler, even for Jesus to be the Messiah, we got to look at the Old Testament. The Messiah can't come and abolish God's law. Like, what kind of Messiah is that?
Right.
That doesn't make any sense. And when you look at Matthew 5, like, when Jesus says, think not, I come to abolish the law of the prophets. Jesus isn't saying, don't even think about it. Don't even think I'm abolishing the law. But yet Christians like, yes, you are. I don't have to keep Sabbath. Like, what?
Right. Jesus, you are the Sabbath. What are you talking about?
So are you to uphold all the law or some of it as a Christian?
You have to hold up all the relevant laws because there are laws situated tied. Hold on. Some laws are tied to the land. Some laws are tied to the Levitical priesthood. Some laws are tied to men. Some laws are tied to women. So depending on what applies to you, you keep that law.
Start with all of the laws and then work out the ones you don't need to focus on because they don't seem to come up much.
Who's sorting it out? Everybody on their own? No. The council, we need something.
No, we have the
We need a
Torah.
council.
We know how to read, Arben.
Average person.
We know how to read, Arben.
Okay.
Yeah, we use our brain.
Okay.
God said, come, let us reason.
Okay.
So that's what we do. We go and we reason.
I'll interpret it this way, you'll interpret it that way. I'm like, that doesn't apply.
Book's gonna get read, buddy.
No, but
Why are you saying that like you don't have the same issue in your religion? You have different sects of Muslims. Like, you guys don't all interpret the Quran the same. Like what's wrong with you?
It's literally a problem any book that is being read is going to have.
True, but you have your smartest guys get together with a consensus.
Sit.
And does an average person rely on their hikmah, on their wisdom, and that's it.
I mean,
allocate the responsibility to the group of people, and
People are members of churches that have their wise elder teachers, doctors, theologians that started their particular school of thought on how to study these ancient secret books. And it's identical to yours. They're both just people trying to read a book because the only way to read a book is for everyone to agree on what the book means when they read it.
Man, one thing I know for sure, I'd rather keep the law and then get to the gate and then being told, hey, you didn't have to do all of that, than not to keep and get there, oh, you had to do those things.
I agree. Absolutely.
Like,
Yeah, I'd rather do too much than too little.
exactly.
David.
That to Megatron.
We're not against Megatron. We just have a different understanding. He's still our brother.
Yeah.
A brother from a different mother, different God, different lawlessness.
Yes, the world is a kaleidoscope of perspectives, theologies, and experiences.
Does Megatron believe that he has to uphold the law as much as he can? Is based on what's applicable, all that stuff, or he just the law?
He doesn't want you to get anywhere near his bacon.
The BLT.
But you know what's funny, Smiler?
true. The
Why would
cows
we
get
send
killed
Jesus to
there
fork?
as part of an exorcism.
Yeah, that's the pork they like, man. Like that demon pork. I saw some little conspiracy theorists video where they're trying to say like, oh, parasites are demons, and that's why Jesus sent the demons into pigs because they got parasites. I'm like, yeah,
We're
no.
doing too much, man.
Yeah,
And we're not saying that you have to keep the law to be saved, by the way. We're not
Right.
saying that. We believe that salvation is through Jesus alone and our justification is in Christ. We believe we keep the law because Christ justified us, not to be justified. Kind of like if you go to jail and then you go to jail because you committed a crime, and then Jesus goes there and bail you out. Now you're out of jail. You don't commit crimes anymore. You try your best not to be a criminal again. You know, that's what you're that.
You do. That's human nature. What if you do? Keep saying.
That's why we have grace.
Yeah, grace.
No, Paul says you're of the devil. You are of the devil.
Yeah, because they're already reformed criminals. Do you understand? They've already been given another chance after imprisonment.
Paul says you can't sin no more. One more sin, you're of the devil. You're done.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Okay, so you guys.
You know, I don't trust Muslims and they understand the Bible.
Hell nah, nigga, you better read that. If you say it one time, you of the devil, get the hell out of here.
Okay, that's so easy to find verses nowadays.
I think he's quoting John. That's not even Paul. That's how I know you don't know what you're talking about.
Paul is my.
They only quote synthesis. They never quote like a whole, like, you know.
Confusion. It's Paul.
I think it says either is the sinners of the devil, something like that. But that's John though.
John Doe. John Doe.
No.
John Doe.
John Doe said that. Jane Doe.
John Doe.
But I think the key word in that verse is sinner. Just because you sin doesn't mean you're a sinner. You know, you can fall short, but that doesn't.
What does the verse say?
Well, that's very deep. Just
I think
because
it's
you're a sinner. That's pretty deep.
Arbon, read the verse. You brought out the verse. Better read it. Muhammad said if you make a claim, it's the burden of proof is on you.
Yeah, break it down for us.
No, I gotta find this.
It's not about to say
But the
nothing
Muslims
on
be
your
breaking
head.
Muhammad's law. The Muslims be breaking Muhammad's law all the time, making claims without bringing proof. You better hear and obey, nigga.
Oh, this John. Okay, no, it's definitely. You guys, I think you're right. It's just actually John says.
Exactly.
But that's why John think. I know Paul has to say something, but you can't say no more.
Paul has to say it. We gotta get Paul.
You better say something. You know. Paul. Anyway.
Not the typing on the laptop. That's hilarious. You really looking for that verse? Hold on,
your actions against the standard. If you take
Hold
the
on a
way,
minute.
I don't know what's
Arvin.
that.
I know what's the verse.
Hold on, guys. Jesus' mission was primarily for Israel. Yeah. Matthew 15:24. I was sent only for the lost sheep of house of Israel.
Oh,
Right.
it goes against
So
Christianity.
hold on, wait. Jesus never commanded the Gentiles to keep the law of Moses. You'll notice something about Jesus never tells the Gentiles to keep the Sabbath, never tells us to be circumcised, never tells us to keep kosher. Mark 7:18 to 19, Jesus declared all foods clean, right? Which directly undercuts kosher laws. When the Gentiles approached Jesus, yeah, well, listen, I'm not even going to go into that point. Basically, Jesus points to the new basis of faith and love, right? That the law was for the Israelites, not for the Gentiles. I don't know what's so confusing about it.
Yeah, so the reason, so you have a couple issues, right?
Yeah,
When
but
Jesus is only sent, hold on, wait.
Hold on, wait. Let me just finish this
only,
last point. Let me just finish this last
You
point,
just
and you can
stuck.
go. No. Right? When Jesus said, I did not come to abolish the law in Matthew 5:17, Jesus fulfilled the law, completed its role, embodied it perfectly. Fulfillment requiring everyone forever to keep it. Yes, sacrifice, priesthood, and purity laws all pointed to him. So was all the sacrifice that Jesus did was for nothing?
Okay, so
Oh my
let's go with the
days.
first one. So when Jesus says that all, or Mark really says all foods are clean, even Christian scholars do not take that as him saying the dietary laws are no longer valid. And when Jesus says that you have to, or when he says that all, or I was sent only to the lost sheep of Israel, then you have to say that, okay, he's saying only the lost sheep. If you're not lost, then you're good. You don't have to worry. You can just do whatever. Jesus being sent only to the lost sheep of Israel is the fact that the prophecies come to Israel. The prophet, Jesus or God only dealt with Israel as a nation. Exactly. So the Jews, hold on, wait. The Jews have the context. The Jews know what a Messiah is, what the predictions and the prophecies are, and so he goes to them. But then later on, the Great Commission is to the whole world. And then likewise, even Paul was sent to the Gentiles. And people have to remember the Gentiles were always a part of Israel. If you are someone who wants to follow God, you are considered Israel. Even if you were born an Israelite, but you don't want to follow God, you're not considered an Israelite. And so Gentiles and Israel separation isn't really there. And then Paul, when Paul was sent to the Gentiles, you're either going to say Paul's a hypocrite because Paul said, I told people to stay away from meat sacrificed to idols and away from blood. And then he also says, meat sacrificed to idols is nothing, so you can eat it. So either Paul is telling us something, like when you're under a certain circumstance, you don't have to sit there and worry about every nitty-gritty thing, or you're going to say he's a hypocrite. And the last thing I'll say is, remember when Paul said that he told the Gentiles only to abstain from adultery, meat sacrificed to idols, and blood, he said for the law or Moses is preached
Every Shabbat.
synagogue every Sabbath. So he knows that they're going to go and learn about the laws as they go.
So that means then the sacrifice that Jesus made in terms of taking to the cross, him being the new high priest and all that was all for nothing.
No, that's
No, it isn't for nothing. The true fulfillment is in Christ, but it doesn't even get rid of the sacrifices. According to future prophecy, I think it's in Isaiah and Ezekiel, there will be sacrifices again in the new millennial reign.
all offered sacrifices after Jesus' death and resurrection.
So when you read Luke 24:44, when the law points to Christ, and then in John 1:17, the law was given through Moses, grace and truth came through Jesus Christ. So basically what you're saying is that the sacrifice Jesus made by taking to the cross and all that was for nothing.
No, see, notice how the grace is from Jesus Christ, because Moses gave the law, because you're going to get condemned by the law. If you break the law, hold on, wait. No, I do believe what Paul's saying. I just don't make him out to be a hypocrite. And so the law came through Moses because you were going to be condemned by the law if you break it. Where Jesus comes in a period of grace. So his grace allows you to break the law, not telling you to break the law, but allows you to break the law without the punishment. And so it gives you time to become better and better.
Exactly.
So what about in Acts 15, 10, 11, when Peter says he's putting the law on the Gentiles is a yoke even Jews couldn't bear?
Yeah, because you're putting the entirety of the law saying, look, you have to follow this whole law, otherwise you're not a part of the covenant. But that's not the proper way to understand it. And this is why Paul says that that you don't have to follow the law in order to enter into the covenant. And this is why he says that I only put these certain things because they'll learn the law as every Sabbath as Moses has preached. Because you don't just put the whole law onto people.
So what about Romans 10:4 when Christ is the end of the law for the righteousness?
The Greek doesn't say end of the law. The Greek says he's the goal of the law.
Oh, that's the Greek. Like, this is what I love this talk.
Yeah, so Jesus is telling you how you ought to demonstrate the law. So that's why whenever he would address the Pharisees and the Sadducees, he would show how they're hypocrites, how they're overburdensome, and they forget the weightier matters of the law, which is faithfulness and mercy, which means you have faith that they will get back up. A righteous man falls 7 times, but he gets back up. And then you have grace that you don't have to just punish them right away. Or mercy, same thing.
Man, I think the interpretation, how you lot have interpreted it, so all the church fathers, all the history, all of it was just all bollocks.
No, we're not saying that. I just think
it is.
No, I think you have to, if you're going to follow Judaic religion, you gotta understand it from the Hebraic perspective. Instead of putting your trust in a bunch of Gentiles to understand the text, that's just how you see it. You gotta follow what Jesus says and what the first church, which was the Church of Jerusalem, that James, which was the brother of Jesus, the head of that church, that's the church that you have to get the true understanding.
So the law that was given to Israel under the Old Covenant, are we, the church, the bride of groom, under the Old Covenant, or are we under?
No, you're not under the Old Covenant. No, we're not.
So that means Gentiles does not have to keep that law.
No, that's not what
the
it
Old
means.
Covenant. Yes, it is.
I actually want you to read something for me. Is that okay? 1 second. Let me part.
Yeah, and I'll just mention again, a covenant does not negate the previous laws. A covenant is a marriage, an agreement between two people. I can have an ex-wife that I had a covenant with, and now I have a new wife that I have a covenant with. None of that means my laws or my rules or my morals changed. It just means I entered into a different.
There's many things, many laws that the New Testament doesn't talk about. The New Testament doesn't talk about bestiality. Does that mean Gentiles can commit bestiality? No. So you got to read that in the context. Can you read Revelation 2:6? Any of you?
Hold on.
I'd like to make a pause. How many slices we got?
Okay. Apostles but are not, and have found them false. You have persevered and have endured hardships for my name, and have not grown weary. Yet I hold this against you. You have forsaken the love you had at first. Consider how far you have fallen. Repent and do the things you did at first. If you do not repent, I will come to you and remove your lampstand from its place. For you have have this in your favor. You hate the practice of the laity, which I also hate.
Okay. Do you know what's the practice of the Nicolaitans? Do you know what the Nicolaitans believe?
No, I'm not looked into that. No.
Okay, it's in my PTR. Look, it says, this is Theopedia. It says the doctrine of the Nicolaitans appears to have been a form of antinomianism, which makes the following mistake that men can thoroughly partake in sin because the law of God is no longer binding. Jesus is telling you he hates that doctrine. You can't say, oh, that's the old law. It's no longer binding to me. That's the doctrine of the Nicolaitans that Jesus is saying. Break the law of God so it's no longer binding.
And then why would Paul say this? This is what I'm finding out. Why would Paul say this? Again, I go back to this.
What do you think Paul said?
That he makes all things clean. I don't understand
No,
that.
Paul didn't say that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Food, though. Yeah, but food, the Bible tells you what food is. Leviticus 11 tells you what food is. Pork is not food. And if you read the context, they were talking about eating without washing hands. They're not even talking about meat. They were talking about grain. That's the discussion. Is, oh, the Pharisees were telling Jesus, you have to wash your hands before you eat bread. And Jesus is saying, no, food is clean. Bread is not to become unclean just because you don't wash your hands. He's not talking about shrimp, pork, and lobster. That's not food to a Jew. It's like if you're speaking to, I don't know, if you're speaking to an American, you're not going to talk about eating cats. Cats is not food to an American. It is to a Chinese, but you got to look at the cultural context.
I'm going to look into that some more because, I mean, from my understanding, in a lot of passages that Paul declared, a lot of things about the Gentiles not having to uphold the law that was given to the covenant of Israel. So, I mean, it shouldn't run to the sense.
A lot of times Paul is saying, a lot of times Paul is saying people try to put the whole law on the Jews or on the Gentiles in order for them to enter into the covenant. The only thing you need to do to enter into the covenant is to believe on Christ. Once you believe on Christ, you enter in the covenant and then you walk with it. So you're gonna naturally do the things that God wants you to do, which the next two commandments is what? Love God with your heart, mind, and soul, and love your neighbor. And as the Ten Commandments displays, the first half is about how to love God. The second half is how to love your neighbor. If you love your neighbor, you don't steal from him. You don't commit adultery with his wife. You don't covet his things. And if you love God, you only worship God. You keep his commandments. You keep his Sabbath day and things of that nature.
And every matter to be established needs 2 or 3 witnesses. Okay? So let's say, even if I agree with you, even if I say, okay, Paul is teaching against the Torah, then the conclusion would be Paul is a false apostle. That would be the conclusion because
That's correct. Right?
that would be the conclusion because no one has the authority to abolish the law of God. That's the point. And you need at least 2 or 3 witnesses. So you can't just look at Paul. You got to understand what Paul is saying in the light of the other apostles, in the light of what Jesus is saying. You can't just take Paul and say, oh, Paul said this, therefore this. But I'm not against Paul. I just believe people don't understand what he's saying. You know?
That's exactly what my deacon said. Exactly. That's crazy. Right. You're saying that Paul was expanding Christianity, responding to problems, and people drastically and completely misunderstood him to be committing all the laws.
Yes.
You could.
Because we don't keep the law to be righteous. People have to understand that. I guess you agree with me, Simon. We don't keep the law to be righteous. We keep the law because Jesus has made us righteous.
Yeah, the only thing that makes you righteous is the blood of Jesus.
Exactly. Remember, Jesus kept the law. Come on. Exactly. So when you look at Jesus, so you would agree that Jesus kept all the law because he was sinless, correct? He never broke the law.
Yes, I agree with that, yeah.
Right. So Jesus kept the law not to be righteous. He did it because he was already righteous, right?
Right.
Right. So we are to be like Christ. So Jesus justifies us. He makes us righteous in the eyes of God. So So now that we have been made righteous by the blood of Christ, we obey the law not to be righteous, but because we have been made righteous by the blood of Christ. That's literally the gospel.
So Jesus gives you the strength to keep the law.
Exactly. And the Holy Spirit, we can't do it without the Spirit. We can't do it without Jesus. This is why he's our high priest.
Yeah, this is for me. This is why I had to change my perspective on the law.
I'm so proud of you, Smiler. I'm so proud of you. You know what I'm saying? Man, stop it. I'm so proud of you.
So what do you think?
I think you got a lot of flack for defending the law.
Oh, right, yeah. But yeah, so I mean, when I would get into these arguments with some of the, it was mainly the Hebrew Israelites I would get into the arguments with. And then there's this one brother, my brother Josh, who I used to speak to as well. He wasn't a Hebrew Israelite, but they sort of have kind of the same position that we have right now. And I just don't think you can win the argument. You can't remain consistent. You're gonna make Paul and Jesus look like double-minded hypocrites. And the best way to look at the information is that Paul and Jesus, like, it seems to me their main focus is the gospel, right? And so the gospel needs to be preached, so you don't go around sort of like trying to put your culture, because you're dealing with people that are a completely different culture than you. And so your goal isn't to go and tell people, hey, come follow my culture. Your goal is to preach Jesus, and then as they follow Jesus, they learn the ways of Israel.
Amen.
And naturally, you will start to, keep more of his commandments. Because you got to remember, like, these other people have laws and ways that are just not going to be in line with the ways of Israel. And so you can't just say, oh, well, as long as you're doing this, you can, like A was saying, you can't just say, okay, well, bestiality is okay in my culture, and Paul only told me stay away from meat sacrificed to idols, blood, and adultery, and now I'm good. No, there's going to be things that you can't do. And the one example that I like to put is that if you're a business owner, you do not have the right to make your employees work 7 days a week. You got to give them a day off. And so if you think that you can make people work 7 days a week, you're breaking the Sabbath. And if you think that you have to give them a day off, then you just admitted that actually, no, I do have to keep the Sabbath.
Right. And if you look at Ephesians 4 or 5, I think it's 4, that Paul says Gentiles will be fellow citizens. Which city is he talking about? He's talking about Jerusalem, because that's the new kingdom. The new Jerusalem that comes down in Revelation, that's the kingdom of Christ, when Christ is going to come and rule for 1,000 years. They're going to be Jews and Gentiles. Do you think there's going to be a section for the Gentiles to eat pork and the Jews can't? Like, no. Like,
Yeah,
when you're a fellow citizen, oh, yeah. Do you think, like, come on. When you become a citizen of a country, you have to abide by the law of that country. So if you're a Gentile, they're going to come to the
In
city of
Jerusalem at the temple? Come on, man.
This is really hilarious, man.
Y'all better stop talking about this temple shit. This is not gonna happen, bro. The temple stuff is
He's a preterist, so.
Yeah, these things are not gonna happen, guys. Stop with this temple stuff. You guys really want to see, like, this would be a big problem if you guys
Bart,
think that.
tell me with a straight face that if your family had tickets to one of the temple sacrifices and you could fly over to Israel and see a bunch of Jews dressed up as priests bringing a sacrifice, you're telling me you would refuse that ticket?
I would probably cry the entire time they're doing the sacrifice. I would probably go there to see if it's literally happening, but I would probably be crying.
I'm sorry, you would go there to see if it's literally happening? You're welcome.
and then be upset.
That is
about
a
it,
ticket
because
worth buying.
It's literally like desecrating Christ. Like, there'd be no need.
Okay. If the Pope said it was okay, would you then be watching eagerly?
He's gonna have to give me some really, really good justification, like.
Hey,
like a
the Pope is infallible. They said so. Like
not with
50
stuff
years
like
ago.
that. Not with stuff like that. That's crazy. That would be, that'll be insane if he's okay with sacrifice.
What do you have against
Actually,
one temple on one hill in one city?
The temple, I don't mind.
All right, one temple.
Plateau. No, the temple.
Beautiful location. You gotta love the location.
Mount Moriah is everything, but I'm just saying. And I've been to Israel.
Well, I'm gonna just wait till I finish.
Very scared. I was very scared when I was there. You have to, when you get on the bus and you see the wall, it's like, it's very, I don't know, it's scary, bro. It's like being on a, to me, it's like being on a fucking ride. It's like being on a roller coaster ride. And then you ask yourself, like, Ma, why, really? You wanted me to see this for what?
Were you in the room last night when we were researching the Jerusalem syndrome?
The Jerusalem syndrome? What's that?
Yeah, what's that?
Oh my gosh, the Jerusalem syndrome is a recognized mental disorder that happens to people in usually Jerusalem, but Israel. There are similar other syndromes, like something's called like the Helsinki syndrome or something, but it's talking about Florence in Italy. And there's another one for Paris, the Paris syndrome, which happens to people from like Tokyo that go to Paris.
So what is the Jerusalem syndrome?
But the Jerusalem syndrome has some interesting markers. The person gets like separated from whatever group they had when they were there. They wander the streets. They usually take a hotel bed sheet and wrap themselves in a cloak, and then preach to everyone to return to simple things in life.
Really?
What?
And the most popular majority, the people that fall sway to this, are Southern Baptist Americans.
But who was the founder of this syndrome?
Okay, so I don't know who founded it. It simply has been noted, and they get like at least 20 a year that had no prior mental health disorders. There's bigger numbers for like prior mental health.
Might be something spiritual. Who knows?
Sure. Listen, the rabbi said that prophecy was sort of pushed away to the children and the crazies.
Maybe it's the devil trying to create new prophets, false prophets.
Could be false prophets. You got to be careful with that. But it is, and they often have staff. I think they need to be protected in a single university.
That's a fact. It can't be.
It can't be. See that?
There's no dualism yet.
Exactly. It can't be the devil. Thank you.
Okay, it's not
because he has to ask first of all.
Okay, everybody, this is the Sign Tour performed by candidate John Kitover running in 16th District to unseat and defeat Darren LaHood. From Rockford to Bloomington Normal to Peoria, we are helping to liberate Illinois one congressional district at a time. This is your magical Sign Tour.
Years, right? According to us Christians. Of course. So remember it says that the nations have to come to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacle. That's mother.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
Right, they come.
Right. So it's like how do they
I thought
how do they explain that Jesus is keeping? Right. You see what I'm saying? And it's as if they don't come to celebrate it, that Jesus is gonna punish them.
Yeah, they'll give them famine.
You see what I'm saying? Like that's sweet.
That's right. Be there, be square. Feast of the Tabernacles.
Yep.
Need a temple to do it properly, guys.
Yeah, that's true. About that time.
meatballs.
I like meatballs, dude.
You want some Parmesan cheese in it?
I'd say, all right. So you want to know what to do? So I take. Sometimes I do half pork. Sometimes I do half ground meat. Sometimes it depends. Depends on my mood. We do like an 80-20. You know, it all depends. Then I take it and I put a few eggs, and I put a few eggs. I put.
Dude, don't tell me you're nothing with that Aldi's like pre-made breadcrumb shit that tastes like.
I got the breadcrumbs. I use Four Seasons.
Breadcrumbs. He said Four Seasons breadcrumbs. Come on.
All right, okay, that's happening.
Give him space. Give the man some space.
Four Seasons. I put the egg.
They don't sell Four Seasons in fucking Aldi's, man.
Who says I buy? I don't buy everything in Aldi's.
Yeah. Some other places.
My bad.
Purchases.
I was gonna say,
bro, we shop around.
Oh, all right, yeah, that makes sense, man. My bad.
Yeah, that shit is expensive.
Don't you come into this house and disrespect Aldi's?
You fucking disrespect me while you're talking to me like that.
Aldi's is the best. But it's not the only place. It's not the only place.
I think
What kind of tomatoes do you use? I use like the Canto San Marzano.
I use the grape tomatoes. They're made in Israel.
Some olive oil.
fake Christians remember that. Like nothing. And Bart is a fake Catholic.
Let's talk about keeping the law. You guys are talking about keeping the law here.
You're a fake Catholic anyway.
What about you guys not receiving the Eucharist? I mean, that's all you got to do. Or venerating Mary. Like, what about me?
Huh?
Abide by some of your
Say that again.
venerating Mary,
When?
blood and body, and the Eucharist.
How is that not Mary?
Venerating Mary?
You're talking about the communion, like when they did the Passover?
Venerating Mary.
What that got to do with Mary?
No, I'm saying there's two things. I'm saying venerating Mary and doing the Eucharist every time you go to Mass.
Is Mary of minimized import in the Ethiopian Christian tradition?
Don't know anything about Ethiopian.
Well, I'll tell you, the Europeans go bonkers for Mary. Like, shit.
Like you guys are, I don't know how I always.
She got convicted by that law. That's what happened.
She just got convicted. That's all it was.
Yeah, she's like, damn, I know, I gotta throw away the fork in my house.
Yo, she just started being a Christian 2 years ago, and then she's gonna come and tell us like, oh, we're doing it wrong. No, I can never understand that. People be in their feelings. I don't get it.
The word of God is a sharp, double-edged sword.
You don't want to come here no more because we had it.
And she even contradicted herself. She said Jesus in Matthew 5, he's talking to the Jews, but then she says Mark 7, Jesus said all things are clean. So according to your logic, he's still talking to the Jews. All things are clean to the Jews, not to you. So it's, she was just contradicting herself.
Yeah, it's true.
I never really like his argument over there with all foods are clean.
Could she be contradicting herself but still be right?
Yeah, but we know she's wrong.
Yes. Chances are, if you're contradicting yourself, you are right because you've overstepped the boundaries.
You got really upset
being right or wrong.
You got really upset because you know.
Did he do it for no reason? She couldn't get over that.
But she didn't say nothing to us, though.
She messaged me saying she's not coming back here no more. I don't know what the fuck
Tyler, did we overtalk her?
That's wild. Nah.
What
I don't know what she's even talking about.
This victim type thing is annoying as hell.
Yeah, for real.
Yo, it be mad dark in here too. And I don't really think a lot of white people like hanging out in here. I'm keeping it real, so this how I like it. So, you don't want to hang out in here? Too dark in here?
Put her in the Israelite room.
Right.
If they think it's too dark in here, maybe they feel like it's too dark in here. You know?
So I don't like when
I think a lot of people get offended over that. See me, I don't.
I do. I start checking my pockets frequently.
I think, I don't know why people be in their feelings about these basic conversations. Like, these conversations not even that serious. Like,
and we're not gonna change your life. You can still leave and still do what you want to do. Like, there's nothing you can do about it.
I am. I'm open about the shit that I'm different about. Y'all make fun of me about it. I don't care.
Well, I've been studying virology since 2008. And the amazing thing is that most people do not get that sick from.
You know what I'm saying? And Iran has the technology to fucking attack all of these oil reserves. And if they do that, I mean, they'll be out of business. They'll have to shut down the business. They'll shut down the country. Saudi Arabia will be out of money. Because they have all this money invested in like a whole bunch of different countries. America, you have other countries that they have invested money in. So, they have to keep making X amount of money to be able to operate and be able to donate and do this and that. And if they don't have any money coming in, and I used to think that why are you such fucking relying on oil? Why don't you open up your own thing? Like, all countries, they found a way. Like America's...
They're trying. With the whole mile thing and,
Yeah, they did with the line and they fucking, they was a real project on the jump.
And it was the first, yeah, of course. So they wanted to spend, they wanted to try and businesses to come in to the country and they tried to take away. I think it was just an effort to take away business from
my dad, as soon as he got a Canadian passport, his income went up, his salary went up 1.5 times.
Where are you? What's your origin? Where are you from?
I'll tell you about it in a smaller room. We have Zionists come back in the audience right now, like Rabbi.
Okay.
And we have the anonymous account that's probably recording.
It's come back. That's so funny, dude.
Yeah.
Free speech, baby.
I know, but these idiots, they're trying to find information on it. But, that's how it is. You just gotta be careful. I think they're about to do a raid. A whole bunch of police.
A lot of people are leaving TikTok, I heard.
Oh yeah, so this new app
all the
called
censorship that they have.
I downloaded this new app called Upscroll, but it's missing some features. Right, it's the exact copy of Instagram for right now, but you can't really do live. But you can upload videos up to 20 minutes videos. You can upload pictures. I've been doing it, every day, and I got I think up to 25 or 30 followers so far in the last 2-3 days.
Where is the servers hosted? Not in the States, are they?
Twitter. No, but the Twitter, they took away. So we have that brother Suleiman Ahmad on Twitter. He's like huge. He's an investigative journalist. He did so many fucking rooms on this against the Zionists after 7th of October. He even dismantled the whole narrative, the 7th of October bullshit that they've been spreading around. You know what the Israeli IDF did? IDF is on Twitter. They put his name in one of the rockets and shot at Gaza. That's how disturbed these IDF Israel was because of him getting. He used to have 3, 4, 5,000 people in his space every day.
What happened to him?
They took away, so they got triggered so badly, they mass reported him, did a whole bunch of shit, and they took away his monetization from Twitter. He's got almost 1 million followers on Twitter.
Yeah, you gotta have.
So he can't monetize it. Yes, Rabbi. What do you want to say today?
No, I'm just checking in.
Checking in? Is it attendance check?
Rabbi, I want to go to your school.
Let me put a check mark right next to your name. Hold on.
All right, cool.
Let me call out everybody's name. Like Rabbi, I'm here. Let me put a check mark. Like an idiot, bro. Oh my God. Hey, everyone meeting up in Saudi Arabia?
So God had Zionism part of his plan, and there's a region called Israel. He named it Israel.
Yep.
To be part of part of his land. Is that the Torah? Is that the Torah?
All of God's creation is God's creation. The point is that the place of Israel, this region, is where his descendants from Jacob were supposed to live at. They do specific precepts of the Torah, I believe.
I just want to see according to fire.
Hi guys, hi Amir, hi Karnak.
Right, would you like to come up? At least say hello to us, Introduce yourself, we can go back down. We don't bite here, man. It's all respect.
So, Fire, did you know that God is a Zionist?
If you can hang on a second, Karnak, what's up with you, Brad? How you doing?
Yo, what's good, Amir? I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for coming up. I wanted to give you a follow back. I wanted to see if it's a real person. You've been on the Palestinian side? You've been supporting the Palestinians?
Of course, all the way.
All right, cool. Do you want to chime in just for Reza Pahlavi really quick? What do you think about it?
Fuck Reza Pahlavi.
Thank you for coming up. I just give you a follow back.
For sure. You got that approved.
Anyways, Karnak, sorry I interrupted you. I just wanted to make sure he's not an AI. Right, so go on, Karnak.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to swallow this whole thing, but God being a Zionist.
It's in the Torah.
That's something stupid. It's stupid as well, and it's probably black crap.
Black crap, I said that, but I don't understand. Can you point me to where it says that in the Torah, though?
God wanted his children to land in the land of Zion. It's like all throughout the books of the prophets. It's a whole thing. It's over and over. King David, King Solomon.
Land of Zion. Land of Zion is not two different things. Land of Zion.
It's the same. The reason that it comes from. People may not embrace the whole concept of God. It's a show. The creator of the universe. Allah. This is right.
Karnak, here's the problem with this rabbi character's position, right? So you have atheist, agnostic, right, coming into this land, named Theodore Herzl. The Theodore Herzl didn't even come to. You have Theodore Herzl, the founding father. You have Jabotinsky, another founding father. You have Eliezer Ben Yehuda, that's another founding father, because he's the one that revised the language that they speak inside Israel, right? That modern Hebrew. Jim Weisman. You had the Rothschild, right? Majority of them, Ben Gurion, were atheists or agnostic. They didn't believe in the scripture that this guy believes in, right? And yet they established the state. It was only like a safe zone for the Jews. That's what they wanted to do. On the ships when they were coming in, please allow us in here, please. A lot of countries denied their ships. British denied it. U.S. in 1939 denied a ship full of 600 Jews. And their reason was that there might be some Nazis amongst them. That's why. So they denied the whole fucking ship. They're like, nope. And when they came to British land in Palestine, there was a lot of animosity, but some of them did welcome them.
Well, it's obvious that Black Rabbi has been drinking the Zionist Kool-Aid.
No, I'm about unity of people.
They injected him with Zionism. When he went over there, they handcuffed him and the man whooped him. Did you see his video?
Dennis, the bull is here. It's time for your bull rush, Dennis. Dr. Dennis's bull rush.
He was dust on his boots, she was dirt on her dress. Bed in the back of a church, both a little bit wrecked. He said, I've chased every thrill, she said, I've run every road. watched them crumble like old stone to become true in the hand of the Father, heart into heart, under one holy name. You and me, babe, at the feet of our Maker, learning to love by the light of His grace, wisdom and truth, making one out of two by the word of the Lord of all things. He forgets where he leaves his pride. She reminds him who he is. They still argue over small things, but they always end in a kiss. Open Bibles on the table, little fingerprints on every page. They're raising up a little choir, teaching tiny hearts to praise, to become true in the hand of the Father, heart into heart, under one holy name. You and me, babe, at the feet of our Maker, learning to love by the light of His grace, wisdom and truth, making one out of two by the word of the Lord of all things. When the storms roll over the valley and the dark feels heavy and long, we remember the voice that called us, spoke our weakness into a song. I am yours, you are mine, but above us stands a higher vow.
Okay, Dennis, this is your song, Dennis. This is called Bulrush of Holy Spirit for Dr. Dennis. Thanks for all your support over all these years, Dr. Dennis.
Hands warm like summer when you pray. Fear dies, name on the doorframe, but heaven in His voice. Every word a river, every touch a charge. Dr. Dennis, bulrush of Holy Spirit, crashing through the dark. Every wall I feel it. Dr. Dennis, when you call His name, chains break off, hearts wake up. We won't be the same.
You hear this, Dr. Dennis? This is your bull rush. This is a reverse bull rush for qualified investors only. You have to have a minimum of $250,000 cash. That means you got to have a minimum of about $2 million. This is the Kosher Shekel Fund.
White coat in the hallway, fire in his eyes, hands warm like summer when he prays. Fear dies. Name on the door frame, but heaven in His voice.
No, neither did you or I, Bob.
Thank you, God. I'm going to get this place to start. I mean, my lunch to start to rain. Finish the stream. I'll be on the truck on fire.
So, oh, it's John. How you doing, John? How's it figured out? You have how many?
I'm good, John. How are you doing?
I'm doing excellent, sir. What about you?
John, what have you noticed about your life whenever you meet another John? Are you happy that you know another John? Because I love all the Johns that I know, and really I love them because of our name. And if you read the Bible, I mean, our good name is right there, and it's the precursor to the Messiah. It's such a consequential name. It's almost as important as Jesus itself.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but
Are you? No, he baptized Jesus. Jesus, his head was cut off for Christ's sake. It's an important metaphor. It is the precursor to the Messiah. It's in the book, our name. I'm just saying, it's something to always remember. Even if your name is Mark. I know people named Luke. Why do you think Luke Skywalker is Luke Skywalker, my friend? It's in the book.
There's probably something behind it. A lot of those things are very interesting, but yeah, no, actually, John, when there's other Johns, this is when I was a very small child. We had this church that we went to, and there was about 6 or 7 kids, 6 or 7 only, and there were 3 John Lees in there. And so we had to go by John Lee 1, John Lee 2, and John Lee 3, and I was John Lee 3. This is how common the name is. Not only John, but John Lee. I went to Rio one time in Las Vegas, and there was, I forgot what he said. I think it's a room of like 6,000 or something like that. But 40 of them were registered under John Lee. I said, how is that even possible? Right? It must have been a bunch of Koreans having a convention. Who knows what? I don't know. But yeah, this name is so common that I have to throw in my middle initial all the time, just to parse it out. But yeah, and just the first name John, not just my last name. I see Johns all the time. Everyone I go, there's another John.
It's feng shui. It's feng shui or gematria. 4 is the number of letters in John, and Lee is 3. So 4 times 3 is 12. 12 is 1 plus 2 is 3. So it's all about the feng shui or the connection between numbers and names.
And one thing, John, I just launched a YouTube channel a few hours ago. And according to Bob, I need 50 subscribers in order to stream what I'm doing. This is
pin your link.
To my community.
Pin it.
It's in the chat.
Well, can you pin it? Because then I can just click it. I can't, I'd have to go to the browser, then go back to the YouTube.
I could pin it, but
Food for Christ Ministries?
Yeah.
I thought it was Fool.
Well, this is something different. This is for Clubhouse only. Now, the Food for Christ Ministries is actual offline and something on the street.
See, I can't get to it. So you gotta pin it because I literally, you have to make these things quick, easily, and accessible to people that want to click. And,
I agree.
That means just go to your YouTube, copy and paste it, and go back to here and update your link. It's very simple to do. You got 22 more minutes left. Make the most of your opportunity now.
Okay. You talked me into it, sir. So I'm going to do...
John, my favorite part of your 2-hour Clown House experience every morning in your Fool Room is your closing prayer. That's my favorite part. I really feel the positive vibrations in your closing prayer. So I thank you, sir.
You know what? Who started this, actually, is a guy by the name of JJ. He actually recommended that I do that. And I said, that's a good idea. And I did that, and then I added to that by opening in prayer. And I think, and along with, that's why I was so reluctant to change this pin link here, because I want the Bible passage, there all the time. But I'll do exactly what you said, and I have the end of the day to.
You'll have 50 subscribers before you can blink.
We'll see. I think a lot of people will want to view what I'm doing, and so I think you're right. I think that'll probably happen because I think there's a lot of people motivated to want to watch a live stream. and it's not dependent upon me. It's dependent upon them to subscribe. And so I've been reluctant for many. I've seen YouTubers like my friend James is Tired. I was one of his first 100 subscribers, and he has, I don't know how many tens of thousands right now. And I've known John Kerry. I've known a lot of people. Jake the Muslim Physician. Whole bunch of people that they have like tens of thousands, even over 100,000 viewers now, or subscribers.
Do you understand?
But I was always averse to it. The monetization really rubbed me wrong. I did not whatsoever want to be involved in that. But this, I'm okay with because I know every dime is going to go help feed the homeless. And so there's no administration cost for me. There's nothing. Right? I don't even want anything. It's every single dollar coming in here is going to go to buy something for the homeless, to feed them. Because there are a lot of needy people in my neighborhood, in my community. And I know it's not maybe not part of your community, but I'm thinking about possibly expanding at a different day to like maybe Wednesdays at a place in Santa Ana. Or no, it's not Santa Ana, the city of Orange. At a park there. Very much a lot of needy people there. And I know that because I have an RV and I go to parks a lot to just hang out. Man. They're just there all day. They look pretty bummed out. I think they would enjoy a meal. So, this is what I want to do. And hopefully, if you guys participate in any manner, I'd appreciate it. Even if you pray for it and you see things grow, you can feel a part of it. And I'm excited about this. I'm excited about this because, like, number one, like, when I think about it and all the things that I've done in my life, like, this is what I want to do. And it feels great to know what one really wants to do. And when he calls your name, every shadow hears it. Heaven in his voice, courage in his eyes. Dr. Dennis, full rush of Holy Spirit, breaking every chain when he walks inside. Hands on warm. Is that Augustus? Yo, what up, Augustus? Hello? That is like probably, if you're in the military, you got to have a secret passcode to get into the perimeter, So like if you're approaching, a soldier and it's your base, it's like you got to have a call sign. So it's the ultimate call sign. Hello? Because think about that, like the German, the French, the Italian, like if they can't do that back without an accent, that they're not part of the hello gang, basically.
Oh my god, that is hilarious.
It is funny, isn't it?
Dude, it's so funny, bro. I even have my wife doing it, and she doesn't even go on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Like that. It's just so funny.
Your wife, I've heard her say it a
everybody
lot.
on X-Space is saying it too.
What's your wife's name? Michelle?
No, it's Steph.
Oh, Steph. You know why I keep thinking Michelle's? Because I had this good manager that I worked with, and but yeah, your wife is dope. And what's your son's name? Oh yeah, Augustus Jr., right?
Yeah, AJ. Augustus Jr.
Oh, AJ. Well, that's like supposed. And is it? Oh, I see.
Working on a website design today.
I made one for Kennedy.
I'd be interested in this. So, they're gonna go into beta test. If you want to become an early user, early adopter to it, I'll hook you up.
Yeah, I'm down to try anything, you know.
So, find your mentor, and basically, you can sign up and courses that people pay monthly fees to take. So you could like it could be anything. It could be like you could teach people about the books that you read
Mm-hmm.
and do like a book reading class. And people will sign up for like $10 a month or whatever to join you.
Are you working for the company or are you investing in it?
They've offered me a position as a partial owner, but I'm just doing their web design right now as like a contract, and they loved it so much they were like, "Can you do our marketing next, and we'll give you a percentage of the company and a salary."
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I'm just like, "Yo, let's just get this thing out the door because I want to start offering classes." I got a couple ideas, so I'm gonna teach people how to use the AI video and AI imagery artwork programs. So it'll be like, this week you can learn how to use Midjourney. Next week you learn Nano Banana. The next week you learn Chat LGBT.
Yeah, I've seen you know, like
people like $50 a month or whatever, and then promote it on my Instagram and on my X Spaces.
yeah, I've seen these types of like, you know, university or subscription or access to this, you know, publishing. The thing is, I'd be happy to try it. Are you using Rumble?
No.
So Rum is the ticker symbol for Rumble, and I don't have the patience. I think it sucks. I've never even been able to successfully create an account. I've like once, you know, and I uploaded a long form video, like an hour long thing. But I will definitely beta test, you know, and try this app or website, whatever, you know, I'll be happy. I have so many videos I can upload. I've been doing Sora now on like 20 phones. I have so many. Just go on Sora and type in John Kitover, and you're gonna laugh your ass off.
Well, you could, like, a great example of what you could do with this new emerging tech is offer people a class on how to make the cool Sora stuff, and charge people, you know, $10 a month. And I'm gonna invite Michael up. So I just met Michael maybe like a week or two ago through my friend Dustin Stockton, who's in Florida. Michael is in Florida as well, and we've been in communications via email. I'm gonna invite him up. Can you send him an invite?
Yeah, I sent it to him.
My invite worked. He's up. Hey, what's up, Michael?
Hey, man, what's going on, bro? How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Just catching up with my friend John.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, man. You in Chicago?
Yep.
Right on. Yeah, I live down here in Southwest Florida, down in Fort Myers. We have quite a bit of contingency of folks from Chicago area down here.
Yeah.
You're actually running for Congress, Jim Oberweis. You know Jim?
Mr. Oberweis.
Yeah, Jim Oberweis. We also have Catalina Louth. She ran against Jim up in Illinois.
John ran for Congress out in Chicago.
I'm still running. I'm a write-in candidate.
Yeah. What are you not running as a Republican?
I am, but they removed me from the ballot. Insufficient signatures, so I'm a write-in candidate.
God. Fucking, I don't know how you guys deal with the politics up there, bro. I can't imagine that. I mean, I live in the complete opposite bubble that you guys live in, right? Or that you live in. You know, it's nothing but Democrats up there. We don't have any elected Democrats here. Not at the local, not at the state or, you know, national level. I mean, we live in a very conservative bubble down here.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to build a network down there. I'm in DC, so I built a nice network here in DC of Republicans, and have been doing like work here and there for people around the country.
Bro, I saw your fucking email, man. What are you talking about? That's kick ass. You were working with Kennedy, man. That's pretty impressive, man.
Thank you. Yeah. And basically, man, like we moved out here so my wife could help him out at HHS. And she, you know, is like a political appointee. You know, when this gig is up, if he gets impeached or, you know, we don't win the next election and he doesn't get HHS for a second go around, we're gonna leave and we're looking at Florida, and I'm like, well, now's the time for us to start building relationships there if we want to be there in 2 years, you know, full time. So that's really why I wanted to connect with you. And, you know, I saw what you said in your reply, and listen, man, one hand washes the other. We both wash the face, right? Anything I could do for you, you know, anything you could do for me, we'll help each other, you know, along the way.
Yeah, no, absolutely, bro. Yeah, so, you know, I spent so I was born and raised on Palm Beach County, and, you know, I live over here on the southwest coast now. I'm 2 hours south of Tampa and 2 hours west of West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, and the Gulf of America, baby. And, you know, I'm still a licensed real estate broker, so if you guys want to come down here and purchase real estate, you can actually do it using Bitcoin or Ethereum. Right, I'm a certified crypto real estate broker, but you know, I got into politics back in 2019, leading up to the 2020 election, and you know, at that time, you know, I watched fake news. I thought Fox News, which is the same as fake news. You know, very conservative individual. Yeah, you know, I was a registered Republican at 18 years old, but I never got off the couch to help a Republican. But when Trump came, I mean, that was totally different. You know, being in real estate, you know, I had traveled, you know, to Atlanta and other places and went to conferences where Trump spoke at, you know, regarding real estate, back to the early 2000s. You know, so you can imagine my surprise and excitement, you know, when he decided to get into politics, because that's what we really need, a business person to come in here and run it versus these, you know, career politicians who just up here for self, you know, glory and grifting off the system and all that stuff.
Elitism, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. You know, so I went down. I had a friend of mine. We all get together and have breakfast at this little place every morning. Yeah, I grew up outside the city, you know, so it's kind of rural. You know, laid back a little bit. But the guy who owned the restaurant, he was like, Michael, he goes, every time you come in here, you start running your mouth. He goes, I mean, you like captivate the room and, you know, you get everybody fired up. And he goes, why don't you go down and join the local Republican Party? And I was like, what? I was like, there's a local Republican Party? You know, I've lived here for 25 damn years. I never knew that. It just goes to show you how well the Republican Party messages, right? So anyway, I went down there and I met with the chairman and the secretary, and I was like, look, I'm here to, you know, help President Trump win the 2020 election. And they go, oh, that's awesome. You know, we need, you know, great Republicans to get help get all of our Republicans reelected. And I was like, yeah, I don't give a shit about that. I was like, I'm here for Trump. And that was kind of like the shot across the bow. Well, 2 years later, you know, they voted me in as chairman and kicked those people out. And, you know, the rest is history. You know, I worked for Lieutenant General Flynn. You know, I hosted a fundraiser for the president 2 years ago.
Yeah, I met General Flynn this year. I received an award from Auntie Angie's House, Angela Stanton King's organization, alongside with Robert Malone and General Michael Flynn. We all got awards, and I got to meet him there, and he gave me his phone number and everything.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He really is.
Good dude.
He's fighting a good fight, but, you know, like a lot of people in the grassroots part of politics, they understand their country's on fire, they understand their state's on fire, their city's on fire, but, you know, there's a big difference between, you know, being grassroots and actually understanding how politics is played. That's why I think Trump does really well, because he's a businessman. He knows the passion and what needs to be done, but he also realizes you're dealing with people who don't care about the Constitution, and they have all the power, and that you're going to have to sit down at the table with them and negotiate with them. You can't just walk into their office screaming and hollering and cussing them out, because you're not going to get anywhere. You're going to have to sit down and, do some hardcore, tough conversations with people.
Are you in do you have any kind of relationship with the existing chair, GOP Lee County?
Yeah, she's not a fan of me, and I'm not a fan of her. Yeah, she kind of hoodwinked us all. When I stepped down, I only served one term because, we took the party over.
Is that my benefactor, Luke? Get your ass up here, Luke.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank.
Got my car out of fucking tow and locked downtown Chicago.
I never wanted to be chair.
Blessings to you, Luke.
To get other people to run for the chair. And they were like, oh, yeah, I want to be chairman. And I was like, okay, well, you're going to have to challenge the current chair. And they're like, oh, no, we're not doing that. And I was like, okay. I was like, well, you're not the leader I thought you were. You identify a problem, but you're unwilling to do anything about it.
Health, wealth,
so
love, Luke. Truth of the earth.
But the lady, who is there now, took
the
over
Skywalker.
And me and my supporters,
search your heart, Luke. You'll know it to be true.
Carry the torch, and she hoodwinked all of us.
It can't be true. Search your feelings, Luke.
And we made it so tough she came out and stated that she has no intentions on
to join me, Luke, and together we will strike down the Emperor and rule the galaxy.
So I don't have a good relationship.
No, you can't be my father. It's impossible. Is that the quote? I think I got the quote right. That's from Star Wars.
I sat on the state executive board committee. I know almost everybody in state politics here, and I know Joe Gruters. Me and Joe Gruters, who's the current chairman of the RNC. Me and Joe were pretty much the only two Trump guys on the state executive board during the 2024 campaign. And me and Joe worked together on behalf.
Okay, let's go back to the Fools for Christ ministry.
And if you notice, I don't even spend time anywhere else. I don't spend time on Discord. I'm already busy doing this other thing, by the way. And so the difference is this 2 hours every morning that used to be a dread. It was like, oh man, I want to call in sick. Now it's like, oh, I can't wait to open up another room. I just want to glorify Christ because he's worthy. He's so good. And if anybody ever reads the Gospels, especially the Gospel of John, you literally see how good Jesus is. He heals. He weeps. He, basically gives us the truth. He gives us his life. Shows us the way. And I want anyone who has an ear to hear to be able to turn from their sin and seek God and his kingdom first and his righteousness.
We got one live stream. One live stream on like 20 phones.
All these things will be added unto us. This is a promise from God. And he promises.
That's it. We got one viewer.
This is what
one viewer. It doesn't matter.
God
it doesn't matter how many phones you have on.
It is always truthful. It is always reliable.
Luke, I have like 20 YouTube live streams going, and there's one person watching. That's it.
And so anyway, I don't
it's very boring, but Luke, is there anything you want to say? We're listening to John Lee preach. We're also listening to Augustus in an X space called Buy Bitcoin Talk to some Republican in Florida.
I thank you that.
Uh-oh, John Lee's crying.
You really care for us. And sometimes we don't recognize that because we're so self-involved in our own fleshly desires.
Like they're bankrupt, bro.
But this desire.
Okay, let's get away from Virginia. Let's start focusing on Florida. That's where it's at.
So may we have a hunger and a thirst for you.
My connections down there, and
that we may
I
live
started
and be satisfied.
really having this conversation with Dustin.
And so I pray that you watch over each and every one of us.
Yeah.
Well, this is John Lee's closing prayer.
And that you may show yourself to be good, that we may taste and see that you are good. And be glad in it. And so I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. And so God bless everybody. And have a blessed day.
So I got to know them fairly well. I was up at the inauguration.
Oh, that's the closing prayer, John Lee, everybody.
I'm not even locking in from the position he said he was going to lock in from, and that's one of the main issues as well.
I threw that party. Right on. Yeah, they came to that.
You know, it was cold as shit up there, man. I couldn't.
Yeah, it was like a snowstorm.
Bro, it was like 5 degrees. I was born and raised here in South Florida, man. I mean, when it gets underneath like 75, 70, 75, I put a jacket on, you know. So it was pretty tough for me last year being up there at that time. But yeah, Jim's dad lives here where I live, and I was talking to Jen one day, and she was like, Michael, she goes, you know, my dad lives, you know, not too far from you. And I was like, no shit. I was like, why don't you put us in contact? And him and I spoke for a while. He's a really awesome dude. So is Dustin, Jen, all of them are.
And a chunk of milk.
Yeah, she's on Timcast today with George Santos.
Yeah, George is wild. We were with George at the inauguration up there last year. Yeah, George, he's wild, man. He's a good dude.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm basically, you know, trying to build these relationships and start pushing my business down there. Right now we focus on web development, social media, video, branding, graphics, marketing, and we're just now breaking into PR this year. We contracted out somebody who works with RFK Jr., getting him on to all the mainstream media outlets. So we've got that plug now. And that's like Fox News, CNN, and everything in between. She can get you on like same day, depending on...
How expensive is that?
It depends on the budget.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I mean, if you got an unlimited budget, it's going to be pricey on how much you want to be on there and stuff. But, you know, the problem is, you know, a lot of,
it's expensive, bro.
Yeah, you know, a lot of America First candidates, I mean, they have really good talking points, but, and God bless them, but, you know, they have no funding. They have, you know, very little social followings. You know, so it's tough, you know, to get behind those people. Not to say that they couldn't do a good job, but, you know, when you run a campaign, I mean, you got to have a name that's recognized in the community. You know, you got to be able to fundraise on your own. You got to be able to get your own endorsements. You know, that's when bigger groups, you know, can come in and take you from, you know, here to a lot higher level, you know, but there's so many America First candidates that all they have is talking points. You know, they got to be able to bring the whole package if they're truly going to compete.
Look at Fishback, you know, he's America First, and all he's got is a Twitter account, you know.
That guy's a retard, bro. I'm sorry, I'm a huge Byron Donalds fan. You know, Byron's my congressman.
I think he's great, too.
Yeah, I knew Byron before he ran for Congress.
Yeah?
Yeah, Byron's my guy. I was actually just texting with his one of his close advisors this morning. Byron endorsed me back in 2023 when I was a freshman. at the Republican Party of Florida. He endorsed me publicly to become the vice chairman of the state party as a freshman. And it was wild, bro, because most people were just like, man, who the fuck is this dude coming out of nowhere? You know, I've done some things politically in 5 years that a lot of people haven't done their entire career, and it pissed off a lot of the Republicans within the old party, you know, because they're kind of like, man, what the hell is going on here? But yeah, Fishback, he's got a lot of baggage from his private life, you know, and of course the way that he's attacking Byron and all this other stuff, it's not going to end well for him. His fundraising's horrible.
Yeah, fundraising's in the gutter.
Yeah, it was reported that he raised $900. You know, his first campaign filing report. You know, Byron's sitting over here with $45 million in the bank. You know, that's what I'm saying. You know, these guys might have good talking points, but, you know, if you don't have a known name, you know, whether it be through politics or be through your personal, you know, career and work or whatever it is, the system, the way the system is set up, it just makes it that much harder for those individuals to, you know, gain any traction.
Yeah, 100%. The one thing with Byron, though, that I think he needs help with is, like, his graphic design and his video. Like, he's got an amazing fundraising machine, which is, you know, 80% of a campaign. But what I think he needs help with is messaging, and I think he needs to be unafraid of debating and really get trained up and have the proper team behind him to coach him through being able to just slaughter in debates. So messaging, you know, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, Byron relies a lot on going on, you know, Fox News and national news and stuff like that. I get it. I mean, he's, you know, a high-profile figure, you know, President Trump. You know, when I held that fundraiser here in Fort Myers, you know, President Trump came and spoke. You know, I reached out to Byron and I was like, hey, I got the president to come and speak. I was like, I want you to, you know, come speak as well. And he was like, how the fuck did you get the president to come and speak? And I was like, I know some people. I'm good friends with Roger Stone. You know, Roger reached out to the president and got him to come over here. You know, and when I was backstage with the president and Byron, I had already knew, you know, years ago that Byron was going to run, you know, for governor once DeSantis was over. That was one of the reasons why President Trump didn't pick him to be the vice president. From what I understood, it came down between J.D. Vance and Byron. But, you know, politically speaking, you know, Trump didn't need Byron. It could have been helpful for the black vote, you know, but, you know, we don't need like two Trump guys. You know, so Trump had to reach out to the quote-unquote, you know, other side of the party, you know, which, you know, J.D. Vance was, you know, a declared never-Trumper, you know, to try and unite the party a little bit. Plus, Don Jr. was really pushing him because they're good friends. You know, but I knew Byron was going to be running for governor, and when I was in that room with the president and Byron's kids came into the room back there with us, and his youngest boy ran all the way across the room and jumped up into President Trump's arms, and I looked at Byron and I was like, no shit. I was like, man, you got it like that, bro? He goes, yeah, me and the president are really close. You know, so when the president came out and said, hey, I know somebody who would be really awesome for the next governor of Florida, that would be Byron Donalds. You know, that was kind of like a setup. That was already like pre-planned. You know, and then about a week or so later, that's when Byron actually announced. But, you know, he's got the national following. He's got all that. Everyone knows who he is here locally. But, you know, I understand he doesn't want to get into debating, you know, with Fishback and Jay Collins and Paul Ritter and shit like that, because he's so far ahead in the polls, you know, but we're still early. I'm sure there'll be a governor debate. There's no doubt about that.
I would love to work on his campaign, man. You know, I think that...
Yeah, the people who running his campaign were the guys that were heavily involved with the president's campaign. President Trump basically gave him his presidential campaign and said, here you go.
Got it.
Yep.
Yeah, I would love to work with the president's team too, but I mean, I asked RFK Jr. if I could do that, and to no avail has that manifested. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd like to see Kennedy do a lot more than he's done. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, he came out and said, "Hey, let's get rid of big pharma from advertising on television." You know, like they got rid of tobacco from advertising. I would love to see it. You know, I mean, that's you look at the network televisions, bro. That's like 60-70% of all their advertising comes from big pharma. If you could do that, you could probably stop a lot of the biased fake news, the shit that comes out, because they're heavily supported by big pharma.
100%, dude. I want to see a whole bunch of crazy shit happen, like the 5G shit. That shit's got to go. The chemtrails have got to go. I mean, you name it. I'm pushing it. I have an Instagram that has like 235,000 followers on it, and it's basically an RFK support channel. And what I do is I'm like, do you support him banning, something, right? Something he hasn't talked about yet. And people are like, yeah. And then I'll float it by his team and be like, yo, look, everybody wants him to do this. And people would support that. So then he'd be like, okay, let's work on that. And we did it with Coca-Cola first. And then we did it with the chemtrails, and now he's got like a chemtrail board. We're doing it with the vaccines. Everything that you kind of see slowly trickling out is a lot of it, is stuff that I'm like kind of pushing in the background on the social media side. Right, and getting like 100,000 people to get behind it, because some of them they'll go viral, it'll be like 100,000 likes, 2 million, 3 million views,
Yeah. So John, what are you up to with your campaign? Who are you running against?
I'm running against Darren LaHood in the 16th district, which is like Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal. It's the top and center of Illinois. It's the 16th district, and it's been a really amazing journey. I'm living my best life, and I got to get to the gym pretty soon. Hello.
This is his first time doing it. And I've encouraged him to do it. He's not doing like the best job. John's doing it leading it with his heart and with the right intention. And I'm happy that he's getting into local politics. And while he asked me to work on his campaign, and I wasn't able to do that, I think what he's doing is great.
Yeah, 100%, man. We need people to step up. It's critical that people that have the passion and mentality to be a leader, step up and lead, because that's what we're missing in this country.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine. We met on another app called Clubhouse. Have you ever heard of that?
No, I've heard of it. I wasn't around when it was popular.
Yeah, I was a beta tester on it with him, and we made friends back then, and yeah, I ended up growing a channel on there that got to like 100,000 followers, and that's where I met a lot of people in politics, a lot of people, like in the entertainment industry, tech industry. It was pretty cool when it was popular, but now it's ghetto.
Is it still around today?
Yeah, it's still around today, but it's like predominantly black and a lot of like white hate on there. Like I'll go into a room and they'll be like, "Look at this Mayo monkey," and just like straight up like white hate, bro. It's pretty crazy. So I don't go on there anymore.
You should make me a mod if you can in Preservation of the Human Race, because that chick, Make It Pop, bro, those are the most pointless, schizo, stupid conversations in the fucking world.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough nowadays. So I've abandoned it. I gave everything over to my friend, who runs it now, my channel, and I'm just focused on my business.
That's wild.
Yeah, I got what I could out of it and peaced out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, there's some groups here on X Spaces that are kind of like that. There's a couple of groups that's kind of like all black, and they get together and they basically do nothing except bash white people. So in politics, specifically. I've gone in there a few times and debated with them just to piss them off, and they're just so angry. It's not even funny. Talking about reparations and this and I want to put my energy towards. Where are you from originally?
I'm from Philadelphia, South Philly.
Okay.
Yo, I got a quick question for you, Gustus. Did you see the new Epstein disclosures with Bill Gates and Epstein talking about coronavirus and vaccines, et cetera, and the World Health Organization and WAF even?
Yeah, I hope that the pandemic works. Yeah, all that language, I saw that. This show put a bunch of stuff out about that.
Balance, I don't know if you want to say anything, Balance, but you've been on here a long time. It's an open stage. If you have anything you want to say, just speak up. Buy Bitcoin to me, is I'm kind of making fun of buy Bitcoin. Sailor is just like number one rule of Bitcoin is just always buy Bitcoin and never sell until, even Epstein in his, did you see the Bannon Epstein 2-hour interview? Did you watch it and listen to it? Yeah, even Epstein's like, you got to pick your moments in the market, But that was like a full disclosure. That was like a full projection on Epstein's behalf. That was supposed to be an undisclosed recording, and Bannon was holding that as like a blackmail beta orbiter over Epstein. But I guess Trump just endorsed Bannon. Did you see that like 2 days ago? He just put out this big promotion thing for Bannon. Maybe it was old. I don't know.
My friend Dustin used to work for him. My mom likes him. I think he's a good guy. He might have just got caught up, interviewing the wrong guy. So,
he's got a lot of ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And he also has a lot of ties to China as well. I don't trust him personally.
Roger Stone calls him Stinky Steve. Like, if Roger Stone hates his guts, well, fuck him. I don't like him either. I'm with Roger Stone.
Yeah, I'm good friends with Roger, and me and Roger have had this conversation.
I'm with Roger Stone!
Yo, guys, I actually just got pinged to do a Zoom. I'm going to have to jump. Michael, wow, it was great getting to know you better, and John, it was great catching up. Hopefully we can all reconvene later on today. Or, Michael, I'll definitely email you back. And, John, I'll catch you on the flip-flop, bro.
Yeah, man. Cool. Good talking with you. I'll DM you my cell phone number. I'll reach out.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, man.
Alright, cool. Later, guys.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about Bannon. There's a lot of folks in politics that just, grift. I mean, I know he's obviously not a Democrat, but, I think sometimes people get in a position, where they have the spotlight on them, and sometimes they say things, just to keep the spotlight there. I was kind of, hoping Bongino, would do something. He did a lot of talking, when
but
he came into the administration.
I feel the same way. But you know what? All the cash of all this information coming out, and I guess there's still even more. So at this point, so many reputations have been destroyed that Bongino could never have personally done that. It just has to, the information just has to be released. It's not about fucking Dan. He's just one dude who's just mixed up into the craziest fucking universe of Avengers, etc. in the world. So I mean, but this disclosure is real, and not a lot of people have watched that Bannon Epstein interview. I think they said it was unintentionally leaked or released, but it has been reproduced and retransmitted across so many major platforms and channels that that Epstein conversation alone is worthy of conversation, analysis, etc. Because it's like a full projection. It's like Epstein does not hold back. And the shit that Bannon says to him is so funny. And he roasts him and he calls him the devil. And he's like, why would you say that to me? He's like, you have all the attributes of the devil. Like, Bannon is sitting there like, I can't believe this fucking guy just let me record him for 2 hours. And he's sitting there pontificating about God and philosophy and mathematics. It's like, but it's...
Where'd you watch that at? You got a link for it?
Just go on YouTube, type in Epstein Bannon.
Okay.
You'll find it. It's everywhere. It's on the biggest channels. Everybody has republished it. The biggest channels, because they can monetize that. It's like so many people around the world are intrigued by this. And it is an actual, it's almost like Epstein went on the Joe Rogan podcast and they sat there and talked about the global economy, finance, fiat currency, fractional reserve banking, everything. Like there's on YouTube, you can view the actual transcript. And so I was screenshotting the transcript because it's so unbelievable at the end when he starts calling Epstein the devil and he's talking about Archangel Lucifer. Like if you look at the transcript, you're like, what? It's, if you look at it out of context, you're like, what? Like you can't believe it. Hello? Anyways, yeah, you got to spend some time and watch it and think about it because he's actually talking about Epstein is a pretty well-read guy. He's sitting there talking about all the world's greatest philosophers from Socrates on down and up, etc. It's kind of interesting because he's talking about the mystery of life itself, meaning how does this whole giant system work? From Wall Street to the military to taxation to everything. Like, how is it all happening? He's sitting there talking about that shit.
Yeah, that's wild. I really never paid the guy too much attention until, everything started coming out about him. But I was never really politically engaged, all that much up until 2020.
Well, I helped.
Wow.
In Chicago, I helped, organize for Trump in 2015. We were creating fake book groups, Chicagoans for Trump. So we were very excited to see, him come down the elevator and issue his, proclamation. I mean, we couldn't believe it. We were like, this is the real solution. This is the real deal. Not this hope and change lies of Obama, who's just a fucking CIA agent married to a trans. I mean, the fiction is the truth. Like the fiction is like so strange. We can't believe what's been happening. Let alone we're $40 trillion in debt. 10,000 soldiers later. 25 years of war to rearm Afghanistan with 60 billion of our equipment and to withdraw like that. What the fuck? I mean, I guess, crazy. They should have destroyed everything. They never should have left them all those weapons. It's insane.
Yeah, and you got to stop and think about it. 07, 08, man. If it wasn't for George Bush and all the bullshit that those guys did, the war hawks, the establishment GOP. I mean, we had Ronald Reagan. Then it started going downhill from there. We had George Bush Sr., Bill Clinton. Then we had Bush Jr., right? And then after that, what did we get? We got Obama. Look how our country has deteriorated just since 2007, 2008, over the past 20 years. My daughter, she's 17. She was born in 2008, when Obama was president. All she's ever known was Obama, Trump. Obama, Trump, And of course, Barack had the first, 8 years. Trump had 4 years. Barack had the last 4 years with Biden. Now Trump's in there again. And that was one of the things that got me off the couch and wanted to get involved politically, because I was sitting on my back porch one day in 2019 and, I had solved everything leading up to that over the past years prior. And I was looking through the sliding glass doors, looking at my daughter, and she was in the house, and the little girl. And I was just sitting here thinking, good Jesus Christ. I mean, what the fuck happened to our country, right?
Dude, 9/11, man.
The media is so biased.
It's 9/11. 9/11 fucked everything up. It tilted the fucking... It reset the whole game. Like, they just cleared the chessboard.
Act and everything else. They allow the deep state to basically come in and just take over and, not even hide it anymore and shit,
Well, I'm talking about really where we're at now in terms of the national debt, meaning that there's no debt jubilee. Like, if you're born today, wow, BOA just gave you $1,000, but you were just born with $450,000 in debt. What? Hello? Like, the numbers don't lie, and most politicians can't talk the numbers. They don't know the actual balance sheet. And they don't realize that the system, it's got $1 trillion and 200 trillion in debt. You know what I'm saying? But at scale, from the towns to the cities to the Fed, the amount of debt. And if you just go to usdebtclock.org and you look at, what the total debt is per citizen, no one can stop working because everyone has to service the debt. That's the debt bubble. Because it's the property taxes. I mean, you pay property taxes. You work in real estate. You see how property taxes drain. It's not an asset; it's a liability. Over 10 years, there goes 100,000 plus. Bye.
No.
But
our whole country's got a lot of work to do. And we need to have people that can stand up and speak out and be unafraid to do it. But the biggest obstacle they got is, overcoming the machine. And by the machine, I mean, the way the system's actually set up. It's almost damn near impossible to, beat an incumbent because they have so much money backed by them, not only, through their own campaigns, but...
but look at Ron Paul. Look at Ron Paul. Look at Bernie Sanders. These are independents. Do you know how much Bernie Sanders has raised over his career? And he's still nonstop the biggest propagandist on the internet. He has raised $750 million since just the year 2000. So he's the biggest Shylark of them all. Because did you see what he... Anyways, we could go on and on, but... Dude, there are Black Swan characters who break through, but I'm not one of them. I can't get virality, but you know who does is Augustus and his wife. They literally, in some ways, they helped Trump get into the White House because they were with Kennedy, and they were instrumental to Kennedy's messaging distribution. And without them, I don't think Kennedy would have achieved the communication successes that he did. He was pretty groundbreaking, and then he just threw it all in for Trump. But even the Democrats in every city still literally kept him on the ballot to try to cipher Trump votes for Trump. So but he still pushed it because he was able to let everybody know vote Trump. So, regime change is real, and I'm just like, to me, when you really think about all the shit that Trump went through, let alone having his ears shot off, and like if you think about how the Democrats and the liberals, like, he's just one man against like 99%. You see what I'm saying? So like it's a miracle that he is our president. Just in the same way that it was a miracle that Obama, with everything you know about him, is what became the fucking president. Like it is like a movie where the Praetorian Guard just hoists up some new schmuck, and next thing you know, we got a new schmuck, Caesar, for 4 years. Because even Clinton's success is a miracle because of his relationship with Bush. Like the fact that there is stuff about Bush being a cannibal is like, I don't believe it. Like I can't believe it. There's things that I just can't believe. Like why is it?
Can't believe or don't want to believe. I mean, is society that fucked? Is a good question.
There's just no way. Like it's got to be fake. There's no way somebody would eat intestines with children feces. Like I don't. Is it just like a joke? Like because it's just a communication screenshot, right? I mean, anyways.
Yeah, we're in a 5th generation war. It's all about information nowadays, and controlling the minds of people.
Yep, I agree. See, that's the type of. But see, anyways, there there was a news article today, just repeating the news, but it's like proven that these social audio or TikTok in particular and other platforms can actually lower the IQ substantially. So it's like not just mind control, it's time control and retardation inducement. But
yeah, that's because we have a lazy society. People don't want to put in the effort to actually, read the article. Clickbait is real. They try and capture you with, these headlines, but if you actually read the article, it'll actually probably contradict the headline, but people are for instant gratification. They want to be the first to reshare it. They want to be the first to go out here and talk about it. Like, for example, I had a good friend of mine. I work with the RWA group, a real world, asset in crypto. And, these guys, they're crypto people, but, not really, but they are. In the past couple days, they were like, oh my God, the market's tanking, and somebody said that, Satoshi sold 11,000 Bitcoin. And I'm like, the fuck he did? I was like, who told you that stupid shit? And then you post something, in a Google Meetup that was a post from X. And I was like, did you guys look at Satoshi's wallet? Oh, no, we didn't do that. I was like, well, then you shouldn't be out here sharing stupid shit like that. I was like, the guy hasn't sold 11,000 Bitcoin. I go, that would be like fucking earth-shattering news if Satoshi's wallet moved. And then, just last night, the second night in a row, the same dude's like, oh my God, did you see, are you sure? Are you sure that Satoshi's wallet didn't sell 11,000 Bitcoin? And he posted another article off of X. And I clicked on it and I read it, and it said Satoshi era whale sold 11,000 Bitcoin. I go, bro, did you even read the headline? I go, it says Satoshi era, meaning the time frame of OG Bitcoin people. A whale who got into Bitcoin earlier sold 11,000 Bitcoin. I go, but also read the article because it says he sold 11,000 Bitcoin for $850 billion. I go, that doesn't even math. That math doesn't math, right? I was like, and then contradicted to this article that says a whale from the Satoshi era, sold 11,000 Bitcoin in November of 2025, right? 2 months ago. And those 11,000 Bitcoin that he sold in November was worth $1.3 billion. And the article that you just posted said 11,000 Bitcoin sold yesterday was valued at $850 billion. How did we go up, 850% in value just in 2 months on the price of Bitcoin? It's like, you fuckers need to you need to stop sharing shit like this, because it ain't nothing but misinformation and clickbait, bro. And that's what these guys do on X. They're all about engagement. They're only trying to get people to comment and repost their shit so Elon can write them a bigger check every month.
Yeah, it's pick and choose as you please, there's just never ending clickbait, and people want to play. There's just an infinite number of hosts, an infinite number of. I have a feeling that like every single clickbait title that has ever been created has already been, like there's just nothing new. So that's why I say you're the fool if you don't realize how stupid all this is, because your life is your choice. The content that you choose to consume or create is up to you. But that is the cool thing now about our age, where if you look at the television and how everyone was just completely hypnotized by the TV, now you can reverse it and you can actually become the star of your own show. So that's also part of the clickbait. Technically everything is just a spam and a clickbait scam at this point. Like, we know we live in a Ponzi scheme backed up by the biggest mafia in the world with the greatest nuclear arsenal the planet's ever seen. So enjoy the ride, but you have to choose how you want to play this game, because it is political, and the debt is political. Everything's political. Everything.
Yeah. You never realize how much politics actually plays into everyday society if
Yeah.
you stop and think about it, But
It's very hard to catch, because most people don't get involved in political communication. But when you get involved in it, you realize, oh no, a lot of these Congress people, the senators, the House, and they're criminals. They are charlatans who won't admit. And it's the whole thing. I was looking at the top earmarks in the top 25 congressional districts. Dude, if you can bring in a $200 million contract for a special project in your district, you're a fucking hero. You made people in your district money.
That's how people just continuously reelect people. Because, like Trump says, I love the poorly educated. Well, that's like 99% of the country, because most people don't really care about politics, and unless it affects them in their front yard. If it doesn't stop at their front door, the price of milk, the price of gas, they don't give a fuck if some politician uses a slush fund that's created by Congress, to pay off their sexual, harassment lawsuits and shit like that. But when you start digging deeper, you realize that Congress established their own slush fund, and congressmen and women use that slush fund to pay off their own sexual harassment cases. But people got to do a lot better. I mean, this country's going to hell in a handbasket. Trump's not going to save us all. I think he's just kind of like, the first person to get out here and really, raise the awareness of, hey, look, if you guys can't get out here and fight for this country, it ain't going to be around here much longer. But on that note, bro, I got to get rolling. I got some things I got to get done and get wrapped up before 4 o'clock today. But, John, man, it's nice meeting you, bro. It really was.
Yeah, likewise.
Appreciate you jumping up in here, bro.
I bought a Mercedes convertible once down in Tampa, Sarasota from eBay. And, man, I love that car. I should have kept the car and ditched the girlfriend. But nice chatting with you.
Yeah, man, right on. Hope to see you soon.
Okay, God bless. Take care.
All right, see you.
All right, I don't know if you want to say anything, but this is the Buy Bitcoin Room, hosted by John, Augustus, Michael here. Hope you guys have a great afternoon.
I'm tired of hearing Islam. Nigga, I'm 21 years old.
Stop using the N-word. Stop using the N-word, please.
I'm 21 years old, and I have never had my
said you're
siblings
22.
to take care of me all because they're
Nobody said you're 22, Roshni. Nobody said you're 22.
Okay, but fucking listen, fool.
Yeah, but you gotta listen me out. You gotta hear me out as well. Come on, Roshni.
Alright, cool. Listen, bro. Like I
said, I'm only 21. Since a little girl, I came here in this America. I'm from United States. Came here when I was a 10-year-old little girl, bro. They
You're from Iran?
my fucking siblings because they said my siblings are terrorists because their last name Islam. So when I hear people talk about Islam, it makes me want to kill them. I don't give a fuck.
What country are you from?
I'm from Bangladesh.
Oh, nice. But you know, Sheikh Hasina is gone. So, but
We gonna kill her, bitch. We gonna drug her. We gonna shoot her.
I know, but she's gone.
They're gonna kill her. They're gonna kill that bitch.
Do you know what Sheikh Hasina used to do? The student protesters, right? They would chop them into tiny pieces. The Sheikh Hasina.
Oh yeah, fuck that bitch. Nobody
She
like
was
that.
she was a disgusting animal. She was a, you know, like a gangster sort of thing, you could say.
Yeah.
Anybody spoke up against Sheikh Hasina, you know, you get arrested and you get, you know, thrown into prison and you get.
That's how the Jamal party works. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, I'm just letting people know. You know, Roshni, we got to educate the people, right?
That's good. That's what I'm here for, man. What country you from?
You don't have to crash out. You see what I'm saying? Just calm down.
Yeah. What country you from, brother?
I'm from all over the world. I hold my Muslim identity above my you know, whatever country I'm from. Because I look at everybody to be my, you know, part of the same ummah. You see what I'm saying?
Alhamdulillah, man.
This is why that person is so famous. And
so it was not particularly Motown? You mean the modern music that she sang later in the years?
It was back from that day. It was a deep that I had never heard.
Wow.
If you only hear the top 40 radio versions of people, then you never, you know, unless you buy the album and listen to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Back in the day when we bought albums and listened to the whole thing. I'll look it up.
Yeah, great. I want to know if I know this, or maybe I don't know either. But I know a lot of songs from her.
You guys, you know Nile Rodgers, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So I had a long form interview with him recently, and he said something really beautiful. I can't remember the actual track that he was referring to, but it was very early in his career. He was doing, being like a session musician and going on stage with random people. And this one time he was asked to cover a track that was really, really like a pop track that was really famous and that he really hated. And as he was learning, he was complaining to, I think it was his mentor who was, you know, can't remember who that was either, but he was complaining to him like, oh, I hate this music and all this kind of stuff. Like, I pulled him up and he said, listen, he said, it doesn't matter. First of all, you're a musician. Second of all, you're contracted to play this. But the third thing, and the big one, is that this song has touched millions of people. It's a good song to millions of people. So get behind it, whatever your personal biases are, you know. And I thought, and he kind of went, oh, kind of a penny dropped with him, you know. And I thought that was a really beautiful point, you know.
Totally agree. At the very least, it's worth listening to and taking it seriously and giving it a good chance.
Exactly, yeah.
The women have to.
Robert, did you say that you listening to them?
No, I was listening to it. I learned it quite recently.
Like that, okay.
Yeah, long form interviews on Radio 4.
Mm-hmm.
I had quite an interesting journey last year with You Put a Spell on Me. I listened to about 5 different versions of that from the very original all the way up through various covers and stuff, and I don't think there's one I don't like.
What do you say? You like them all?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
It's a terrific song, and different people have done different things with it.
Yeah, that's right.
By the way,
but you see that often, old songs that get a new jacket, so to say. But go ahead.
The song I was thinking of was Donna Summer, actually.
Donna Summer, yeah.
And it was Love to Love You, Baby.
I love to love you, baby. Yeah, I know all the songs. And you thought...
Robert, have you heard the Marilyn Manson version of that?
Do you know what? I don't think I have. Thank you. I'll look for it.
Now there's a 6th version you can listen to.
Brilliant. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'll listen to it before he gets in prison for some dodgy sex offences that he's up for at the moment.
So anyway, did you listen to the rest of the music from Donna Summer? It was really disco. Because this is from those days.
Yeah, when I hear a song that I like and I've never heard before, or I just maybe never heard it in that way, I'll almost always go find the album that was on and then listen to the whole album. And I did do that. This was a couple years ago for that particular song.
Yeah.
And then I started listening to I started doing more like soul and Motown kind of like
yeah, I love it.
And fucking love it. It's such good stuff, and it's stuff that because I was, when I was a kid, I was into like Cheap Trick and like white kid rock, and I just when you're a kid, you're like, well, this is my thing, and other people listen to their thing, and you kind of form your identity around it.
Was that the Cheap Trick? I Want You to Want Me? Cheap Trick.
Yeah.
I was 13 or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Live at Budokan was
Budokan album.
Yeah, that Live at Budokan was I had that on vinyl, and it was one of my first. I don't think it was my first purchase, but it's one of my first purchases.
My first was the Rubettes. Do you know the Rubettes? Sugar Baby Love. Remember that one? That was my first record, and ABBA, Waterloo, from my sister for my birthday.
My sister had ABBA. I listened to that a lot.
Yeah, my first was Killing Machine, Judas Priest.
Oh, Judas Priest, I know.
Yeah.
I don't know his music.
Yeah, right at the deep end. In fact, it was the first time I went to see as well, and I've never quite addressed this with him, but I think I was 13 or 14. And I broached the idea as to dinner table one night, and my mum didn't say anything. My dad went, absolutely not. Are you going to a heavy metal concert before you're 16? No way. And the following morning, I don't know what happened that night. I've never asked. And the following morning, my mum came down. My dad went off to work. My mum came down for breakfast, and she said, "Go and get yourself a ticket."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did she
I
go
don't know how
with
she
you?
persuaded her, but good on her. And that was it. And it was Scorpions, UFO, Queen, the whole thing, the whole kit and caboodle is brilliant.
And did she go with you, or did you go with a friend?
No, with a group of friends. No, my mum would never have gone to that. No, I just went with a couple of mates, and we just became kind of regulars. And we were thinking about this the other day. It was kind of at the time when it was an affordable thing to do for a schoolboy to go to 2 or 3 gigs a month,
Oh, okay.
But now they're like £50, £60 a ticket.
Yeah.
It's out of reach for a lot of people.
And they were played in smaller places, so you can be at the front, and they know you, they see you. That was in those days.
I'll start at
Yeah,
$200.
to sit down.
Trying to see what's behind door number one. Here's that authenticity card.
They know how to open.
20% off roller skates right now. Peanut butter.
You tried Benjamin, but you have to try hard.
It wasn't actually fine.
I think I lost my authenticity.
Again?
Did you check on that couch cushion? The laundromat, the post office, I don't feel like me without it.
John, you can't misplace yourself.
This is a moderator.
Is that a loaf of bread? Keep laughing, it's all right. Life gets
Yeah, you have to make up for that for a while, I guess. Be nicer for a long time. Every day, and then they know.
That's it.
About the legends
I do like the romper room.
14 fit.
That's right. I don't even know what the romper room is, but.
Oh my
No,
God.
me either. Who's that?
I feel so.
There's another Donna Summer track, I think.
Are we serious?
Huh?
Am I the only one
Where
here?
have you been?
I'm good, man. How you doing? What was your first concert, Benjamin? Was it like Elvis Presley or?
Dean
My
Martin.
first concert, and essentially every concert that I went to when I was a kid, was the Monterey Bay Symphony Orchestra playing at the Sherwood Center in Salinas, California. Now, The special concerts would have been a chamber group playing in Carmel. For musicians.
That makes a lot of sense.
I just want to say Romero. I just Now we're gonna stand.
Do you get invited to many? That explains a lot of things.
What's that?
Yeah, it totally does.
It does.
Did you get invited to many parties in that time?
Invited to a party. Like, that was a concept that didn't quite fly in my cult community.
No,
but
we know.
We did have things, and we had fun, and we had parties.
Did you have debutante parties?
No, we celebrated
and
the birth
tuxedos,
of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ,
He's a tuxedo
of the flesh,
party.
to save us from our lustful and sinful state.
Sinful state? What do you mean?
Chamber music. That's just the work of the devil.
I would just put some tape over Jesus's eyes. It won't bother you, Jesus, but you can't see.
Do you think that Jesus hung out with Epstein? I feel like if Jesus was around, he'd be in the Epstein file.
No. He was waiting at the gate.
I don't think he'd be.
If Jesus were alive today, he'd be living in Cuba.
Why?
Yeah, no, I'm leaning with Benjamin. He might actually be on the Epstein files then, because State of Israel, insert yada yada conspiracy.
Jesus would have been assassinated by Israel already.
I think what Io was saying is
Jesus was Epstein. Maybe it's even more subtle.
Like the senator who filibustered.
Jesus is way too Jewish to have been left off of the Epstein files. I think that's what Io was.
Yeah.
You don't know he is.
Damn.
No, but listen, for a king to be upset with you, like, look, Jesus hung out with all the strippers and the hoes, and then the king, like, get this guy out of here, he knows too much. Obviously nailed all the kings, right? So, like, history doesn't repeat itself, but some rhymes.
It rhymes.
Steinberg.
So I have this theory that, you know how the Catholics had this whole scandal with the priests?
Which one?
Yeah, which priest?
Which one?
Scandal.
Several are rolling. Like, I don't know how many files there are in the Catholic priest abuse scandal files. We should ask for those next, I suppose. There's got to be like
very thick.
3 million files there, right? And I feel like every religion gets their scandal, and like Catholics have theirs, the Protestants have the same problem. And now we have the Epstein files. You know what I'm saying? Like.
And who made all the problems? People.
Well, listen, all you had to do, Mr. Gates, was just not get jerked off by some underage girl. But you couldn't resist, could you?
He couldn't even put on a condom. Because you got the herpes.
Gentlemen,
He didn't put on a condom.
Closet, let's see what you've been hiding from me all these years.
And then he gave it to his wife. He's like, happy anniversary, wife. Here's herpes.
That makes him such a fucking hypocrite. Dude, you're talking public health policy and all this shit, and you fucking spread disease to your wife, dude. Shut the fuck up. Never mention a goddamn thing, ever. I never want to hear a goddamn thing from Bill Gates ever again. As soon as he comes on TV, I'm like, fuck this clown, turn it off. I'm like, I'm not interested. It's like, practice what you
It'll be
preach.
hard to see that face, isn't it, and not think of the Epstein files.
Yeah, like it is impossible.
Here's how the Epstein files hit home for me. I don't know, has anybody had the Epstein files hit
home?
No, I don't have it in my home.
Are you friends with Woody Allen or something?
I'll get there. I went to my local makerspace, right? And there's a first robotics team that meets there every States every day because they're in the 6 weeks of build season. And first thing I heard when the kids come in is, so 2 things happened this week, something, and Dean Kamen was in the Epstein files. Dean Kamen is the founder of Purse. He's also the inventor of the Segway, as you know. And he's kind of a queer little guy that works on like weird projects, a lot of like safe water questions and things like that. Anyway, out of the blue, the founder of First, this is an organization that like only serves kids, right? Less than 18 to be in this organization. I don't know how many kids are there. Probably, I don't know, 10,000 kids, 10,000 kids in the program.
That's a lot.
Maybe more. Anyway,
I started 200 for the old book.
He's in the files.
Wasn't Peter Thiel also connected?
Yeah, but Peter Thiel has no connection to me. So has anybody had any real world contact with the Epstein files? That's what I'm asking.
You might be the only one in this room.
I'm the only one.
Can you not share it then with us?
You're not. I just can't say who the people. Because, there's like, listen.
Not the only one at this host. There is another room
incubator, every accelerator is going to have this because that's how the apparatus was constructed. It's about infiltration and dissemination and spreading. You know, you want to spread this infrastructure in the same way that Bill Gates spread the STD. You just want to make sure it sticks.
I had an accident, and that Epstein is a vile person.
I think you don't get a meeting with Ehud Barak if you're nobody. Heard that recording, yeah? Former Israeli prime getting financial advice from Epstein.
And staying at his apartment.
Yeah, and how does that happen? Okay, you're good at blackmailing people. Obviously, you're going to get recruited by an intelligence agency. I wonder who's going to recruit you. And so whether or not he's an actual operative or working for the state, I've just come to the conclusion that, to really control the world, for better or worse, using pedophilia and human trafficking seems to be part of the game. And that's a fucked up kind of thing to realize that, the really good nations play just as dark as the evil ones that we claim we're fighting. So it's hypocrisy all around. It's kind of disappointing.
So I have to run off to another business call. Today's kind of a fire drill at work. But I did want to say that my good friend Io is largely full of shit, and most of what he talks about is completely improbable and impractical. And this may be the least probable thing I've heard Io say in the last 3 months.
What I just said now?
Coming out of your mouth.
That Mossad controls politicians through blackmail? I mean, that's a perfectly reasonable thing.
I mean, Netanyahu is in the files. I don't know exactly in which way.
Benjamin, your name is Benjamin. I thought it made sense.
I don't know that we've people really.
I hope I said that this was the least improbable thing I've heard Io say in the last 3 months. I don't know if I said it right. Anyway, I have to take off. Joy for a bit.
All right, see you later. I don't know that people have that it has really sunk in for people the gravity, the enormity of what's going on with the Epstein files. The Epsteins are, this is the biggest scandal in American history in the past 80 years. It's bigger than Watergate and Pizzagate and just about every other scandal in the past 80 years in the United States.
Pizzagate wasn't even a thing.
Elliot.
Yeah, it wasn't. I know.
But the funny thing about Pizzagate is that they were right. They were right in the broad strokes, but they were wrong in the details. Exactly. Like
He's wrong in the details.
Yeah, Twittergate. I think Twittergate is intimately related to Epstein. Like, hey, foreign intelligence agencies have infiltrated social networks, and they have mockingbirds that monitor everything. Like today's recent post, and this kind of explains why if you fuck around on Wikipedia, you get banned. Because I've done that before, trying to make corrections on Wikipedia. You just get banned. And then today I read like a little post, and it was like, oh, we had a hard time removing your prison photos from Wikipedia, so we just hacked it and replaced it with the original photos, and now it just says businessman and philanthropist, no pedophile. Because the Wikipedia people kept putting it back, so we banned them all. And I was like, what? So Wikipedia's been infiltrated, and like, oh, come on. Really? We can't have nice things, guys?
That's interesting. Alex was even in the ballpark. Like, the fact that Alex Jones was even in the ballpark of being right is terrifying to me.
I think one of the there's a few interesting things around the Epstein thing. I think I've said before. I think what's quite fascinating is the royalty connection, because here over this side of the Atlantic, you had Savile, who was like the biggest sex offender we've ever come across, and he was closely very very friendly with Prince Charles, King Charles II now, for decades. Plus, he spent I think 11 Christmases in a row at Chequers, which is the Prime Minister's sort of country residence. So that level of access, and then you've got Epstein on the other side of the pond, best friends with ex-Prince Andrew. And I saw an interview with a Metropolitan Police Royal Protection Squad guy, and he was saying, and I think this is perfectly plausible, he was saying that in order to anybody who gets within like farting distance of any of the senior royals have to go through some really deep vetting in order to get close, which means either one, that the deep vetting doesn't work or is not always applied, which I think is unlikely, or two, the deep vetting is done, and those people, the powers that be, as it were, just consistently look the other way in these particular cases for reasons that are not apparent. And the other thing
or they get cleared because of it.
Or they get cleared.
James Bond approved.
Yeah. And then the other interesting thing, which I'm sure you know, which is the Ghislaine Maxwell father, who was Robert Maxwell, who owned the Mirror Group, which is a big newspaper group at the time.
Yeah, he was MI6 or Israeli, right?
Well, he started off in the Czech Republic, in Czechoslovakia. I think that's where he was born. Him and his parents came to the UK when he was quite young. He absolutely rose to prominence as a really successful newspaper guy. I remember there was a bit of footage on the TV years ago. I was watching it on the news, and he drove up in a chauffeur-driven Rolls-Royce with the number plate Maxwell outside, and then got dropped off outside Maxwell House. And that's when you know you've got it sorted. But at the end of him was interesting because he either fell off or pushed off or jumped off his private yacht in the Mediterranean, and they fished him out later when he was deceased. The yacht was called the Lady of Ghislaine, so he named it after his favourite daughter. After he died, they realised that he'd completely looted the pension fund of the Mirror Group. There was pretty much nothing left because he just helped himself to the whole pension fund. And then his funeral was in Jerusalem, and he had a full military Israeli funeral. Now, that then leads into Ghislaine Maxwell being closely connected to, the massive, American sex offender that is Epstein, being his groomer and his supplier. She's a convicted sex trafficker. She's the only one in history who's been convicted without any of the clients being convicted. It's kind of bizarre.
so I want to make like a comment. Like, I understand why, and I say this like generally speaking, I understand that mathematically it might be advantageous to use pedophilia to blackmail people. But seriously, what the fuck? Why can't we win the right way? I thought winning meant winning by being better, not by being a better piece of shit. So that to me was like the ultimate disappointment. And I'll say this, I wrote a whole fucking play about Benjamin Netanyahu and like all this stuff in high school. I won an award for it. And then, so like I was raised on this propaganda kind of. It's almost like unpleasant to recall, but like it's just disappointing because all the propaganda says we're better and we fight better and we have better morals, and then we don't. And then what? Right?
Don't feel too bad, Io, because we were all indoctrinated with the same lies. Like we were all given the Israel has a right to exist. Like anything you say against Israel is just anti-Semitism. Right? Everything they do it the best possible way. They don't kill people. They don't kill civilians. But the numbers lie. Or like the numbers reveal themselves, right? So don't feel too bad. Like literally it was a campaign that was put on decades before you were born.
Yeah, but you didn't write a play and I did. So that's what like I feel extra bad because I perpetuated the machinery to some extent. Being so naive, right? Like
I made a short film. I made like a music video short film in high school using footage of Tel Aviv getting bombed, heavily implying that the Arabs who did it were monsters. Like, literally, we all have that stain.
Just for the record.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that, because that makes me feel better.
I'm raised that way, Ramiro, so maybe the rest of you, not me.
I got an exception.
But it was weird because I went to like a Catholic school as a Jew, and the school like propped up the play and everything. Like I wrote the play like over a few days, and the school just like totally pushed it front and center, which is like, why are you like it was the Anteb Israeli what are they called? Athletes, like Olympic athletes. And so, like, I did a play about that kind of hostage rescue situation and so on. And it was weird that a Catholic school propped it up. So now, like, looking back, I'm like, wow, the apparatus is quite strong. So I'm like, how does one address this kind of, I don't know, evil corruption? Like, why can't we just win by being better? And I want a mathematical answer. And I just feel myself getting angry, like Christian Bale on the set of Terminator. He's like, what do you mean we didn't see the light? I want a fucking answer. And that's how I feel. And it's kind of like shitty, because I'm like, oh, incoming airstrike.
Start wearing that tin hat, bro. You don't want them to read your mind, do you?
That's why I will wear something that makes my whole head into an antenna, and then...
I'm reading an article from Morning America. This one's dated to July 2025. So this is last year before this release. It says the 3-page index is a report generated by FBI that lists the evidence inventoried by federal law enforcement during the multiple investigation into his conduct, his being Jeffrey Epstein's. According to that index, the remaining materials include 40 computers and electronic devices, 26 storage drives, more than 70 CDs, and 6 recording devices. The devices hold more than 300 gigabytes of data, according to the DOJ. The evidence also includes approximately 60 pieces of physical evidence, including photographs, travel logs, employee lists, more than $17,000 in cash, 5 massage tables, blueprints of Epstein's Island in Manhattan, 4 busts of female body parts, a pair of women's cowboy boots, and 1 stuffed dog, according to the list. Let's see what else here?
Yeah, that stuffed dog is a smoking gun right there.
Oh, this part. In a joint memo released last week, this is last year in July, the FBI and DOJ argued that, quote, a large portion, end quote, of the records included photographs of victims and child pornography. According to the DOJ, the evidence includes images and videos, that's a quote, of victims who appear to be minors, and, quote, over 10,000 downloaded videos and images of illegal child sex abuse materials and other pornography, end quote, and a large volume of images of Epstein. Authorities also concluded that Epstein did not maintain any client list or blackmail prominent individuals.
Nothing to see here except these mountains of data. No, but it's not evidence of a list. You see, Elliot, you're just reading it wrong.
There's so much that they haven't released. Like, there's probably tons of videos and photos that nobody has seen yet, and probably shouldn't see.
Maybe we have to use a key word specifically, like it's not a blackmail list, it's a blackmail album. You know, maybe we're just not using the correct.
In my tinfoil hat moments, I look at an event like this where there's this massive scandal going on that's absorbing everybody's attention and all the front pages, and I'm thinking, I wonder what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah. Is it like the South American Contras? Is there like some sort of other thing? Like, hey, when Monica Lewinsky dropped, yeah, so did the Contra affair, right? So what did we miss during this whole shit show? Hey, pay no attention to the wisdom.
I don't even think there's any real effort being put into covering any of this up anymore. I think there's a bit of a blaseness around, you know, whoever kind of runs these sort of things or is involved in these things is like, yeah, I'm all of this. So what? Nothing will happen, you know.
Yeah, so like as a person who's like trying to operate with a startup and so on, like it's gonna just be so hard to like navigate forward and just pick and choose who you like. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, before we have a meeting, I gotta check if you're on the list. Hold on.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Which devil are you willing to shake hands with?
There is a public reaction, like, you know, before the markets opened, like pre-trading environment, which is a weird phrase, pre-trading, you know, the stocks of PayPal dropped like fucking Wile E. Coyote went over a cliff. It just went, you just look at it, it just goes straight down, dude.
Yeah, like, and here's the thing, Elon's like, yeah, I've never been to the island. No, Elon, please say it accurately. You wanted to go to the island and Epstein dumped you. Like, that's what the actual files show. They say, oh, sorry, Elon, we don't have time for you. And I'm like, and that's kind of like, okay, you never went to the island. You should have been a little bit more specific, or you should have just not fucking said anything. Because now that's just weird. Like, come on.
He got rejected from Pedo Island. Like, that's fucking...
Yeah, watch CopyZilla. CopyZilla does the whole thing about this. It's like, what? Really?
Oh yeah, Sam, my son Sam sent me on a CopyZilla. He does some good stuff.
And the weirdest thing is like, oh, you know, Bill Gates gets his wife sick, so then he gets blackmailed to make a donation to MIT. And I'm like, what? Like, why is that the mechanism? And it seems like such an unnecessary web, but it's also like confusing by construction. I feel like it's confusing on purpose, so then it always seems crazy and like...
They didn't really give the full trail to that $2 million. It just seems that there was sort of the donation, which is really odd, looking out a whole lot of explanation, even though the previous paper trail that they're showing seems to imply that it was some kind of a, like, in other words, very Trump-like the way that he words stuff. He's not actually saying you need to pay me this amount of money, but instead of, you know, I would consider paying you this amount of money. That would help.
Yeah, yeah, like I would consider doing this, but you know, if I were to direct you, if I was advising you, and if I was you in this situation, I'd probably consider making a donation to this lab. And it's like that's just, it's, yeah, just disappointed in humanity. No wonder the aliens don't talk to us, okay, guys? See, this is why we can't have nice relationships with aliens.
There you go.
Yeah, the aliens from the Jodie Foster movie.
I'm not a legal alien. Listen to me.
The aliens from that Jodie Foster movie showed up, looked around, and were like, "Fuck that! Let's close access to this wormhole."
Yeah. The aliens are worried about coming here and getting anally probed. That's what they were scared about.
If we had regular aliens, I don't think they'd actually be illegal. I don't think there's any universal law brings up that point. I think aliens can come here legally.
Yeah, if they're clever enough to don't.
Wouldn't that be fucking wild if aliens from Alpha Centauri were given a clear path to citizenship over people from South America? Like that's
holy shit.
that would be like, okay, time to fucking nuke some people.
Okay, they may not be able to get into America. They can certainly go to like the Atlantic Ocean, right?
Well, you know, it's funny that you say that, because apparently that's a thing. There is like a fast track for extraterrestrials from all the silly stuff that I've been reading. I'm like, what? There's like, and like Russia has what is it? It's not the nuclear football or whatever. They have the equivalent of like the alien football, which has a list of all current alien residents. And Medvedev, the former president and prime minister of Russia, which, you know, Russia always does weird things like that, said it like on live TV when asked. He's like, oh yeah, we have a suitcase for alien, yes. And everyone's like, is he joking? Is he not joking? And you go down that rabbit hole, it makes that question not so ridiculous.
But they're like, I mean, I don't really know what the whole, all the statutes and laws are under maritime law, but the way I understand it, it's like maritime law sort of governs like a lot of what different countries do in space, you know, in theory at least. Then like, well, okay, I mean, like, under U.S. law, an alien is defined as, you know, anyone who is not a citizen or a U.S. national. So a citizen of the United States or a U.S. national. So that kind of just applies to like everybody, almost everybody on the planet, which, yeah, I guess would include aliens from outer space.
So what's the difference between a citizen and a U.S. national? Out of curiosity.
U.S. national is like, you know, somebody who lives on like the Virgin Islands or Puerto Rico, places like that.
Like they don't have voting rights, right?
DC's got a kind of an interesting case. I'm sure Pro could speak to this. DC doesn't have like, there's no mayor in DC. I don't think they have like, you know, I mean, they're not a state, you know, they don't have like a local police force. I don't think.
We definitely have the mayor.
Oh, sorry, I must be misremembering something. There's something.
We don't have governor. It's not a state.
Oh, okay, that's the one. Okay, that's the one. Okay.
Mayor Browser is pretty popular too. She's like a national celebrity.
So nationals get like the really short end of the stick. So they're basically, they can move around like citizens, but they're not allowed to vote. And they do get a U.S. passport, but the passport has to say U.S. national. And so if they want to like actually get voting rights, they have to go through an immigration process. And so this is often applied to American Samoa and places like that. Whereas it's just there's like a weird class distinction to the U.S. territories, and some of them, like Puerto Rico, get Commonwealth status, and some of them are still U.S. nationals, and it's just something that Congress hasn't wanted to fix over the last 100 years.
Because it helps them launder money.
Well, some of it's just straight racism too. You know, like they didn't want. I mean, that was where the whole territory system came from anyway. From the Spanish-American War, it was like, we can't have all these brown people become part of the United States and have voting rights and stuff. And it's just that I don't know all the details about how Puerto Rico, say, got Commonwealth status and American Samoa didn't. But I know that racism was a big part of the whole territorial system to begin with.
And it allows for extraction and illegal murders and environmental pollution, and it allows for a lot of things. Military weapons testing off of Puerto Rico, lots of things.
Illegal murder sounded a bit like an oxymoron, I think.
I sometimes think of this is a weird analogy here, but racism is to capitalists what sex is to Jeffrey Epstein. It's like Jeffrey. I was thinking about the Epstein stuff. It's like, granted, he is obviously was a mass perv and pedo and all these things were put there, but he was doing it as a principle, like fetish tool that made him an incredible blackmailer, right? Like the world's best blackmailer, right? And it's like, who cares which one comes first? It's kind of the same thing. People try to defend racists. It's like, oh, they really just care about the money. It's like, well, no, not all of them. Some people at the base level just care about sex, just like he cares, just like some people just care about racism, right? Then there's other people who weaponize it and make it work for their advantage. And the thing with, I think the witch hunt stuff with the Epstein stuff is a little overblown, because I just think right now what people do is they go, anyone in the Epstein files must be like a pedo. And that's just not the case, right? First of all, they are just files. They're just accumulation of what's there. And you have no way of knowing, just like when people start accusing people of being liars because they say something that's untrue. You have no way of knowing if somebody just went to the island because they're a horn dog, didn't know all the implications. Nobody has to be aware of every implication of the people that are there. Like, they don't do, it's like this, I get upset about the same thing with, like, why don't people do the same kind of stuff with Hugh Hefner? Like, it's all the same horn dogs, right? Like, I guarantee that there are underage girls all over the Playboy Mansion, right? It's just that it hasn't been reported that way, so nobody's even thinking about it. Like, no, that wasn't pedophilia. Of course it was.
But it has been reported, bro. It has been reported.
But what I'm saying is, many people are just like me. If I got an invite to go to the Playboy Mansion, I was probably going to go.
You wouldn't Google it first? Hold on. Right. You wouldn't Google it first? You would be like, hey, what crazy shit happened?
Sure, but there were years. I mean, I'm old enough that there wasn't Google when you could have gone to Playboy Mansion. What I'm saying is,
okay, fine. Alta Vista. Don't you Alta Vista it?
Whatever. I'm just saying, people in 2008 and 9 don't necessarily have the prerequisite. Actually, anytime to be Googling, like, hey, let me see if there's some weird shit going on. No, most people are going to say, let me see if there's some hot chicks going on. And most of them are just going because they're horn dogs. And that's probably the bottom line. Now, granted, he's way worse than that, and everybody now knows that. But I'm sure they were like sports athletes, musicians, just like going to a Diddy party. Back in the day, going to a Diddy party is just where you went because there were lots of chicks, and because you were trying to increase your network status, right? Not everybody was there for the chicks, and not everybody was there for the network. So if you're trying to be around some of the most influential people in the world, it doesn't make you a pedophile just because you went to Epstein Island, right? Now, I don't know anybody who's ever been to Epstein Island. I've sure never been to Epstein Island. I didn't even know what it was. Right? But what I'm saying is, you can't just witch hunt everybody who's in that thing. Like, I hear that people do.
So, counterpoint. I was in film school in 2001, 2002 in Santa Barbara. And there had been an article on CNN about an island where the wealthy could go and party, and because it was international waters, there was no law. And I remember talking to people about this, where, like, they said, oh, if you get invited to one of these parties, are you going to go? It's like, well, maybe, like, but I'm not going to touch anybody. But then I thought about it, and it's like, no, I'm not going to go. Like, that's just a setup, right? So, like, even in 2002, people kind kind of knew already what was up.
Look, if you want to look into it, you'll find it. So, like, for example, I went to the Seoul Symposium thing for the UAPs. I got a security briefing by a security firm to tell me what the fuck could happen there. And, like, hey, you can, all these things might happen. You might run into these people. Beware of extortion. Beware of people trying to figure out stuff, blackmailing you. All that shit came up. It's just a matter of due diligence. And, of course, we're speaking in this day and age, so I think that's also a very appropriate point that we have the benefit of better search now, because even maybe back then it was difficult to even do Google search normally if you didn't know the syntax, like put things in quotation marks and then use the plus operator and things like that. So I remember it being difficult, but it's not impossible. But yeah.
I think the other counterpoint as well, Pro, is that I totally agree with what you said, but the other side of it is what I said before, is that Ghislaine Maxwell is a convicted sex trafficker and groomer. And, you know, to suggest that she did enough of that to get 20 years, but not enough to have any clients at all is ridiculous, you know?
Oh, yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, the FBI, we want to blackmail them.
I've been to enough crazy parties and after parties, and probably way more than the average human being in my life, to know that there's some crazy shit that goes on at people's places, and the fact that you were there. Like, I've been to plenty of places that I went to, and I left, right? Like, immediately. Like, I've been around strippers, prostitutes, all that kind of stuff, because it's so connected to the industry. It's just always there. And the thing is like, you never know how wild the place is until you get there. Most of the time, people are just like, where's the after party? People aren't running the credentials of who's there and all that stuff. It's just who's there. Then you get there and you're like, oh, this is a mafioso party. Okay, maybe we should leave. Or sometimes you're in a place that is completely the wrong turf for everybody that's in your set. And you're like, all right, we need to go. You know, but back in the day, when I was first started doing all these things, all I had was pages and stuff. Cell phones didn't have a way to send text messages, right? You just get to a place, you're there, and you bounce out. But it doesn't matter how good the technology is. It's just easier, it's better now. When people want to do their due diligence. But most people coming from a hip hop after party aren't trying to do their due diligence, and most people trying to get their rocks off aren't trying to do their due diligence either. They're trying to see how discreet it is, right? Like how easy they can get in and out. Now, obviously, scores of people that, right? I'm just saying, you can't throw everybody in that thing. But like, are they with Epstein files? Oh my God! Like, you can just see what's going on.
I watched Jon Stewart last night. I sometimes watch Daily Show every now and then. I watched one of Jon Stewart's ones. He was like, he said, "I'm in the Epstein files," and then when he gets to the material, it's like he's in one email from one person to the other, and they're like, well, we should probably, there was like a proposition about some projects, some future projects, and one person's like, and we should have somebody like Jon Stewart to narrate and, discuss the proceedings of the event or whatever in the film or whatever project or whatever it was. So like there's cases like that too, and we gotta be, there's so much shit in there that it's a massive, like, colossal, gargantuan task to go through. Even like, for like an army of like FBI agents, it's like a Herculean effort to go through all this stuff. Also, I want to say that, I don't know if this was already mentioned, but French prosecutors have raided offices of Elon Musk, Musk's ex, in the headquarters in France. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but
no.
So there's some. This was originally written in French, and this is translated to English. So there may be some errors here, but the crimes being investigated as part of the raid are conspiracy to illegally administer an online platform, fraudulent extraction of data and forging information regarding the operation of an IT system, accessory to possession of pornographic materials involving minors, conspiracy to act as accessory to distribution, offering, or facilitation of the aforementioned content, representative slander, i.e., maliciously making a picture of a person.
Yeah, he's getting in
And
trouble
lastly,
for the deep faking stuff.
yeah, and then the last one is denial of crime against humanity. And the last four, it says the last four are recent and linked to the Grok debacle.
Yeah, because like you can,
I don't know, that's
like Grok can declothe you, right? So you can post a photo and then just say, "Hey Grok, here, can you change my shirt? Actually, can you make the shirt smaller? Actually, hold on, let's go to the sun." And you slowly just undress yourself through a series of prompts. So that's the thing in Grok, and they have not secured that. Like, it's kind of wild.
Well, yeah, and I think there were issues related to that and it being used to basically generate child pornography, and there wasn't enough safeguards to stop that from occurring. And I think that's still an issue that hasn't been dealt with.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, we want, not too much moderation." I'm like, why don't you just, hire people to make sure these things are reviewed more? Like, I remember a few years ago, Canada did an investigation on Facebook, and they found that there was only one representative who worked in Canada for all of the censorship and problems in Canada. And the guy was interviewed live on air, and he's like, "Yeah, it's just me." And so that kind of, staff, you're not going to fix anything. Like, you're just gonna, you're putting in the minimum effort. And so, in Europe, there's, a lot more, the laws for slander and so on are higher. So if you make, an image of Keir Starmer doing something stupid or whatever, or sorry, not Keir Starmer, but any of the European representatives, you can get in trouble because there's no necessarily free speech in Europe, so.
Quick shout out to Al.
Alfonso's going to the atheist house.
Oh, you're back, man.
Welcome, Alfonso.
Dude, the French are not fucking around. I'm kind of jealous. I wish that were the United States.
Not fucking around with what?
They just raided Elon Musk's ex headquarters that are in France.
They've ordered him to show up along with the ex-CEO to a court hearing. They want him in Paris.
On what complaint?
I think there's operating there's all that stuff about Grok and the online stuff, but there's also operating an immoral platform or an illegal platform, one of those two. They're talking. They're not charging him at the moment. They're investigating him, but they want him in Paris to answer.
I think there's 6 different alleged crimes that they're investigating him for in France. I put a BBC link in the chat if you want to read it.
I find it a little standoff telling the fact that neither of those guys is actually trying to mention each other as much lately. It's like, if a dude had just told you that you're in those files, and then the other dude had a crash out, and with the level of bravado that comes from both those dudes, it's hard to believe that they're just relatively chilling people. It's kind of makes you think it's probably not that.
Yeah, it's rough.
I came up because I wanted to ask Pro. It seems like he knows. Pro, how? Can you still get tickets for Epstein Island, and how much are they going for?
So my understanding is that Epstein Island has been turned into a tourist attraction, which kind of
What you mean, Alcatraz or something?
Yeah, I think it's been purchased for the purpose of tourism. So technically, I think you can buy a ticket to Epstein Island.
What, they're turning it into a jail, or they're turning it into an attraction?
At least it's the kind of place that you can go and visit, Like Alcatraz is the kind of place you can go to visit.
Oh, okay.
That's a kind of weird, morbid sort of fascination with Alcatraz. I don't really understand the allure that it seems to have.
You've never seen The Rock?
Yeah, I've seen that. I'm also seen what's the other one with Clint Eastwood?
Island. It's about Alcatraz.
Hey, whatever happened to Sean Connery? He just kind of seemed to drop off the face of the earth like decades.
Well, then he died.
If he died, dead. I mean,
Yeah, people die. Alfonso, are you looking for 2 tickets? Are you looking for 2 tickets or just a solo trip?
No, the whole group.
Any of us. I always want to go with at least 2. Kind of like
lifestyle, you know what I mean?
You always want to do an Elon that comes to kind of, like, you know, like, hey, I'm gonna be going with the wife. Really? Dude was like, really? Is that what you want to do?
Like in the letter that Epstein wrote back to Elon, he was like, "Yeah, your Tallulah might not be comfortable there, so."
The wife's not gonna feel good about this one, big guy.
Yeah. It's like, hey, nudge, wink, wink. And I was like, yo, say word, you're getting tips from a pedophile not to freak out your wife by how fucked up the island is. I'm like, wow. That's, at least he's considerate.
That's another tip of what I'm talking about. Like, very clearly, that dude was looking to go party. Could have very easily been that he wasn't thinking anything other than, I just want to go to a place where there's a bunch of easy victims around, victims being adults and victims being paid for people that you brought, as opposed to the pedophilia stuff. Like, I think the pedophilia thing, like, I'm sure the masses of people early on probably didn't know that part. Because if you're just trying to run a successful business, which you want to run a business that is assuming that you were trying to be sort of the grand architect of all bribery and that kind of stuff. Wouldn't you go with something that's a little bit more sustainable, like on the pecking order of sustainability? Like, pedophilia seems like some real ish kind of like heinous kind of thing that's gonna end eventually, right? If you're trying to do it you think that's for your like premium screwball customers, right? Like only for the Trumps or whatever, but maybe it's the Elons too. But just thinking that when you listen to that transaction, how that went down in the email, it sure seems like you're just looking at, hey, find me a party. He didn't say anything about chicks, but of course, he was probably trying to find chicks, right?
Yeah. It's kind of like what you said with parties, like just in hip hop and so on, and music. Like Elon used to live next to musicians, if I'm not mistaken, right? So he would go to parties on a regular basis. So I also get that you hear that this guy has amazing parties, and you're like, yeah, let's go to one of them. But that's post 2008. So Elon claiming to be retarded and not know how to read, that was in the courts. And you were asking to go to that island after those things went through the courts. You don't get a pass for that. Like you gotta cut people out who are toxic, and it's just frustrating that that's the answer. I'm like, I'm sure I grant that answer, but it's still not a great answer.
They care about is what's going to fly in court of law, and that will fly in court.
Yeah, fair point.
Hey, Elliot. You were kind of asking what happened to Sean Connery, besides the fact that he's dead now. But it's kind of interesting, actually, that towards the end of his career, in I think The Matrix and also maybe even Lord of the Rings or something, but he passed on all these movies because he was like, I don't understand them. And then he ended up doing The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen because he's like, okay, so I passed on these other things that got really big. And then he was like, yeah, I'm never doing that again.
Relationships there if we want to be there in 2 years, full time. So
It's kind of, it's tough. It's tough to navigate stuff like.
Yeah, Netflix right now has all of the James Bond movies on them too. So as I've been working, I've been kind of going back through them. And definitely like the 60s movies, there's things there that you're just like, whoa, yeah, that's from a different time, all right. Holy cow.
Proper dodgy, aren't they? Some of them, yeah, proper dodgy.
I don't know, okay, Thomas Jefferson, like, he was like one of the main voices that argued against slavery from the principles of the Enlightenment, but he himself like owned hundreds of slaves. What the hell am I supposed to do? It's Thomas Jefferson.
It's even further than that, because not only did he contribute to like the Declaration of Independence, but then like the rights of man and stuff over in France, he was like hugely influential in. And then you find out not only did he own slaves, but then he took his father's wife's, or like his father's concubine's daughter as his own underage. Well, he couldn't marry her, but basically, like, she was like 13 when they consummated their marriage, and so he was taking his dad's like concubine's daughter from another coupling, and then that was his companion for the rest of his life, and he had like multiple kids with that person, and then they were still treated as slaves even though they were Jefferson's progeny. Like, it's just crazy complicated. That's the same dude that's like, oh yeah, and all men are created equal. We need to think about like equality. And even he was writing about towards the end of his life, like the time bomb that was slavery and owning people, and how it could be like a poison pill for the United States.
There's more there, like there's he wrote extensively in the Federalist Papers. There's like, we have like hundreds of letters, like original copies, not like, like shreds of parchments or whatever. We have like full, complete original copies of like letters between him and Adams and like a bunch of other people, Benjamin Franklin, where he argues like extensively. We have like stuff in the constitutional conventions prior to 1789, he very publicly like argued against slavery, but he in a lot of different ways. But he owns like a lot of slaves, man.
Being in class, and there was always class clowns.
Who are you talking about? You talking about me?
We are talking between ourselves.
You talking to me? Why don't you talk in English? You're trying to hide
Us, just like he did in the destruction of the Second Temple. Christians can also be judged. Also, that's all I'm saying.
Arash has me blocked, right? He comes up here, and he's like, he didn't want to say anything. Arash Pahlavi supporter.
I didn't try that myself.
You called her pencil, no? It's crazy.
No. I of course not.
Yes, you did.
That's not fair enough. Keep talking.
I did send you an invite. There you go. What's up with you guys? Assalamu alaikum.
What's up? I'm here.
How you doing, bro? You good?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, man. All good.
So apparently, yeah. What's up, Matan? Or Noam?
What were you saying? What? I'm here. Apparently.
Times Resort reported that Iran did shoot something at one of their warships, and U.S. shot it down. I don't know how true that story is. Oh my God, not Black Rabbi again.
When was this?
It gave me a fucking headache. Does anybody want Black Rabbi on the stage, man? It gives me a fucking headache.
No. He could come up for 5 minutes, bro. He ain't got no life. Like this is the best time of the day for him. Just let him come.
למה אתה לא אוהב buttercup?
I can read the Hebrew.
It's very good Hebrew, Benny Adam.
Matan Ibn Zona, Israeli terror.
He's Israeli terror.
Israeli terror.
Here comes a racist person.
Terror.
Black Rabbi is the most racist person to say.
Why do you know?
You're the most racist person to say.
How?
You don't think you're Black American?
Oh my God! I think I'm a human being. Anyways, the point is like
there we go.
Wait, I'm here.
Reuters also reported the U.S. shoots down aggressive, in quotes, Iranian drone approaching USS Abraham Lincoln. I'll put a story in.
So it's confirmed.
It's confirmed. This is a major escalation.
Calm down, Rabbi. Stop breathing hard, man. I don't want you to.
Okay, here, I'll put a story from the.
Thank you.
There you go. Bang, done.
Thank you. I'll check it out. Thank you.
This guy, Rabbi, is just waiting to see people die, go to war and violence.
No.
Relax, man. You see, I thought you was a man of peace. Bomb drops, you know him in your pants.
No. Wait. This is a major escalation. This is a complete form of defiance and an expression of a lack of desire for peaceful negotiation. You have no choice but to strike.
I thought you was a man of peace, man. Why are you so happy? You sound super happy.
They tried to kill American soldiers today. I'm appalled. I'm upset. I'm incensed. I'm enraged.
Okay. Any more words?
Did anything change in your health? Are you still eating French fries?
I just got finished eating some chicken.
There we go. So he eats chicken every day. I can't believe this.
And popcorn too.
So in other words, you're not sad. You're just a bullshitter.
What do you mean sad? What are you talking about?
Alright.
No. I'm upset about other things.
Alright. Are you at a restaurant?
No, me and this guy talking about.
I mean, I don't see why they're Iran would, right now start attacking or.
That's what I'm saying. It's fishy, man. It's fishy.
Sounds like, you know how they do, man.
Amir, I want to ask you a serious question.
False flag.
As an American citizen, how do you feel? What is your thoughts? Assuming 100% that they fired a drone at USS Abraham Lincoln to kill American soldiers and to take down a naval craft, as an American citizen, how do you feel about that?
How do I feel? I feel America's occupying the sea. They need to bring their warship back. We don't have to fight Israeli war.
No. Okay, that's fine. But America was firing them.
They are in international waters. I don't know how you occupy international waters.
Let me check the laws of this international water claim.
In the Persian Gulf, right?
Yeah. 12 miles outside of America.
So you think if another country would place their warships in international waters close to America would think it was cool? Russia?
No. Yeah, actually, it happened last year. The Russians floated armada, to Cuba, including a tugboat. They do it all the time. Nothing we can do about it. They send submarines off the East Coast, off of Washington, D.C. They do it all the time. Nothing we can do.
So it says it cannot do it legally. The U.S. cannot legally occupy international water, Jacob.
They can transit international. No, that's incorrect.
We can occupy it. What are you talking about?
It says cannot legally occupy Persian Gulf waters as occupation implies sovereign control over foreign territory.
They never claimed to have that. They never claimed to have that.
They just have what?
They never said they had claim over the Persian Gulf. They have warships.
Well, then why are they occupying it?
How are they occupying it? The issue is not occupying. The issue is
parking your warship on it. You're occupying it.
They're always moving. They're never occupying it because that would make them sitting ducks. They're always moving.
Let me see.
It's like when they do what do they call freedom of navigation through the South China Sea. They go right through the South China Sea and China can't say anything about it. The Russians fly bombers off of Alaska and we can't do anything other than, send up some planes and say, time to go back home. And eventually they do when they get close enough.
This is a major escalation. We should not accept this. We should be enraged and incensed. Iran has attacked the United States aircraft with naval craft. And Amir won't even denounce it. And he says he's an American citizen.
Denounce what?
Denounce Iranians attacking naval air destroyers.
Okay, who sanctioned Iran for 40 years, Black Rabbi?
They're firing.
Who's a threat? Who did the attack on their nuclear facility? Was it did Iran do the attack in American soil, or did
they call peace? They called it into the war. Everyone agreed.
You're just an idiot, man. Like seriously, you can't even think outside the box. There's no logical argument here.
America was fired on that. You said you're an American citizen. You're more loyal to the terrorists than you are.
This crew is loose, by the way. Anybody want to come up with some Palestine agenda, bro? There we go. This freaking screw is loose.
I went to the doctor, but yeah.
What'd you say, Palestine?
I said, how are you, brother? I'm okay. I went to the doctor today, but, I'm okay.
Okay? Alhamdulillah, okay.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, we're just talking to this retard every day. Day in, day out, he comes in here.
Nothing changed.
He doesn't want to change. Like, he's such an idiot. He impregnated some girl, some chick inside Israel, and then he said his mom's going to come over. And, maybe he fornicated with some woman, not abiding by the Jewish law. Not abiding by the Jewish law. So do they stone you, Black Rabbi, for doing this?
Amir, I would like to know, what kind of chicks goes and lays down with their rabbi? Is that doesn't sound like a...
I think it was one of the students, right, Rabbi?
She's imaginary. She's not.
I'm just saying, it doesn't sound like somebody you would introduce to your mom. He laid down with the rabbi. It's not the first time she lays down with a rabbi.
He says his girlfriend is a supermodel.
If I was you, I would be worried, bro. I'd be laying down with her crying
She's imaginary.
She's famous. She's famous in Israel.
She's famous for sleeping with her rabbi.
It's none of your business, really.
He only goes after white chicks.
I'm just giving you some advice, bro. If you're trying to wife something up, don't choose somebody that just lays down with any man. That's not a good look. You know what I mean?
I agree with you.
Just try to get somebody that at least wait until she's married. So you know she's a good girl. You know what I mean? Can't make the whole housewife. It's kind of like that song, bro. Life, it's your life, bro. Whatever makes you happy, man. Some people like freaky chicks.
I heard someone say he's a mother.
I'm just reading kids.
You ain't got no kids yet, man. You don't even know if it's yours. If I was you, I would wait. Don't tell anybody. Get a DNA test, and then, then you could, start bragging. Until now, just lay down.
I'm not bragging.
No, I'll congratulate you, bro. I will, but that's yours first, bro.
The next station is.
I don't want to see you on Maury. That's his name, right, Maury?
Oh, you on a train, Rabbi? Do you get senior discount on the train?
I think he sits in the back of the bus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get senior discounts.
I thought it was like Saya in Iraq or something. No.
What the hell?
I never lived in my country, unfortunately.
Rabbi Shagel Natur.
Black Rabbit, mute yourself. I'll mute you.
Anyways.
شو بني آدم؟ What?
You didn't pay for your ticket,
English.
Rabbi, you didn't pay for your ticket, man. Like, you need to. Yo, this guy's coming over there just hopping over them shits and buses illegally. Like, bro.
It's a major.
You're already in a bad situation, man.
Hey, it's a major escalation.
You ready for the missiles? Is that what you're saying?
If that's what God wants.
Did you pack your bags? Anywhere ready?
Nobody's packing bags.
The Pampers is ready. Everything ready?
I'm made for war. Not like you.
You got Pampers ready, right?
Can't even say without stuttering.
You couldn't even run. Dude, if somebody came to chase you, you'd die, bro. What are you talking about?
I'm in that war life. You don't know about that life.
Bro.
You know about your European life. Your little comfy reality. You get headlines in the news.
Look at this Calabash.
You get headlines in the news.
Fresh Prince of Tel Aviv.
You go to protest. You got your
Fresh Prince of Tel Aviv, bro. What's that guy? Uncle Phil. That's you, bro.
Bro.
Yeah, bro. You look like.
Hey, bro. You don't know about this war life. Fall back.
Bro, you're just the
Fall back, bro. You don't know about this war life, bro.
You know what Israel was.
You know about that. You know about that comfy life. You get hype. You don't know about this war life.
I'm not gonna take it as that.
Yeah, that's what you think.
What I think? No,
you're not built like that.
Circles around your fat ass.
You're not built like that.
I'd slap the yarmulke off your head, bro.
Please.
I would.
Bro, come on, bro.
Whatever.
You don't know about that war life. You don't know about the war life.
Sure, the baby's yours.
You don't know about that war life. That's too much. That's too much. But you know what? I get it. You guys are diaspora. You're not in the middle of the creation of a new world. You guys watching it on the news. I'm living this. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the most central part on planet Earth.
You're still eating fried chicken.
Hey, I'm in the old city. I'm in the middle. I'm in the center. I'm in the center of the universe.
You got some weirdo pregnant. Supposed to be.
But you're a bus driver. You're a bus driver. You don't do anything.
Fair enough. But I'm in the center of the universe, and you guys are watching it. I'm living it. That's the difference.
You're in the back of a bus
we were just attacked today. The United States was just attacked. Israel's on high alert. The country is vibrant. We're ready. We're ready for the. We're ready for the Armageddon, and we're here.
Are you on the bus on your way to the shelter?
No. I'm walking in. I'm walking in the old city, the city of David. Our ancestors.
You want to spend the night?
They're not your ancestors.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. The point is the same.
You don't even
The point is saying, point saying, you have no idea how beautiful the walls of the whole city are.
We do. We have millions of our families.
You got pictures. You got pictures.
Hundreds of millions of Arabs.
Look at the picture. Look at the pictures.
Yeah, hundreds of millions.
Enjoy.
Western
Put on your first slipper. Put on your first slippers.
What is the Clubhouse version?
Put on your first slippers and your nice cable and your flat screen TV. You know, and that's what you got. I get it.
So, well, eat your lunch.
This question for Black Rabbi. I heard the yeshiva runs on donations, right? Do you have like a non-profit account in the bank?
Mary, you're asking too many questions, man. Why you gotta know my personal details? Come on, it's too much.
Okay. The reason why, because me and the team looked into your credentials, right?
Yeah.
And your credentials are not in order, right?
Okay.
And looks like we came to this conclusion that you got educated and became a rabbi from a street rabbi. Some street rabbi taught you.
What the hell's a street rabbi? What is a street rabbi?
Some idiot fuck off the street of Israel.
No, I don't know. It was Captain Tazariak, right? Yeah, exactly. Right.
So me and the team, we looked into your credentials, and you're running unlicensed yeshiva. Now, you're sitting over there inside Israel, and you're educating people in America and India, right?
Africa too.
In Africa too. So now, and you're not paying any tax. You're not paying any tax to the Israeli economy.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Now, if you become a citizen, you'll have to pay tax.
Yeah, 100%.
So you're defrauding the Israeli government because by living over there, making money while you're inside Israel.
But he's not paying taxes in the U.S. either. Except but I pay a ton of money.
This could implicate you. You know that, right? This could implicate you.
No, he doesn't pay any taxes.
Do you know this? Do you know this, Mordecai?
Hey, the key thing is like this.
Do you know one report needs to go to the Israeli government about your business inside, and you will get arrested.
Oh my God! Please don't do that to me.
No, you
don't do that to me. We already did.
No, I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know.
Hey, please don't.
Me and the boys looked into your file, right? And your file is full of a lot of problems.
Right. Yeah, like your taxes. Your taxes is like showing like you're making nothing. I'm walking in the center of the universe. Show respect. I'm in the center of the universe. The fact you get to hear my voice. You know how blessed you are to hear my voice right now? You're on your way to the shelter. Wait. Man, be hungry. Wait. No, I'm walking by this. Let me have this chicken before I hit the shelter. I'm walking by David's castle right now. King David. You understand that? The fact you hear the vibrations of my voice. You're on your way to the shelter. You're running. I'm in the center of the universe, bro. Come on. Here, you're running all the way. You're running. You're out of breath. You want to go to the shelter? Nah, I'm walking up the hill. Just made sure you had some chicken. It might be your last meal. Nah. Hey, man. You never know, bro. Hey, you might want to wake up tomorrow. Go on my Instagram so you can see some pictures. Is that how we do it? Let me see close. Is it close?
$34, $21, $36. $29, $47, $91. $82, $88, $25.
Do that again.
Ever. Hey, Rabbi, don't do that again, bro. Please respect her privacy, okay? Because it's wrong at so many levels. Wow. Everyone's in the chat. They're writing a whole bunch of shit in Hebrew, so I can't understand. I'm sure they're probably talking smack about this room and about me. You want to tell us what they're writing in the chat, if you mind?
They're trashing you and writing bullshit. It's nothing. They're just
they're triggered.
They're trying to report you to Shabak or whatever.
Okay. It's not the first time, by the way, Daniel. It's not the first time. But anyways, Emerald, did you hear about this? That they shot down some drone or something. The U.S. did this. The Iranian drone was shot down by the U.S. warship. You heard about this?
I heard something, yeah, but we were mostly talking about. There was a lot of things happening in the West Bank and Gaza to the Rafah and everything.
Yep. And Noam was making a claim that they removed the occupation. They're not occupying it. I'm like, are you for real? Yeah, I asked him to read it off ChatGPT. Even ChatGPT says he's an idiot, man. And he does it on purpose.
There was just an item on the evening news that. Well, the excuse they used is that Hamas is using drones via Egypt to smuggle in weapons. So that means that Israel will have to deal with that and remain in Gaza for a few years. They basically declared it occupied. Nothing that we didn't know, right? We have solid images of them building bases there for months now, so it's not exactly big. It's not exactly groundbreaking news.
I got you. So, how do you suggest we can offer them therapy? The Zionists and the Pahlavi supporters.
I think that the biggest question is how do you get them to acknowledge reality and snap out of their God complex?
You want to come up, Daniel, and tell us what Emerald is asking? No? Hey, what's up, Ace?
By the way, an 8-month-old baby died in north of Hebron about an hour ago from suffocation of tear gas.
It's crazy.
And there's some sort of special forces in Jericho. Something's happened in Jericho as well that we're not really sure. Oh, and by the way, Amir, I sent you the WAFA tweet, and they explain everything about the PLO election, and they actually give a detailed PLO, PA, Fatah, so everything we tried to figure it out.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, it says latest news is woman and child killed by Israeli fire.
Oh, the mother died too.
In Gaza, yeah.
No, that's Gaza. That's something else. No, yeah. I'm talking about the baby in the West Bank.
The West Bank.
In Hebron.
Hebron, okay.
I think I saw Quds reporting it about half an hour ago.
Yeah, there was Israeli colonists attacked miner in southern Hebron. Is that the one you're talking about?
No. About an hour ago, an 8-month-old baby died of tear gas suffocation.
Well, 1,872 attacks perpetrated by Israeli occupation forces and colonists in January 2026.
Yeah.
That's crazy. The Ramallah, February 3, Wafa, the head of the Colonization and Wall Resistance Commission, Moed Shaban declared that the Israeli occupation carried out 1872 attacks during January 2026. Shaban pointed out in the monthly report of the Commission violations of the Israeli occupation state colonizers in the occupied Palestinian territories, that the Israeli occupation forces carried out 1,404 attacks while the colonizers carried out 468 attacks. And these violations were concentrated in Hebron Governorate, which witnessed 450 attacks, followed by Ramallah and El Bered Governorate, which was subjected to 374 attacks, and the Nablus Governorate, where 328 attacks were recorded. Meanwhile, 201 attacks were recorded in Jerusalem. These people are fucking sick as fuck. And in Hebron, they even destroyed. The distribution of the damage was as follows: 750 trees in Hebron, 245 trees in Ramallah, and Al-Bera, 250 trees in Nablus. In addition to the Israeli occupation, destroyed 151,000 tobacco seedings belonging to citizens in Jenin Governorate. Wow.
Good for everybody that wants to tweet from the Palestinian government about the elections of the PLO.
And then the Twitter link that you just texted me, okay. Mahmoud Abbas issued a presidential decree calling on the Palestinian people, both in the homeland and in the diaspora, to participate in the elections for the Palestinian National Council on November 1st, 2026. We're going to have to wait and see.
Mayor, I think you may get excited about this, but I just worked on the thing with a Jewish organization in the United States. It does all this like anti-Semitism stuff on college campuses around America. And I'm actually going to do a virtual tour to different universities that I'm going to talk to African American and Latino students about the conflict over here, answering questions, and just basically telling the perspective from a spiritual perspective is happening. So I think you'll be excited about that.
You know what I actually want to see? I want to see you, the Ariel character, right? And any of the freeloaders that are living inside Israel to come back to the U.S. The reason why, because that state, right, it's not for you. You have a U.S. passport, and you don't get ability as just because you converted to Judaism. You have the right to go to Aliyah and get citizenship. I want you to come back to Los Angeles. You still have time. Just come back to Los Angeles. I've been telling you this for the past 7 or 8 months now. You still have time. Just come back.
Yeah, you should do it before they
You don't run any business. You're making money virtually.
I teach.
Bro, you teach virtually. You can do it out of Los Angeles.
No. I teach.
I'll help you find more clients. How about that?
So yeah, you're not listening. I teach in yeshiva here in the country. Every morning I teach here.
Bro, you can teach them in yeshiva here in Los Angeles.
No, but I teach here in Jerusalem.
You can teach them here. You can convert the people to Judaism. Teach them, educate them. Some of these people,
I don't do conversion.
they need, education.
I don't do conversion.
Okay, forget the conversion. You can teach them here in California, Los Angeles.
Amir, my kids are gonna grow up here. What are you talking about?
We can set up a synagogue in Crenshaw or wherever the fuck you live.
Crenshaw.
Or Compton. I live in Compton. Maybe we can set up a fucking thing in Compton.
I am Amir.
No, he's got a property in Crenshaw, Black Jew.
Oh man. Either way.
He told me himself he's got a property in Crenshaw.
He's got property in other places too.
Yeah, you have property. Buttercup on both Canadian and American, 2 passports. We can open up a little small, mini synagogue or, the teaching place, and you can teach them. We can get a little place. It's like $500 a month. $500 a month. You can invite people to learn about, the Judaism.
I'm here, brother. What are you talking about?
Shai, stop saying racist shit in the chat, otherwise I will kick you out. Just like the N-word, I don't allow any racist racial slurs, okay? Last warning.
Why you say the word?
Because I don't like racist shit, right? In my room, I'm trying to keep it clean all the way.
Anyways, the key point is, if you lived in Israel and you saw how beautiful it is, how beautiful the people are, you wouldn't go want to be in America. I'm just saying, so if you saw beautiful Israel and beautiful people, and not people like this in Rose Lady, but like the normal Israelis, they're like normal people that love their country and love other Jews, that dynamic, you wouldn't want to leave. This is the best. The wine is amazing, the food's amazing, the energy's amazing, you're in the center, you're the most holy place in the entire world. I mean, come on.
What about the, okay.
Yeah, you'll be happy. You'll be dancing in the streets.
Hold on, let's compare. So, you said they love you as a Jew. What about the rights for the people that are indigenous to the land?
So the ones that are here now, or the ones that are
the ones that live in Gaza.
Okay.
The ones that live in the West Bank, the ones that live inside East Jerusalem, the one that live in Lebanon, the one that live inside Egypt, the one that live in Jordan, the one that live in Syria. There's
what's your question?
My question is, why can they not allowed to come back and live over there, just like you live? You just converted to Judaism 20 years ago. Right? But these people, they don't have to convert. They are from that land. They're native.
I know, but they got conquered.
No, they did not get conquered. They were forcefully, ethnically cleansed out of their villages.
That's called being conquered. Okay?
Oh my God.
Yes or no?
That's not. Conquer meaning you conquer the land. You allow the people that are living on the land to coexist.
No, not if they're hostile.
Yes. You
that's
don't
not reality. That's not reality.
Okay, that's not reality. Okay.
No, I'm just saying, it's not reality. The people got conquered. They lost their war. They got whatever you want to call it. They're not here anymore.
But the war, it wasn't a war. 47 wasn't a war.
What was it?
47 wasn't a war. It was a partition plan that came about. Partition plan.
Who came up with it?
The UN came up with it.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the Jews.
Who was on the UN?
Humans.
The US.
Okay, but I'm saying, those are third parties. That's not Israel. That's not Israel.
Do you know what US did?
Amir, it's not Israel.
Okay, Harry S. Truman received letter bombs.
We know the story.
Received letter bombs in 1946.
Fine.
Okay.
The point is...
Hold on. He was part of the UN partition plan. He arm twisted other countries by telling them we're going to stop your aid or whatever bullshit to be part of the UN partition plan.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was a lot of pressure coming in from in America, local. There was lobbying groups and whatnot.
Okay. I mean, that had nothing to do with the Jewish people. They're just bystanders of the scenarios.
No, okay. Right? So it was a recommendation. It wasn't like a mandatory thing.
Well, you know what? Amir, you guys still talk about
if it wasn't mandatory, what was the need to build a state?
Amir, the point is the same.
What was the need to create a state? Why couldn't they coexist?
Amir, you asked a
After
question.
the white papers came out, Arabs, they did not do any attacks. There were skirmishes prior to 1939. After the fucking white papers came out, there was no skirmishes. The only thing that we were seeing was the Jewish militias attacking British men.
Why does this matter?
It does matter because every time I talk about this, it freaking bothers me. What was the fucking need to create a Jewish state in the first place?
God wanted it to happen.
God did not want it. By atheists and Gnostic people that didn't believe in God.
Yes, he used them. He still used them.
You're an idiot, man, for real.
Put it this way, if religious people started the country, there wouldn't be a country. It only is a country because secular, non-religious Jews who said they wanted a city, they wanted a metropolitan, a functional system. That's why you need to have the atheist, non-religious, communist, almost socialist-minded Jews build a country, because it wouldn't be a country if religious people did it. They didn't know how to build countries. They know how to pray. God knows what he's doing. He chooses the right people to fulfill the task.
Muslims didn't know how to pray.
Good evening, and thanks for joining us. I'm John.
No, I'm saying...
Christians didn't know how to pray.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. The religious part of the Jewish world does not know how to build a nation state. They don't know how to build a military. They don't know how to build
why
academics. No, they did it. It was the non-religious who knew how to do that. There would be no Israel if it wasn't for non-religious. They made the whole thing happen.
Okay, so they're not religious.
They were godly. It was godly. God used them.
So if they were godly, then what was the need to create a Jewish state?
The reason why they created a Jewish state because God used them as instruments to build the foundation for the religious Jews to come and do the Torah and mitzvahs.
So they were told by God to ethnic cleanse the villages, right?
Yeah.
Okay. God, first of all, you don't believe in God, and God all of a sudden told the people that are atheist, agnostic, you don't by my word, right? You don't believe in me or whatever. Then you guys still got to do it.
There's a book in Judaism called the Book of Yehoshua ben Nun. That's the person who succeeded Moses, right? The next in line after Moses was a guy Yehoshua ben Nun. When he and the Jews came, Moses never came into Israel. It was Yehoshua ben Nun that came into Israel with the people. When they came into the land, God told them to wipe out everybody. So this isn't even that. This is like a few villages, right? So I was just saying, like, when the Jews come into the land,
not few.
Okay, but Amir, it's in the Torah.
It was over 500, and some of them they left out of fear because they were told because they saw what was happening to their brothers in other villages.
44, 75, 78.
It's not the same thing.
King David dealt with politics. King Solomon was a master politician.
Political.
Yeah, but that goes back. But they're prophets.
We're talking about political, not talking about religious.
Was David a prophet?
We're talking about political Zionism.
Okay, was David a prophet?
Bro, we're talking about political Zionism. This is not a religious room. It's not about religion.
I'm saying to you, I'm saying to you, the prophets were also political. That's my point.
Every time these people they get stuck, they want to pull the religious card, man.
What I'm saying is that you guys are fighting against, with ideas that were written by another man. So a man has been manipulated everything.
It was written by God. It was written by God. It was by God.
No, there shouldn't be religion. There shouldn't be anything. Religion.
It's called prophecy. It's called prophecy. My God.
Manipulator.
It's my God.
And man, everything is made by man is to manipulate. It's to manipulate somebody else to believe something.
God is his
benefits. You got fighting.
God is his
No, it's not.
As I understand the point of view.
Oh my God.
You guys are fighting it with information that somebody else wrote for you guys to believe on.
Even the God of even
you understand
even the Quran is
a little more deeper than that.
Hey, bro. Last warning if I kick you down. Stop doing that. I told you I warned you about this. Stop mocking my religion.
I'm not. It says it in the Quran.
You are. No, it's not. No, it doesn't.
Of course it does. We read it.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. I read it.
Yeah, I read it. We went back and forth with that Persian lawyer the other day, and he got cooked pretty badly.
What did he say?
He got cooked. Your best friend. He's a Persian Zionist.
I know.
Yes.
Anyways, the point is just saying, just simply, the simple point is, I love you. I love all the people in the world.
I don't love you.
And we need to come together for peace.
Yes.
Part of peace is Hamas disarming themselves and never coming up with it. What? But you should though. I'm God's creation, just like you are. You should love God's creation. Anyways, long story short, we got to make peace, and we got to bring peace to the Middle East. The good Arabs that are in Israel need to fight against the evil and the wicked, which is Hamas and the PA and the PLO. And you'll see a better reality here. Everybody wants peace. Iran today attacked the United States and tried to kill American soldiers. That's it. You don't do that to Trump. You don't do that to Trump.
what's up, Morning? You wanna say something, Morning? She left. Okay. What's up with the agenda? Did you wanna speak? Any Pallavi supporters would like to come up? You're welcome. Come on up. This is a therapy room at the end of the day, right? Right now, me talking to Black Rabbi, he just offering him some therapy. That's about it. He's trauma dumping on us, right?
After you're done talking to Black Rabbi, I need some very strong drugs and recommendations.
I know. I need some as well. After doing
It's not kind of you.
Even the yesterday room, I had to go through therapy. This morning.
It's not kind of you, Jim. He's trying to bring peace together.
I still think you still have some redeemable value somewhere, somehow.
Number one, I only talk about peace and love. I don't know. And
just go. I don't know. Go stuff your face with some falafel sandwiches, okay? You're on. Wait, you said you were just walking by the King David Hotel?
No, it was walking down the often.
Oh, okay. I was gonna recommend the place for you to go to and stuff your face with some falafel sandwiches, but it's too late, I guess.
Yeah, I went to a class. I had a lot of chicken.
Daniel, I didn't know you believe in Mega. You believe in Mega? No, he left. Yeah. Mega, they came up with a new thing. Jen, have you heard about it? Make Iran great again. Noam, I want to ask you a question. Did you want to destroy the Dome of the Rock? Noam? Noam, did you want to destroy the Dome of the Rock? Noam, pick up the phone. No. Yeah. I don't know, man. Yes, Rabbi. What do you want to say? Any Iranians want to come up? We can have some, one Iranian and one this Zionist come back, right? And we can have therapy as well. You should be called out. You should be called out of your name every time.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to concede to anything. Why don't you concede? Why don't you say yes and you fucked up? We should not have done this.
So anyway, this came out 3 hours ago. It says an American effort. American effort. Shot down. Edward, why are you using
I just said hello. That's it. I just said hello.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
They bothered my voice. I told you that they're alone.
You're a powerful man, Edward.
Even Daniel, you get triggered by your voice.
Oh God. I was very interested in what Black Rabbi had to say.
You heard about the attack that has happened, Edward?
No. What happened?
Yeah, the Times of Israel is reporting on this. Apparently, America shot down some drone that came from Iran.
Oh wow. Yeah, they're doing war games right next to each other. Iran is doing war games right next to the Abraham Lincoln. Iran has their carriers literally right next to them. And I don't know what psychologically what they're trying to achieve or the message they're sending, but yeah, they're literally decided to do war games right there. So
it's not gonna work out good.
No, you think they're gonna destroy all of Iran for a drone?
No, they're not gonna destroy all of Iran. They're gonna take out the machine. Stop making Iran better.
Oh, well, how come they haven't done so? They've been there for what is that? 1 week or 2 weeks now? They've been assembled.
My question to you would ask you as a person with American citizenship, how do you feel that Iran fired a U.S. military?
What? I can't talk on it because, like you said, even though I'm an American citizen, I'm Palestinian, and I'm not an actual, I'm not a real American like you.
Okay, that's true, but I'm saying still, as almost an American.
As almost an American.
A passport holder.
What's almost an American? A Canadian?
We're going to see how.
No offense, American. It was funny. That was very, very funny.
The point is saying, as a person with an American passport, how do you feel that Iran is fired on U.S. naval craft?
Fired on? I think fired on.
They fired a drone to kill American soldiers.
You just made this up.
No, that's what happened to them.
No, I don't think they. Let me check on this. I don't think they fired an attack drone. I think they had a.
Hurry up and catch up. Okay?
Yeah. Let me catch up.
Passport, bro. My grandpa, you did get married. I can't forget about that. It's a Western passport, bro. You got married and then she left you, right?
You're asking questions that have no basis.
No, but you did get married, right? That was your first marriage, and she left you. And then now you fornicated with this other woman, right? You made her pregnant without even getting married to it. So does a passport bro, meaning if it's the first wife or the second wife? I think we can use passport bro, especially Black Rebel multiple times. Yeah, you're just an idiot, man. I hope you're able to look after her because I don't think you make enough money out of that unlicensed yeshiva.
You gotta pray for me.
I'm not gonna pray for you.
Why not?
I would actually pray that may God curse you until you come back to America. Amen. May God curse you. Until you come back to where you from Los Angeles.
You out here? Come back, bro.
Okay, that's fine. It's not a witchcraft, it's a curse.
It's not so witchcraft.
No, it's a curse.
It's from your country.
Okay. These type of people. So this thing happened with the Iran thing, and we had the what else I shared in the chat earlier today. Oh yeah, Israel and Azerbaijan, they signed artificial intelligence MOU in Jerusalem. So let's see what happens with that. And then you had the Erdogan meets with MBS in Saudi Arabia ahead of the U.S.-Iran nuclear talks. Apparently Erdogan is working, trying to mediate between Iran and America. So let's see.
Yeah, I'm looking at the drone thing. It doesn't say it was. It says it's a Shahed drone.
Yeah.
But which is an attack drone.
Yeah.
But it did. I'm asking right now. Why would Iran send one drone? And the U.S. used an F-35 to shoot down that drone, which is crazy. You don't have anti-drone technology?
This is a major explosion.
So I asked him. So they said. Okay. GBT says intelligence gathering. Why else would you send one drone? You know. And also, Iran was harassing a oil tanker that came out of the Straits of Hormuz. But at the same time, diplomatic negotiations are still ongoing. But I wouldn't trust if this is an attack drone, though. That's the thing.
It was.
I wouldn't trust it. No, I wouldn't trust that because.
Why would you send any drone?
That's right. They have drones for intelligence in the air.
Why would you fire that towards a neighborhood? Why would you do that?
I don't think it was fired at them directly, but it got too close.
Hi guys, hi Edward.
Hello,
hi guys.
I'm saying this is
sounding like ladies. Hi guys. No, that's different. Hi guys.
Hey guys.
Hey, it's my friend.
Hey guys. Hi guys.
Hi guys.
Speaking of the devil, oh my god, the devil's here. Hi guys. Where is she? I don't see her. Here she is, yeah.
Oh my god. What's up, ladies? Black Rabbi's been waiting for you, ladies.
Hi, Black Rabbi.
Well, Amir, could you guess where her fake lies were at? The lies that she said were totally lies.
So it looks like the drone looked threatening.
Everything you said was
the U.S. thing.
Do I say it again? I got distracted.
The U.S. says it looked threatening.
Yeah, it was. It was coming aggressively. It was an act of war.
When old ass Saeed is threatening,
you do not throw pebbles at your daddy. Okay? You do not throw pebbles at your daddy. You will have to pay for that. They want war. They want to miss the ride with the infrastructure. They believe freely. This is where they're at right now. Okay? These people are genocidal. They have no regard for human life. They killed 40,000 of their own citizens in broad daylight. And now they're firing.
The U.S. says it did not have clear. They didn't have any clear intent of the drone. So that's contradictory to.
It was just threatening. No, it's not contradictory. They said they don't have clear intent. They have somewhat intent, but it's not clear.
They have intent.
Yeah, but they know if they accept that it's an act of war, that this is the beginning of a whole new reality.
It's not an act of war. It's one old drone, which I'm pretty sure that it was a surveillance drone, which they have.
Trump wants peace. Americans want peace. The Israelis want peace. Okay.
Oh, really?
Stop gaslighting us.
We want them to get rid of this ballistic missile program. We want them to completely denuclearize.
Shut up here. Stop lying. Israel wants peace there.
Israel wants peace.
70,000 people. I'm sure the number is
most of them were Hamas.
Stop lying.
Most of them were Hamas.
You're such a liar. Stop lying. Israel wants peace. America wants peace.
Yes, we want peace.
For the past, what, 7 years, America went to war.
You don't have to trust. This is what we want.
The
We
only
just want
country that
peace.
used nuclear, what's it called? This, what is it called?
The bomb.
The bomb in Japan.
Oh, the hydrogen bomb, yeah, nuclear bomb.
Nuclear bomb.
And that was a long time ago. And the
No. Every single president for the past, 50 years went to war. Stop lying. You got
Obama was known as the.
Hold on, guys. One thing, we all owe Lelouch an apology. She was right yesterday in regards to the PLO elections. They posted and they posted on their website a very long clarification, and she was right. It includes everybody, everyone, everywhere. They are very, very clear about it. So Lelouch was wrong. So we were all schooled by a 23-year-old brilliant young woman.
Shut up.
Guys, this is what I was trying to tell you guys.
She's 17, Emerald. She's 17 or 18.
She's not 17, 18.
Can I speak?
Yes.
So there's a reason why Palestinians from America travel to the West Bank or to other countries in order to vote in PLO elections. Like my dad is somebody who travels back and forth between the West Bank. Why? Because he wants to be able to vote in these elections. In July of 2025, my dad went, and within a week of getting there, the PLO just announced their elections. So PLO just announced their elections. So, but anyways, that's okay, guys.
It's like, you know, like the white liberals, they just like.
That's okay. Like, you get to bask in this for a bit. Like, you are schooled this all, but also it's a good thing to read because it's very specific about when they're having the PA election, the Fatah primary, and the PLO. So it puts everything in order.
It's over. We keep talking.
Why are you talking? You're not interested.
Why are you talking to me, freaking loser?
Because he's a pick me, and it has to be about him.
I'm trying to actually have a productive.
You're the one who interrupted her black rabbit.
Yeah, when I came in the room, you were talking about you couldn't get your drone up.
Sent him down.
I moved him down.
You're neither an Israeli or Palestinian, so shut the fuck up, black rabbit. Sorry, guys, for my language.
Generally, but I think that you guys need to start advocating for people to participate in this PLO election. I think it's this is Israel's one of their main objective is to prevent Palestinian unity and the Palestinian voice, and I think this is a really good opportunity. Just that's my 2 cents on this.
Yeah, I was looking into how you get nominated for a position.
That's a very good question.
Yeah, I'm looking into it. I was go.
One of you guys can get nominated.
I would nominate myself. If I could.
I would totally nominate.
I don't think they would choose me for anything or get any votes, but just to say I did something, because
Well, Edward, Mr.
Not if you support the sexual assault of children.
Oh, here we go.
No, but the thing is that
this is a bubble bass.
Even participating is putting an example, leading by example. Palestinians are a pluralistic democratic society that can have multiple opinions and still, make decisions in a united way. It's extremely important.
Yeah, taking part in the process is important to me. Jindib, though, what do you think, Jindib? We're talking about the PNC.
Yeah, so I'll let you know that if you want to run for local elections
No, the PNC. The PLO's, the Palestinian National Council.
I'm just going to let you know what our, esteemed PA President Mahmoud Abbas did. He signed executive orders so anyone who would want to run for elections have to sign off on agreeing to the terms of the PLO being the representative of the Palestinian people, meaning that you have to say the Oslo Accords are okay, everything the PLO did or whatever the PA is doing is you have to comply with those laws. Now the PNC is a different ballgame, a different story. I don't know what the mechanisms for electing the PNC is.
They're above the PLO, they're the council. And they have the council.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
If you could change, replace the PLO, if you had, how would you change it? What would you change, and what would you put in place to represent the Palestinian voice?
Dissolve this whole entity. Dissolve it, get rid of it, and have younger generation, younger people run for office. locally.
Is it the system, the way the system is built, or the people that are currently occupying?
No. It's pretty much how the system is built and how it has,
Can I ask what is wrong in your opinion from the system?
Well, the PLO does not represent every Palestinian. That's one. Two, the system itself has been set up in such a way where it's just another little dictatorial, regime in with amongst the Palestinians, and we have this character Abbas, who is propped by the Israelis and the Americans, sitting on his chair and extremely corrupt. It's just another dictatorial Arabic government.
So, but in your perception, was the PLO always like this, like from the day it was born, or was it corrupted? So, when did it shift? I'm genuinely curious. It's not from a judgmental or anything. I've never gotten a chance to ask and see
After the Oslo Accords, pretty much, they came. They did not come from those people who are running the show in amongst the Palestinians in the West Bank are people who did not live amongst the Palestinians. The local Palestinians were sidelined, and the whole system was set up by Dayton, the Dayton of the General Dayton. So they replicated a repressive system in which the Palestinians.
So you feel Arafat never represented you?
As an elected person? Not really, no. I mean, he represented the PLO. Does the PLO represent every Palestinian? Yeah, it has
theoretically, it's supposed to, right?
Yeah, but the PLO is supposed to be a transient organization in which things have to move on after the Oslo Accord, the so-called Oslo Accord.
Oh, okay, I get what you mean. So you mean you feel like they used the fact that they were there for temporary, and they okay,
Yeah, and things were moving along in 2006. Before that, there were local elections, and we had the legislature, like a parliament, and people voted those people in. But then, right after 2006, it was decimated. Most of its members were arrested by Israel, and Abbas came and pretty much dissolved. Abbas mandate
do you feel that their objection to the disengagement played a part in that?
What do you mean, objection?
The PA objected to the unilateral disengagement from Gaza, right? They thought it was done over their head and that it's not done, that it's a trap. Do you think that their objection to it contributed to them losing support?
Yeah, because
it was perceived as a political move against Hamas at the end of it.
Right, I mean, yeah, because they were, Hamas is what Hamas is, and they were engaged in doing horrible shit in the Gaza Strip, and that's why how Hamas came to power. I do not support Hamas. I'm not a big fan of Hamas as an ideological movement. I don't like their ideology. I wouldn't vote for them. They don't represent me. I'm always at odds with their ideology. But Palestinians they do not have full representation. I mean, whatever agency we have, they definitely do not represent the Palestinian people.
But that was always the case, right? It was like part of the main thing they always tried to do is make sure Palestinians don't have a voice.
Right, but in 2000 there were elections which were decent elections, but the issue with that is the Hamas won the majority in the legislation in the parliament, and that was to the disliking of the Americans and the Israelis. I always thought, okay, you put them in power, let them form a government. They're gonna fail, vote them out. 4 years later, you can vote them out, But if you're from the region, you see how those little dictatorial Arab leaders, how they function and how things go with them. And the PA has been a total disastrous failure. There's just a bunch of corrupt fuck-ups who just want to line their pockets.
Do you feel there's a prominent Palestinian voice that you feel you would elect as a leader?
Say that again. Say that again.
It's like somebody that you support, whether it's Barghouti or God forbid the Klan, or but is there somebody that you would stand behind as
there are plenty of Palestinians.
Who would be your top candidate?
I would, but we are still under the occupation, right? So it would have to be.
It's more understanding like
I like Barghouti. I like other people who are, they don't have to be, those, militant people, or they can be just anyone, anyone
do you think there's any chance that there will be a support for Zacharias baby?
A support for who?
Zacharias baby.
No, I don't think so. No. I support people wide support as in terms
if he decided to go back into politics, do you think he would gain support?
I don't think so. I don't know if people here know who he is, but I don't think
I'll tell you why I asked. I was really surprised that, because when they released a lot of the hostages, the Palestinian hostages, the powerful names were mostly released to foreign countries, right? To Egypt or Turkey. But for some reason, they allowed Zacharias baby back in the West Bank. And that's a guy that has leadership potential, right? And I thought that means that they're about to go after him again, because usually when they don't want somebody out, they let him out to a place where they can catch him back again a few months later. But they seem to be leaving him alone. And I'm wondering if something's up there, because he's a recognized name. At least
he might be recognized.
He might be prison break thing.
Yeah, but he might be recognized.
He has star quality.
He might be a recognized name amongst the Israelis, probably, but he's not that much of a recognized.
Really? With the whole prison break, and he didn't get a lot of clout.
Yeah, popular, thing, but I don't see him to be to have the qualities of leading the Palestinians. I don't really care who runs for office. It's just we don't need another Abbas. We don't need a corrupt piece of shit character. We just need someone from the neighborhood, from amongst us, who can navigate things through. But you know how hard it is to be leading a Palestinian under the Israeli occupation, because we're not a free people. I don't really care.
Taking any type of leadership is taking a risk with your life. Israel loves to take down anybody that has any type of clout in Palestine.
Right. So imagine this guy you mentioned, Zachariah. Imagine him being winning elections amongst the Palestinians. Do you think Israel is just going to say, "Oh, okay, here, let's come and talk to you"? They're just going to kill him overnight. It's a given that he would be living.
That's exactly why it didn't make sense to me, because he has that star quality, I think. But maybe I was
star quality, yes. Does he have leadership? Well, I don't know. He could be. I don't know him very well, but I know he broke out of jail.
He was one of the names I expected Israel would want to exile. That it wouldn't want him to.
He's still. They kept him. They did not ditch him out of the country.
Which was very weird. All the other big names, they kicked out. Oh, he's not broken.
Yeah, they kicked out a few people. Yes, I know. I never really thought about that. I never thought why they kept him around.
Right, but do you get why it's bothering me? It feels it feels like it's too fishy. It feels like we're missing something.
Yeah, I don't know.
They don't. It wasn't a coincidence, These are the type of things that Israel does for a reason.
Possible. I don't really know. Very possible.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Maybe we got a little bit too detailed on stuff.
And these elections here, though, are for the council over the PLO, and you know they help form the direction or set the agenda for the PLO. So there are new people that come on board. I think it would have a large effect on the entire organization before you even get to PA elections on the ground. Especially if we can get, you know, a decent amount of people from, it looks like half the people are from the diaspora and half are from within Palestine. That's how it's set up. I wonder if Connecticut had someone.
Well, what happened? Moment of silence. Okay.
Well, something is weird with my thing here.
Rabbi's still in the audience. It's just annoying, orange man. But yeah, let's see what happens with the elections. I hope they allow the collection of the results from East Jerusalem, because Israel is just something else.
Why do I have a hand raised queue? I'm not a mod.
But you are Edward.
The Great.
You're the Great.
But that's weird.
You are a mod.
I'm not a mod.
No, he's not.
Yeah, you are. You're a major mod.
I'm gonna come right back and see what happened. This happened yesterday too in a different room. And the app always ends up crashing. Hold on, let me put myself down. I'm gonna put myself down and bring myself up. Oh wow, I can't even click on my name. Okay, let me get up.
I plan to move to Gaza with my family.
Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Really? You're just a bad person.
What are you talking about?
You're just a fucking bad person.
What are you talking about? You're self-righteous. You think you're on some righteous trip because you're
Do you know that yesterday? Do you know that when people returned to Gaza yesterday and today, in one of the situations, a little girl was coming back with her family, and IDF refused to allow her to take her toy with her. The only thing she brought with her, and she was literally crying her little heart out, begging for the toy back, and they said no. But you want to go live in Gaza, right?
Vile.
You're such a piece of shit.
Emerald, this is how fucking vile these fuckers are. The one little thing that this little girl has is her toy, a piece of solace, and takes it away. Listen, you black fucking rabbi bitch. Shut the fuck up. No talking to you. I'll call you Black Rabbi. Isn't that your fucking name?
No, you have to stop yourself.
I said black fucking rabbi bitch.
She was crying so hard. She just wanted her fucking toy.
The one thing that somebody has, they want
to.
It's more than that, though. They feed off of children's fear.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like gas for them. Clearly, Black Rabbi
Life for them.
cared about children, or he would have wifed up his pregnant girlfriend, right?
Shalaya, that's true. He turned the conversation completely, and we took a moment to acknowledge how vile people are. But then again, this guy's a Trump supporter too.
But you know where you're wrong, Warning? To them, they're not children. They're not human.
No, they
children.
are. They are children. They target children. They target children.
They
You wouldn't have snipers. You were arguing this point the other day about a sniper who had bullets in a child's head.
You're not listening to
They target children. No, I'm hearing you, but you're not going to downplay what it is. They target children specifically. So please, when you speak about children and Zionists attacking children, it is children that they're after. They don't care about adults or anything like that. It's the children, obviously, or else they wouldn't arrest children for throwing rocks.
Okay, but you don't. What I was trying to explain is that they don't view them as human children. They view them
what
as
you're
less.
trying to explain is something that it's not, and they are targeting children. That's fine that you believe what you believe, but what I've seen and what I've heard and what I've been researching lately is they're targeting children specifically. Why? Because they're innocent. They have no sin, right? Oh, the sin is throwing a rock? Yeah, right. They want to steal that innocence. They want to harvest their fear. They're doing satanic rituals with innocent children. And according to Oprah, letting Oprah, do Oprah's thing, there was this problem way back in the 80s. And people were not talking about it, and it was silenced. And it's interesting how quickly things get silenced, and people get paid to keep their mouth shut. It's really important that we acknowledge that Zionists are targeting children. So thank you, Emeralds, for saying that they don't see them as children, but they do. They target them. They have a big target on their back, and snipers are actually shooting them in the head. You argued this point. Matter of fact, how do you feel about that, B-Rabbit, Mr. Black Rabbi? How do you feel about that woman going on Oprah and talking about how Jewish people were sacrificing children and eating them? And how do you feel about the Epstein files that talks about children being ate with cream cheese? How do you feel about that?
You officially put yourself into the crazy part. You're a crazy person just saying these things.
Yeah, we're only crazy until someone actually shows proof of it, right? Go search the Epstein files yourself.
These are the type of people who support this movement, right? And it's easy to blame Jews, pick on the minority, the smallest group.
You know what? You're not going to gaslight me. You're not going to do that. Because the funny thing is that you try to twist people's words to make yourself look good when all you've done is denounced your own country, America, right, where you're from, your American blood in your veins, and now you're over there trying to act holier than thou, holier than your own freaking community. So let me ask you a question, since you won't answer that question, which all Zionists do. Who do you choose, Martin Luther King or Malcolm X?
Netanyahu.
Yeah, exactly.
Netanyahu is probably one of the greatest leaders of this generation. World leaders, and he's saving more Muslim lives than any man probably ever to walk face of this earth. He's destroying all the enemies of Islam.
People like you are gonna have hell to pay when what you talk about, your Messiah comes, right? It's interesting because when the karma comes, we'll see who's left. And if it's not in this realm, it'll be when you die. And you'll face your maker. You will face your maker, and you will be weighed by the salt that you have endured for other people's tears. And the more you talk, the more you sound ridiculous. And it's disgusting. People like you are allowed to have this platform.
No witchcraft. Please stop it. Good? No witchcraft. Bottom line is Israel is saving Muslims from pornography. They're removing it from the region. They're creating partnerships and security alliances with all the different Arab countries. There's a few people who just want to have even Hamas, the PA, the PLO, the Iranians, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and fragment groups inside of Iraq. Once those people are removed, we're going to have a new era of peace. We're all going to do business together. We're all going to have security alliances. We're going to him and Bibi are working in conjunction, and I could almost guarantee you Trump has Jewishness in his family line. I don't know. It's there somehow. He's righteous. Netanyahu is righteous, and we're bringing the final redemption for all of humanity.
Okay, you said all that. At what cost, though? At what cost? You're just okay with children dying? You're okay with a genocide? So that what, your Messiah can come back and what, everyone else perishes because you're better than everybody else? It's you when you're down your nose judging people. You're sick, you're demonic, and I pray for you because you will have hell to pay. Trust me, you will have hell to pay.
Thank you for praying for me. I appreciate that. The point is saying, if you believe in God and you believe in peace on earth, you'll be demanding that Hamas is removed from...
The funny thing is you spew that propaganda, Hamas. You miss me with that bullshit. Okay? It's used as a manipulation for the people, and clearly you're delusional and manipulated for who you are and what you stand for, and every word out of your dick. You're fake. You're delusional, and you're crazy. You're just crazy, Black Rabbi. You really are. B-Rabbit in its finest glory. The fact that you're okay with your own child growing up without a father, right? Yeah. So much for your family values, right?
Why are you attacking me personally?
Attacking you? Oh, suddenly you feel attacked because we're talking about your sin, right? Because he without sin shall cast the first stone.
I have no sins.
You know what? Your narrative is getting weaker and weaker the more you talk and the more people are aware of what's real. Because these Epstein files that are coming out, it won't be long. It won't be long. There will be a revolution here in America. And there will be a revolution that pulls the rug out from underneath you. And then the Zionists that are controlling all this and puppeteering all this, what is that for the innocent Jewish people that actually believe in what they believe in? Because there is a difference. There is a huge difference. Because I've met with a woman with a tattoo on her arm that is Jewish, and she doesn't agree with anything that's going on. So I'd like to hear you. You speak for her too? You speak for her? Right. You speak for her. And the funny thing is she talks about people of color who are Jewish and how it's interesting to her that they believe the narrative. Because we've talked about you. She's heard about you. And she thinks that it's funny to her because in their belief, what you're talking about, you're crazy. You're crazy, Black Rabbi. You really are. And the fact that you believe your own narrative just makes it even more dangerous.
My book is on Amazon.
And there it is, the plug, because it's all about money to you people, right? All you care about is money and real estate. And the fact that you yourself are talking about living in Gaza with your family.
I'm going to bring peace.
Bring peace.
Yeah.
What does peace even mean to you?
Just like Martin Luther King did.
What does peace even mean to you? Oh, okay, there it is. Circling back. So you chose up. You chose up. That's okay. It's all about the money. But guess what? Money can't buy you into heaven, bro. You can't buy your way into heaven. You can't manipulate God. So think about that when you go to bed. Think about the fact that you can't manipulate God when you pass over and when you die. You will be rolling over in your grave. Because the funny thing is you think you know everything and you think you're right, but you'll be weighed, bro. Salt and tears. You'll be weighed.
Are you gonna pray for me? Like I said, we're gonna fix this issue. We just need to get rid of Hamas. They need to disarm.
Stop the propaganda. Stop the bullshit. Stop the lies. Talk about what it really is. It's about real estate and resources. Nobody cares about your I bring peace. Whatever, bro.
Bro, listen, we need to disarm Israel. You're crazy?
That's never gonna happen. So figure out another strategy.
Yeah, so why they saying they're gonna unarm Hamas? And they will never do that. They can't even do that.
A lot more people are gonna die then.
What?
A lot more people are gonna die.
Yeah,
One
but
person is
they
gonna
will
die.
win the war.
Well, the only solution is to stop Israel.
Hold on for it.
Yeah, you might win this battle, but we will win the war. Black Russians.
There's going to be a lot of Hamas people that are going to die every day.
Hamas is not people. Hamas is more than just that. We're all Hamas. We're all religious.
You can go to Gaza and die too if you want.
Yeah, inshallah. I hope so. Me and I hope my future kids as well.
Yeah, you're from Iraq, but the point is the same.
You don't have to divide us. We're all one.
You live in a fantasy. You wish you were Palestinian.
Yeah, I wish I was in Palestine to come and kick your balls. You don't have balls, sorry.
But why you to be violent?
Shut the fuck up, Black Rapture.
But speaking about violence, man, you're crazy.
No, but she's talking about violence towards me. I'm like a pure angel. Well,
a pure angel?
Yeah.
You're a computer agent.
Anyways, the point is the same. If you want peace in that region, tell Hamas to disarm. That's all you got to do.
No, Hamas will never disarm.
And all the violence stops immediately.
You know, no, listen. Tell the IDF disarm immediately.
All right, so more people are going to die, I guess, unfortunately.
Yeah, people is gonna die.
Eventually there won't be enough.
On both sides, though.
In the past 2 years, it killed, 71,000 people, if not more? But believe me, just in 2025, we've had 60,000 newborn babies. Just in Gaza, so...
Okay, so there you go.
Don't worry.
Yeah, you keep slaughtering the children.
You're the ones who are killing children, not us.
That's what you want.
No, you're the ones who are killing. You have the choice to stop killing people, but you refuse.
You said 71,000 people died.
You killed, not died. We're killed.
No, you said, guess what? 60,000 new babies were born.
Yeah. In 2025.
This is how sick your culture is.
No, this is how we survive. We're resistant. We survive.
Hey, no, you want your children
We survive.
You want your children to die, so you have
No, we don't want our children to die, but if you want to kill our children, we're going to have more children.
Okay, well, this is your simple Arab logic, and I get it. And just know, the most unsophisticated American is more smarter than all your people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You guys are barbarous. You want to see your children die.
No, you're killing our children. You want to see our children die. You say our children are not innocent.
No,
you say children are Hamas.
You're trained to be terrorists.
No, we're not training anyone to be terrorists. We're training everyone to be resistant.
And to hate Jews and to hate America, and you call it resistance.
Just a second. I don't know if Amir is here. Raya, Bia. I cannot invite you again. I've already invited you multiple times. Let me see.
He's also not smart, Greg.
Hold on. Let me... Everyone not needed. Okay, you can try to come up now. See if you can. Raya,
that doesn't work.
It's the app. Because I turned off hand raising. You can just come up.
She's not that smart, man. It's hard for her to work technology. She's an older woman.
Yeah, I'm 33. I'm like half your age. Black Russians.
No, you're not half my age.
I'm half your age.
I would never date a girl your age. Just so you know.
I would never date a stupid person like you. You're a moron. You're a clown. I would never date a clown like you. And I'm married. Don't worry.
You have gray hairs. He's sick of you. He's clearly sick.
I have gray hair?
Yeah.
Even if I had gray hair, what's wrong with having gray hair? Your mom has gray hair. I'm not old. Did you see my gray hair?
Do you know why the black rabbi doesn't look in the mirror in the morning?
Oh, hey, how are you doing?
He'd be scared.
Yeah, he gets very, very scared.
Yeah.
You're too ugly, dude. Rabbi, you're too ugly. You really are ugly. You know you're ugly, right?
Hey, but Black Rabbi, here's my question. Hey, how you doing, Fire and Amir? Doing good. Black Rabbi, here's my question. What's the point of provocation towards the Palestinians when the people that you're representing don't even like them? Like, those Jewish motherfuckers do not like black people. Okay? And obviously, you know, they have those black people over there in fucking nuclear plants and shit, bro. Like, anything beyond the River Jordan, like they're doing them pretty dirty, right? But for whatever reason, it just seems like you're identifying with the people that's oppressing your people. Can you explain to me why?
Bro, I'm just saying at the end of the day, you need to repent from God for speaking 66 about the Jewish people. You need to repent immediately.
So coming out, folks, I know I look like a cross between a newborn and a retired biker. It's the only combo that comes with its own sunscreen. I was recording a video in the shower earlier because that's where all great decisions happen, and someone messaged me. So coming out, folks, I know I look like a cross between a newborn and a retired biker. It's the only combo that comes with its own sunscreen. I was recording a video in the shower earlier because that's where all great decisions happen.
That's how he speak with men.
Introduce the Future Vote 3000.
And how he speaks with women.
Headed to the polls today for Ohio's March primary.
I'll tell you why. It's because he can't handle women. He can't handle them. It's because women have him in his place, women have dragged him, women have left him, and women have just disappointed him. Not a single female stays with him. That is why he speaks with us with so... I mean, he may have mommy issues too, but Layla has a recording that might come out, so... we're not talking to you, Black Rabbit. Thank you. Back to you, Faya, my sweet princess. Let's not talk to this scumbag. So that's what's happened. He's actually very, very, just completely downtrodden. He has nothing going for himself. So every time a female speaks, it triggered him. Either he wishes he was us, because he's not so feminine. I think he does. Yeah. Do you wish that you were us? You poor thing. He has an imaginary girlfriend. An imaginary child. Oh my god. I'm dying laughing right now. I'm sorry. Anyways, moving on.
Pathetic black rap shit.
Yeah, he is. Really is. Pathetic. So-called rabbit.
Look, Rabbi. Look. I don't even repent for shit.
Because why do you sound comfortable then? Like, are you in the toilet?
Because I'm eating. But anyways, look,
that eats on the toilet, bro. This is disgusting.
No, that's your word, not mine. But listen, I don't need to repent for shit because I didn't do it. Repent for what? Speaking about a bunch of fake ass. A bunch of fake ass Ottoman Turks that are over there in the land. Some repent for shit. But they're not holy. I mean, they're doing all kinds of vile shit over there. Gay parades at Tel Aviv, and that's supposed to be holy, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, I know. Like something we've already been knowing. They got released in a little file. They're sitting up here sacrificing and drinking the blood of babies and doing all kinds of rituals. You know, the same shit that they found. Back in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. No, actually last year, if I'm not mistaken, of them finding them in the sewers and the tunnels and shit, all throughout the 5 boroughs in New York, right? With underground tunnels and fucking bloody ass baby carriages. I don't give a fuck about these goddamn people. These people are devils, bro. What the fuck do I gotta repent for? They themselves, real rabbis I've encountered will tell you that they're not real Jews. They'll literally say that they're not real Jews. They know that they're perpetrating a fraud. So if that's the case, if that's the case, then I don't need to fucking repent of anything that I say that is inflammatory towards them, because they say a lot of inflammatory shit that's not based on any substance. So for you to sit up here and tell me to repent, and by the way, you didn't answer my question because, you know, you ducked the question to sit up here and insult me, ironically. But to answer your question, I don't need to repent for shit.
All right, man. Just don't say.
When Christ returns, do you think what they're doing over there in Israel, on the land, defiling the land, do you really believe that Christ is coming to save those people?
But Netanyahu is more of a savior than Christ.
I hope you understand, like that three IA Atlas or whatever, like when that thing comes down, because most likely that might be the Lord in that ship. Those people have hell to pay, man. So, and if you want to sit up here and be a bitch for them, then guess what? You're gonna go down with them. So
Fuck you, Mordecai.
That's the problem with this Sharif Hassan character. He's got a beautiful name like Sharif Hassan, right? But this idiot had to convert to whatever religion. That's fine, he could have converted, but at least it would have been, you know, respectful to the other party, the people that are living on that land. I think, you know what I think? When you moved over there, you didn't know what you were getting yourself involved in. Right? And slowly, you guys started to get indoctrinated, right, with this bullshit that they sold you. Oh, it's a homeland to the Jews, and it's a safe land, and it's a safe place for the Jews, and they can arrive here, they can live here. And yet it goes against your scripture, but you support, you support the occupation, you support the apartheid system that Israel's running off, right? And you support pretty much all this bullshit, right? And it just doesn't make sense. I don't get it, man. People like you, piece of shit. I don't know what to tell you, man. You're just garbage piece of shit.
You haven't noticed, since he moved out there, he looks really depressed. He's gained even more weight. He looks fat and sloppy. He literally looks like he's melting. His eyes are black. They're barbecue. He doesn't sleep there. You can just tell he's going through hell over there. And he thinks he's going to be accepted. Listen here, tubby buddy. Nobody can talk about you. What the fuck is fat ass doing?
What the hell is this guy doing?
This is oh my god. Oh my god.
Are you alright, Rabbi character? Are you okay?
Did you go through his picture? Did you see the picture of him laying on the floor?
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. We are born at a given moment in a given place, and like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and of the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything else. Carl Gustav Jung. How the mind can torture itself in its quest to understand the travels of the soul from life through death to life again. Tormented, the mystic asks, what is the purpose of it all? Why was I born? From whence have I come? And to where will I go when I have shed my frail earthly form? But the answers prove elusive. Instead of certainty, the mystic finds only speculation and surmise. Baffled, he struggles to recover memories of a life before birth, in the hopes that these might shed light on what transpires after death. Here again he is stymied, for like all others who move from one rebirth to the next, the mystic has first to dally in the land of the dead. There he was forced to slake his thirst from the river of forgetfulness, dissolving all memories of his previous lives, before he was free to stumble blindly towards his next incarnation. His cleansing of the past goes unnoticed by most people. However, something deep within the mystic is left unsettled. He finds that his thoughts and dreams are disturbed, as if by glimpses of some long-forsaken ambition, a memory of which hovers just unseen on the very edge of his vision. In truth, the mystic does not draw as deeply from the river of forgetfulness as his less contemplative fellows, and some distant memory goads him into joining that age-old quest for meaning. The ancient Greeks realized that active self-reflection was something integral to understanding the mysteries of birth, life, and death, which would allow a person to find his appropriate place in the eternal processes of the gods. Life is shrouded in a mystery. This is the fundamental fact which confronts us. We live in a cave with our backs to the light, and as Plato said, our knowledge is nothing more than the shadows which play upon its walls. The Greeks became preoccupied with this inner light. It cast shadows into our reality. They summed up their quest for it with the axiom, know thyself. Inscribed in the temple of Apollo at Delphi, they believed that mankind could never fully comprehend or know the human spirit. So this axiom actually suggests learning about and controlling personal behavior in the here and now, so that a person might rise to understand his or her fate or incarnation, and in effect find unity with the gods. Similar deliberations on matters of birth, life, death, and reincarnation have taken place in most other societies and cultures. In India, the ideas solidified and became the foundation upon which the various forms of yoga are based. The Sanskrit word yoga is derived from the word yoj, which means to control, to unite. And thus the word yoga is often translated as simply meaning the art of union. Carl Gustav Jung, 1875 to 1961, the founder of modern analytical psychology, acknowledged the importance of studying yoga, but he also cautioned that the practice may not be suitable for the Western mind. He believed the yogic tendency to seek spiritual transcendence by ignoring the material side of the world was misguided, and that the purpose of incarnation was actually to gain a more intimate understanding of existence. As he wrote, there are many different kinds of yoga, and Europeans often become hypnotized by it, but it is essentially Eastern. No European has the necessary patience and it is not right for him. The more we study yoga, the more we realize how far it is from us. A European can only imitate it, and what he acquires by this is of no real interest. Jung continued, in the course of the centuries, the West will produce its own yoga. Although I am not completely in accord with Jung's assessment that Europeans have no patience, and disagree with the assertion that we get nothing of any interest out of doing this type of practice, he did make a valid point when he proposed that a new approach to the art of union is necessary for our Western archetype. He seems to suggest that psychology could play that role, but to me there is a difficulty here. In an echo of yoga, we find modern psychology preoccupied with bringing the unconscious mind to conscious awareness, whilst either downplaying the role of the body or treating it merely as a cumbersome appendage that must be mastered. To me, the core premise of Western magic is that we incarnate into our body in order to gain an experience, not transcend it, and that we must examine the whole process equally. The holistic approach is surely far healthier than a fragmented one, and it is indeed the direction in which psychology has been creeping for some time. Besides being a Jungian psychologist, Dane Rudyard, 1895 to 1985, was one of the most thoughtful practitioners of modern astrology. Reflecting on such matters, he observed that ancient Hindu yoga was based on this realization of the meaning and power of the breath, and so also in another sense was astrology. Astrology was the means to relate the first moment of the individualized freedom, the first breath, to the eternal cosmic process. Astrology was therefore, and can be today, a method to take the individual out of his isolation and to incorporate him into the eternal process. It is my intention to offer a fresh approach to the subject of union through the study of astrology. As mortals, we have been given clues as to how to manipulate our lower ego, so that we may surrender self without losing the overall ego, which is the driving factor we require to appreciate the experience for which we incarnated. Astrology blends together mind, body, and our reality, revealing that each is an integral part of the other. And in so doing, it underscores the relationship between yoga refers to as the Anja and the Muladhara Kakaras, as being a concept that Carl Jung was starting to explore as far back as 1932. This will be discussed later in the book.
Here I see that they can be together with it.
Would I be as poor as someone living on a kibbutz? Probably not. That's really poor.
We're trying to help you right now.
Oh, well, why aren't you married since you're having supposedly a baby outside of wedlock? Why aren't you married, Black Rebel?
Tell me, you're working, you're doing something in your life, or you're clubhouse from the morning till the night.
Okay, I do work. You know those little tomatoes you put in olives? You get them in olives? I stuff tomatoes and olives. I'm a olive stuffer.
You are a farmer?
No. I work in a factory. You put the tomatoes in the olives.
For Hamas?
And then put the olives in the jar.
Where is your factory? Where is it?
Not my factory.
Where
it's not my
is
factory.
the factory you're working? Where is it?
It's in Florida.
Tell me man you love, man. Florida. Some love.
How about the woman that you supposedly got pregnant? She's single now.
He's a nice.
Yeah, that's almost like 500. Like,
almost. Don't you think it's more important to get Black Rabbi married since he's having a baby with a woman that he's not married to?
Shut the fuck up.
This
Hey,
man
Joe,
between each one, his body, his sex life belong to him. It's none of your business at all.
Wait, but it's your business to get me married?
You have to go to Black Rabbi bed. You have to go to bed with him.
Oh my God. Okay, this is out of control.
You sit there all the morning, till the night. I only see you.
I just got in here. Like half an hour ago, I was in here. Then I came back.
Can I just say one thing really quick on the topic? TP, I don't know how long you're paying attention to that dialogue, but you said that I was the problem to give this motherfucker attention. That I wasn't the first one to give him attention. I came in when there was a dialogue going on, when Max and Vic were trying to question him to get answers out of him because he was making awful claims. So you blamed it on me, and I forgive you, sir. I forgive you, sir, but like you weren't reading the room.
No, you ain't gotta. Yeah, you don't have to read it at this point.
Okay.
Now, this dipshit.
No, he's a piece of shit. He comes in to create contention for everyone. He doesn't like.
I don't know who this motherfucker is, but guess what? You about to get smoked. I'm sorry, Sig. My brother. Yeah, this motherfucker about to get it out. Oh.
Yo, you the one that brought up Israel and shit. That's why. Alright.
Oh, like, who the fuck cares about some geopolitics?
Nobody cares about geopolitics anymore, bro. Like nobody gives a shit about Israel anymore. Like they're their own country. Figure out your own fucking problems. Like seriously, I just hate.
Goddamn, we were just talking about Washington and California and shit.
Yeah, so you want to comment on that point you made earlier? About basically Christianity being, extremely tolerant, which is baffles me. I've been talking about for the last few days. Anthony Jeselnik, he's one of my favorite comedians right now. It's pretty funny. But I noticed his last 3 specials, he shitted on Christians heavily. So not just Christians, also pedophilia too. He made child abuse jokes and child rape jokes. And listen, I'm all for dark humor and comedy. I'm just being consistent. I'm cool. I'm okay with it because I understand it's just jokes. But what I don't like is the inconsistency of society. He can't talk about women. He can't talk about transgenders. He reached the surface just a little bit, but nowhere as near as he does with Christianity and children. So it's just one of them things that stand out that we have a highly a sensitive society to everything else except Christianity, which is how we got here in the first place. And I'll end on this. I love the culture of American Christianity because it allows us to be what we are. However, it's got so intolerant to the point where it's damn near fading away because people are allowing themselves to be erased essentially, just like white people. So I think that shit needs to change, and Christians need to have a backbone and stand up for their own religion. Go ahead.
Yeah, amen, bro. Yeah, I agree, man. Like I love my fellow Christians, man. Like I said, most tolerant religious group I've come across, man. But yeah, y'all gotta start standing up for yourselves, man. Y'all literally letting yourselves get shit on by these other fucking religions.
Right. So then when I'm doing that in your room and shitting on this man, why am I getting treated like shit then?
Because you're shitting on a man. When you shit on a man, you're literally shitting on yourself. This is a barber shop. Somebody's got to clean it up.
Nah, because if you got a piece of shit that is fucking being a piece of shit, man, that's open season. That's open season. Anybody can shit on.
Have you ever taken a shit and puked at the same time?
Man, fuck it.
Free who? By the way, I missed the name of the person you were talking about.
Hey. Oh, Anthony Jeselnik. He got a new one on Netflix. Matter of fact, all his last 3 was on Netflix.
Okay, I've never heard of that person, so
he's really funny.
Okay.
Yeah, he has the dark humor where he says his jokes doesn't come from a certain angle, so all his jokes are really offensive. That's his style. But like I say, he doesn't touch certain groups. He doesn't really touch race much. Of course, women and definitely the LGBT community.
Point of order, moderator. You said a moment ago that people don't give a shit about Israel. Oh, put me in your queue. Thank you very low.
Let me see what you're saying. We saying moderation.
Bro, did you see this dude's PTR? Go ahead and
guess what? Yo,
what's up, man?
Don't kick me down, man. Yo,
I don't know who did that shit.
Yeah, don't kick Congress down. I mean,
God damn.
disrespectful. He has to be.
Who the fuck shot that shot? That shit was quick.
Dad
Congressman did it himself
God
for 3
damn.
attention.
Yo, did you see that shit?
Hey, Ed. What's going
The
on?
first one, I didn't know who that was.
Hi, Bruce. How
The second, I know Congressman.
Yeah, I ain't seen you in a minute, Ed.
I know.
They shot this shit.
Are you doing okay, Bruce?
Oh, yeah.
Nice to hear your voice.
Doing some big stuff. You know.
Good. I'm glad you did that.
Carrie Ann?
Carrie Ann.
Yeah, I'll be respectful. Just put me in your queue.
What the fuck is going on here?
And pulling the boys out of the yard, man. Into it.
God damn, that motherfucker said some Carrie Ann.
No, Ann's a cutie. Ann's shit.
She's a cute.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, thank you, Bruce.
Listen, all kinds of bullshit happens in the barber shop. It's next to the liquor store. And people come into that motherfucking barber shop trying to cause problems all the time.
No, no, the liquor store has been closed for what?
Now every good barber shop got a rack of fine vodka, fine brown liqueur, some Hennessy, some Courvoisier on the rocks while I get my hair cut. Line it up! I gotta find a black barber shop to line it up. Can't find a barber shop to line up shit unless it's black. Need a real black barber shop. Hello? Hello? I was just going to ask a question. You said people don't give a shit about Israel, but the truth is you can use anything as the center of your cause. So the politics of Israel and Jerusalem, it's in the Bible, and people love the Bible. There are Christian psychotics out there that can't let go of the great story. So I'm just saying, it's always going to come up no matter what. It's like a zit. You're like, oh, God, I got an outbreak of Israel on my face. And it's going to happen because people still got zits because they don't know how to take care of their skin in that motherfucking barbershop. So I'm just saying, when you got to get a shave, you got to use an aftershave. And you got to keep that skin clean. If you don't keep that shit clean, your face is going to break out like a Jerusalem or like an Israel. I'm just saying. It's always going to happen. Hello?
And what you join? I mean, where is this?
Yeah, what the fuck?
You ain't never been in a motherfucking black barber shop? You never had to get your shit lined and clean? You never had a Shabbos or a wedding you gotta get cleaned up for? Looking your best to the tens?
Hey, what happened?
Hello?
I leave for like an hour.
This nigga got, motherfucker, why really, nigga? Like, why y'all just trolling? Y'all trolling?
Were you trolling?
Nah, man, I came in to get a cleanup, man. I just need to get lined up. $20 with a tip, right? Hello? Did your prices change? No. You angry.
I'm trolling.
You know what, Congressman? You shouldn't be
Leave me alone. I'm happy. Leave me alone. I'm happy. You angry. Leave me alone. I'm happy. You angry. I can't have no conversation with you. You angry.
Listen. We're gonna have to. Y'all ran KP out. This is crazy. This is unbelievable, man. My boy KP took one for the team, Wallace. What are we gonna do, bro?
Wait, what happened?
This is crazy.
I literally just messed up.
Oh, and you passed out. Don't worry. I saved you. Yeah, I played Captain Save-A-Ho and I saved your ass.
I know my daughter came home from school. She was telling me about school.
From the onslaught of trolls dying to breed you. Yeah.
Wait, what happened?
You have that type of energy, apparently.
What kind?
Bring the boys out to the yard.
Huh? How?
I told you, you passed out. You missed it. It's over. That's it. KP took the fall.
Okay, my brother's sick. Will tell me.
Yeah.
No, really.
Somebody will catch you up.
Uh-oh. So that was the topic of conversation. And
Okay, Rabbono Shalom. A little more astrology Kabbalah for you. At this point, I should make clear that this book is not about predicting the future or consulting the stars in order to see what the gods might have in store for us. To me, the rigidity of traditional astrology does not present an individual with the possibility of self-discovery or growth, whereby, to quote Jung, we can acknowledge oneself for what one by nature is, in contrast to that which one would like to be. Still, this does not negate the bulk of what astrologers have written. Rather, I am simply trying to inform the weary traveler, whose life is but a sojourn in this strange land, that there are many divergent teachings which hold specific pieces to the puzzle of self-exploration. No single art contains it all, modern astrology included. We know that humanity unconsciously taps into a vast collective unconscious or reservoir of all the knowledge and experiences of our species. This information is disseminated and interpreted in a multitude of ways, depending upon the philosophy, science, culture, language, history, location, and even climate of the particular people who are attempting to create a foundation for their gods and religions. Ironically, irrespective of where they may be situated, most cultures are saying the same thing, if from a different point of view. It is easy to determine that whilst in one situation, a particular belief might be twisted into something negative by local circumstance, in a different context, the same problematic conviction will be expounded with clarity and grace. Astrological teachings are also rooted in the collective unconscious of humanity and dependent upon the school of thought to which the astrologer adheres, and are also filled with the accrued contradictions of centuries of interpretations. It is not my intention either to question or to defend the beliefs of the ancient cultures that portrayed the stars and planets as actual gods, who ruled over the various processes of nature, as a mundane king might rule over his subjects. My sympathies in that regard are firmly with Aleister Crowley, 1875 to 1947, who, when pondering the possible influences of the gods in occult matters, observed, "It is immaterial whether these exist or not. By doing certain things, certain results will follow." Students are most earnestly warned against attributing objective reality or philosophic validity to any of them. I believe strongly that this rule of thumb should be applied not only to magic, but also to astrology, and suspect that Jung too would concur. Of course, Jung clearly did not consider planetary forces to be actual living entities. He wrote that astrology, like the collective unconscious with which psychology is concerned, consists of symbolic configurations. The planets are the gods, symbols of the power of the unconscious. In other words, he saw the gods of ancient astrological mythologies representing influences behind archetypes, originating in our collective unconscious. To explain, Jung wrote, "The collective unconscious appears to consist of mythological motifs, primordial images, for which reason the myths of all nations are its real exponents. In fact, the whole of mythology could be taken as a sort of projection of the collective unconscious. We can see this most clearly if we look at the heavenly constellations, whose originally chaotic forms are organized through the projection of images. This explains the influence of the stars, as asserted by astrologers. These influences are nothing but unconscious, introspective perceptions of the collective unconscious. Even though the names might change and the myths may differ slightly, Jung firmly believed that the archetypal principles remain the same on account of their universality. In the course of this book, I plan to draw upon numerous ancient myths and beliefs in the hope that some of might shed a light of understanding on the foundations of the rather difficult topic of astrology. In the discussions of astrology, members of the scientific community often deride the art and deny the possibility of a planet or other celestial object having any effect upon the life pattern of an individual. Some astrologers, on the other hand, maintain that you cannot scientifically analyze the invisible astral pull which celestial objects have upon us because they are too subtle. In this instance, the scientific community is probably closer to the truth. Planets have little or no influence upon us, although many astrologers, not really knowing the fundamentals of their own art, like to babble a seemingly unprovable defense. To clarify, let me remind the reader that, for example, when a magician or Kabbalist discusses the sphere of Geburah on the tree of life, which is ruled by the planet Mars, tacitly acknowledge that he is not referring to the actual planet in the heavens, but rather the quality of Mars is found within ourselves. It is clear from Carl Jung's theories on archetypes that he too grasped this concept firmly. Aleister Crowley has given us a profound piece of wisdom concerning the next step to the correct comprehension of astrology when he wrote, "A proper understanding of the planets, and indeed of the universe itself, is only to be obtained by a knowledge of the doctrine of correspondence between the microcosm and the macrocosm." To appreciate what he suggests, we must return to one of the more unlikely of sources, the ancient mystical tradition known as Kabbalah. One of its most well-known symbols is the Atzchim, or the Tree of Life. It is identical to the Tree of Knowledge, of both good and evil, and by eating its fruit, we can obtain gnosis, or hidden knowledge of the universe, and more importantly, ourselves. This symbol represents everything, both above and below, both externally and internally. In modern times, it has become a very favorable filing system for the expectations of magicians. At first, Judaic law did not have a specific diagram of the Tree of Life. Early Kabbalists placed all spiritual references, like the 10 spheres or Sephiroth, upon the backside image of a giant heavenly man whom they referred to as Adam Kadmon. Originally, there were no paths uniting these spheres. This backside image of Adam Kadmon not only referred to God, whose face was thought so powerful that no mortal could behold it and live, but was also the primordial man, or the image behind the germ of all creation. A second or identical image was drawn upon the lesser Adam, or the first human being created in the image of God. The ancient Greeks referred to these two concepts in a more fluid, undefined fashion as the microcosm and macrocosm. The term macrocosm is from the Greek phrase makros, cosmos, a greater world. This can be read as referring to the Tree of Life as a symbol of our universe. The heavens above and the entirety of God's kingdom. It is the objective universe, and those things outside our body, and in a sense, it is the primordial Adam. The word microcosm is from the Greek mikros kosmos, or little world, which can be interpreted as referring to the Tree of Life symbolically found in each one of us. This tree not only reflects our mundane body and all its functions, but is also a map of our human consciousness and spirituality. This is the image of the lesser Adam. Both trees are identical or mirror images of each other. It is said that God used the exact same blueprint to create everything from the most exalted to the most insignificant, and that to study any part thereof on one tree will reveal simply by analogy an identical fundamental principle on the other tree. In other words, what is found on one tree must be found on the other, and to know one tree is to know both. Thus the fundamental principle of all magic, as above, so below. Realizing this, astrologers must stop referring to actual heavenly objects as the source of influence, rather than universal movements that are a reflection of what is occurring internally within our own universe or around our inner sun. Dane Rudyard is of similar opinion and further comments. It is not that the planets influence directly any particular person by flashing a special kind of a ray which will make the person happy or cause him to break his leg. The cycles of the planets and their relationship represent human reality in an ordered state and in reference to the greater whole which we know as the solar system. Men are lesser wholes within this greater whole. Men can only find peace and lasting integration as they relate themselves in consciousness to the greater whole. In other words, a true astrologer sees universal movements, knowing that we were made in the image of God, would understand that any and all movements of celestial objects are mimicked within our subtle anatomy or psyche. It is equally important to realize that even if you are a lowly turtle functioning off the lowest Kabbalistic sphere of Malkuth, or earth or human body, the entire tree of life is still found within yourself, and it must manifest all of its qualities in varying degrees every day in a continual struggle called life. It arguably, as shown by our astrology chart, not every part of the tree can manifest through the shell that we call the human body. Contrary to what some magical fraternities might have you believe, everyone does not have the same capabilities to traverse the internal tree, sphere by sphere. The importance of our birth chart is that it indicates both our strong points and the pitfalls that await us upon the tree of life. It shows us the first step that is required in the voyage of self-discovery, and it teaches us an important lesson as to the role our body plays in determining our life and our self-discoveries.
Olga, Met, and Moran, welcome to the room, as well as Anan, our favorite person who always pops into the room. Anan. I don't understand how that happens, that there's so many people called Anan. Anyways, we're less than a minute away from discussing what's a very important issue. The question du jour is Iran looking for war? And in my opening salvo just seconds from now, at the top of the hour, I will explain why I chose this as our topic. El, welcome to the room. And we are now at the top of the hour. Welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. Today's topic is Iran looking for war? Now, why would I ask that? Well, as we all know, the United States has moved two, the president calls them armadas of naval assets into the Middle East, they're in position to, if necessary, hey Scott, welcome to the stage, if necessary, to attack Iran, or if the president feels it's necessary, might be a better way of putting it. And this has caused for Iran to take it very seriously. They've said that if the United States were to attack, there would be a regional war that they would I guess, start. Whether these are comments that are worthy of our attention or whether it's just blustering by the regime, I have no way of knowing their capabilities. I suspect they would have difficulty expanding beyond the defense of their own borders and, of course, using it as an opportunity or excuse to fire more missiles into Israel, which I presume they would do. And Israel is taking that threat seriously as well, preparing communities for the possibility not only of missiles coming from Iran, but attacks coming from proxies, both from the north and from the south, because Hamas is still alive. Hezbollah is still alive. They are both weakened tremendously. And not just because of the efforts of the IDF, but the United States as well. But the threat still remains, and it's an asymmetric threat, and so it can't always be quantified in a manner that regular warfare might be. But on Friday, the Iranians and the Americans are actually going to negotiate, and this is what the president is hoping for. He's hoping that by moving all these military assets into the region, it brings Iran to the table and to its knees. And I don't know exactly what he wants to get out of this. I don't think he's going to get a regime change out of it. He might be successful in getting them to stop the massacre of civilians, or at least agree to. But you would think that if all the above is accurate, what I just articulated, and I believe that it is, obviously if I didn't believe it, I wouldn't say it, but I'm pretty sure that what I said is an accurate assessment of where we are today. The last thing that you would expect Iran to do on the precipice of this extraordinary meeting coming up in Turkey. By the way, they tried to get the location changed to, I think they wanted to go to, I forget which one of the Emirates, but they wanted to get, what's that? Oman. That's what I thought. Of Oman. Right. And I think that they felt maybe home field advantage if they did that. I don't know. But what the hell are they doing if, in fact, they're trying to avoid the president carrying out a threat against them? Because they shot a drone at one of our aircraft carriers. And they also went after a U.S.-flagged oil tanker. So let me just read the top of one of the stories about the United States shooting down an Iranian drone approaching an aircraft carrier. Others have it now, but this is the first writing of it from Reuters. And the story begins: the U.S. military on Tuesday shot down an Iranian drone that aggressively approached the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier in the Arabian Sea, the U.S. military said, in an incident first reported by Reuters. Well, isn't that nice that you tell us that you first reported it? The incident came as diplomats sought to arrange nuclear talks between Iran and the United States, and U.S. President Donald Trump warned that U.S. warships heading towards Iran. Bad things would probably happen if a deal could not be reached. That's the beginning of that article. I could go on, but I don't think there's any need to. You get the point. The other one, this one comes from Euronews. I don't often get an opportunity to quote Euronews. So there were a lot of articles on this. I decided to grab Euronews. The headline is, U.S. flag tanker challenged by Iranian gunboats in Strait of Hormuz. And the story says, a U.S. flagged tanker was approached and challenged by Iranian gunboats in the Strait of Hormuz on Tuesday before continuing on its journey, a British maritime security firm said. Stena Imperative was approached by 3 pair of small armed boats belonging to Iran's Revolutionary Guards while transiting the Strait of Hormuz, approximately 30 kilometers north of Oman, according to Vanguard Tech. The vessel is now being escorted by a U.S. warship, the company said. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations, which gathers reports on threats to shipping, reported the incident and said authorities were investigating. Several small armed vessels attempted to contact the tanker via VHF radio, but it ignored the request to stop and continued on its planned route. According to the UKMTO, the agency did not specify the nationalities of the boats involved in the incident. Now, that's because a boat's ownership, a ship's ownership, and how it is flagged can differ in terms of nationality. But it was a U.S. flagged oil tanker. And any oil tanker threatened by the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz, even if no shots were fired, is an indicator, I think, on their part that they could, if they wanted to, close down the Strait of Hormuz, which is an implied threat that's always in place and one that's of great concern to international shipping, beyond what most people really understand the ramifications of. It is imperative, not just for the United States, but frankly for the world, that the Strait of Hormuz remains open to international shipping without being impeded by the Iranians. Now, we know that the president is often playing both good cop and bad cop at the same time. And we know that this is his negotiating tactic. We've seen it how many times in the past. And we see it with the tariffs, where he throws these big tariffs and then the country targeted capitulates and they pull the tariffs back. And he gets derisively called Taco Man for doing that because he keeps changing his mind. But it's not really that he's changing his mind, I don't think. It's his tactic. But here's the thing. I think this guy meaning the President of the United States, is willing to actually take the action that he is threatening if the use of the threat as a negotiating tool is unsuccessful. So why would you poke the bear in the manner in which the Iranians are? Why would you do that? It's one thing to do certain things and say certain things like these blustering pronouncements that, will go after the United States and will attack the United States on the homeland and will eradicate Israel and there'll be a regional war and all of this stuff. It's another thing to actually take action. And the Strait of Hormuz situation wasn't actually taking physical action against the oil tanker, but it was a provocation. And it comes at the same time that the drone attack was attempted. It may have just been one drone, and they may have been just sending one drone to once again send a signal to the United States, hey, we got a lot of these. And we know that they have a lot of them because they are the main supplier of the drones that are eviscerating Ukraine. And by the way, this past overnight in Ukraine, it was the largest drone attack this year. So, this is Putin using military might for negotiating purposes as well. bring them to their knees at a time when the United States, you know, the same guy who is going to Turkey, Witkoff, to negotiate with the Iranians, well, today and yesterday, or today and tomorrow, I guess it is actually, he's negotiating, you know, trying to find a peace in Ukraine. And so, but anyway, in my mind, it's almost suicidal, because imagine had they been actually successful, which they weren't. That drone was shot down. They launched a fighter jet and blew it out of the sky, and they have all kinds of countermeasures and all kinds of detection abilities on these carrier ships. But imagine had they been, God forbid, successful. Knowing this president, he's not going to just say, oh, well, it wasn't all that bad. No. Oh, no, it was just one drone. No. I don't think so. I think he would have immediately ordered an unleashing of some kind of an attack. And by the way, it would not be proportional. You know how the Israelis, when they come under attack from Hamas, and then they respond, oh my God, that response isn't proportional. I guarantee you that the response would not be proportional. Because that's not how you fight a war, and that's not how you defend yourself, not by a proportional response. If you have the ability to inflict much greater damage on the enemy than they have inflicted on you, that's what you do. And you don't care about all these social justice warriors who take to the streets to march against the action that you have taken. One other thing, we can expand the discussion, and that is, if in fact the United States launches a military attack on Iran, and it's by no means guaranteed, but if it were to happen, to what end? Who would the targets be? Would the intent be for regime change? Are they ready to move Pahlavi in, theoretically, to form an interim government? Would there be civil order to ensure that such an interim government could seat itself? Would the attack be designed to stop the massacre of the protesters? Well, would it stop the massacre of the protesters? You know, when you launch a military action, you're supposed to have a goal in mind. Now, I know that the United States has a terrible history of changing the mission, as we did in Iraq how many times? I think we changed it 3 times, or I think there were 4 different missions, or we changed it twice. There were 3 different missions. We just kept changing what our excuse was for that war. I understand that. But what is to be gained, and I'm not saying that something couldn't be gained, maybe it would be to finish off what he started vis-a-vis the nuclear capabilities of Iran. That would be a good thing. Okay, but what the hell are they doing by poking the president? I think that's a big mistake, but maybe everybody here doesn't agree with that assessment, so we'll hear what y'all have to say. I'll start calling people in the order in which I see them on the stage. Why did we lose some people? Because did I talk too long? Because I think there were a couple people from Iran that we lost, and we want to hear from them. So we'll start with Scott, and I think Alan, if he is able, will follow Scott. Hopefully Alan will be able. Go ahead, Scott, followed by...
I would be fine with Alan going first, actually, if you want to.
Alan, how is your schedule there at work? Do you have time to grab the mic?
Yes, Gary. How are you, sir? Hope all is well.
Thank you. I'm very well, thank you.
So far as Iranian view, individual, nothing changed. Still the killing and bits of the news comes out, and it's all sad video. And I don't think so. They're gonna do anything immediate. This cat and mouse game, it's this do, that's do, and then negotiation. This negotiation, every time I hear it, look like somebody sticking a knife in my heart. Who are you gonna sit down and talk to? They're ranting, and Khamenei comes in and says, I don't care what the President of the United States say. And there's a speaker on the phone, on the podium. They says, we didn't kill these people. Trump killed it. Israel killed it. And Netanyahu killed all these people. That's what they keep telling the people. And they know they're lying. They don't. No Iranian takes them things. The only thing is good outside. I see there's a tremendous 100,000 demonstration happened in Toronto. Saturday was like a 65 to 75,000. They gathered in Plano, Texas, and they are doing the same thing. They're trying to tell the rest of the people around the world what these guys do. And I think it's not that they don't know you have to be blind and deaf not to know what this regime is doing to innocent people. They don't care. It just, you see these 23, 22, they start killing the doctor and the nurses. They treat these wounded. They went to the hospital. This news I heard this morning. This was from the person finally I got a hold of, and he lives in the city of Ahvaz. I was wondering about him because one of the cities few nights ago got hit. There was 9 places got hit in Iran, and one of them was Ahvaz, and I was worried about him. Finally, he get hold of me in the WhatsApp, and he says, yes, Alan, that was his neighbor, and she's 23 years old, and she was wounded in the hospital, and they went there, they killed her in the hospital. These are the things happening on the street, every corner of Iran. And while you hear negotiation about this and that, Turkish, of course they don't. They need to keep taking the free gas. Russia, they want this regime be because they milking them to the highest extent. China is taking the oil last 10, 15 years. That after the deal, they gave them 25 billion to take 25 years of the production of fish and the oil from the south of Iran. So these are the things happening, but news is very heartbreaking, Gary. It's unbelievable. It makes you, tears comes to your eyes left and right. Back to you, sir.
So, Alan, to my specific question, what are they doing by sending a drone after a U.S. aircraft carrier? Are they really willing to take it to the precipice of an actual war, a direct war with the United States? You would think it would be in the regime's best interest to avoid a war with the United States.
Of course it is, but what they do is they put themselves in the corner. Regime of Iran, as much as they say things, they put themselves in the corner. They cannot back up. They cannot afford. They know they cannot handle. But that's what it doesn't stop them. Just to show off to the, inside Iran, we still have muscle. We still can go fight the great Satan and the Zionism and so forth and so on. That's what you hear. And that's what they try. And even though they know no Iranian buy it, they just messing around. They just wants to say, like if the United States hit Iran, it's going to be a regional war. what kind of original or what are you gonna do? I mean, even Qatar, which is supporting them, even Turkey is supporting them. I don't think so. When they see them interest is gonna be in danger, they don't go to. They know, an Iranian regime, they know they don't have no backup list anymore. But it doesn't stop them. It's just like you holding someone, and once in a while the guy get a chance and they kick you. That's it. That's what this regime does. Back to you, sir.
Thank you, Alan. To me, it just seems that they're playing a very, very dangerous game. Scott, followed by Howard.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to have anything to steal away from Howard today, because I don't think I have anything that intelligent to say. But, I mean, I do wonder, I'm with you. I think this is mysterious, right? I mean, I think it is a sort of, but Alan said something that's very interesting, like that maybe there's this desire to try to convince the people the regime is so strong, to try to convince on a global stage the regime is still strong. And by projecting a little bit of power, this feels it might seem that it will convince the population of that. Also, sometimes the people that are under an oppressive regime get more sympathetic to the regime when they're facing an outside attack. It's like there's a nationalizing, a unifying force that sometimes maybe they're banking on that. Maybe they're thinking that, okay, if we get the great Satan to attack us, it'll rally the people in support of the regimes. I mean, I think that's very unlikely, but I mean, that's one of the few things I can think that has some rational, that would offer some rationale behind what seems to me, like you're saying, Gary, a largely suicidal action. There you go. That's all.
Scott, remember, if it was a few years ago, yes, but they lost that. No, it don't matter what they do, they don't get the tiny support of the public. They don't do it. And, yes, this morning the news came in, it was 43 of the top guys, they just run away from Iran. So this news is all negative, and if it's true, this was the back it up.
Rationale is there. I mean, I think it's mistaken, but I can't understand what other reasoning there.
Other than to send a message maybe to the United States that we can reach out and touch you if we really want to. That's the only other thing that I can kind of fathom. So before just to underscore what Alan just said, before the internet was shut down, the people I was in contact with in Iran, almost all of them, it's not a huge number of people, this is very anecdotal, but say that they would welcome an attack from the United States if it meant getting rid of this regime. If it meant getting rid of the regime. Even knowing that there would be collateral damage potentially to the civilian population. That's how desperate they are. And that is a change from Alan and I, going back 20 years, these debates that were going on in our previous platform, Pal Talk, There was very strong debate going on the other side of this issue. This is what's specific today. Thank you. Thanks, Scott. How would you qualify for these?
Obviously, it's a tragic situation, a complex situation. And one thing that a little subconscious maybe here you can trust might not is that with the tragedy that's occurring in this situation, you know, church of God is being slaughtered what Iran's calling a regional war. I mean, war to me, war is war, and it just increases the probability that innocent people and civilians will be casualties. So that's just a question that's popped in my mind, Gary, about what is going on and the fact that I'm not hearing enough of activity or even rhetoric coming on the international stage.
Well, when you say the international stage, are you talking about the world community, or are you talking
the world
about
community, or like even the UN? I mean, where's the UN in this?
Right. That's a good question. If your question was about public outrage, we already know the answer to that. The social justice warriors of the world are very, very selective in their condemnation of what they consider to be human rights violations or improprieties around the world. Very selective, very hypocritical. And we already know what some of those motivations are. But you're right. This is a big move by the United States, and there seems to be very little outrage about what we're doing, and worse, there's very little outrage about what the regime is doing to its own people. Why is that? I don't know. That's a good question. If it had been Israel involved, it would be a huge, huge problem in the world. There would be resolutions of condemnation at the United Nations, et cetera, et cetera. There'd be people out on the streets demonstrating. If, in fact, Israel is drawn into a war with Iran, you can almost guarantee that will occur. Hermes, followed by Jerry.
Good evening, everyone. This is so sad that we're going into another war. And I don't mean just about the United States. I mean about everyone, right? Russia and what have you. And I wanted to give an idea, a proposal of what could potentially eliminate wars. I suggest that, number one, we get rid of the current religions, and maybe we start looking at the Hermetic studies, right? It's all about peace and love and science. And then, of course, the other one would be that, we wake up, we admit, or our governments admit that we're not the only ones in this universe, and we start communicating with our neighbors. And maybe they can teach us a lot. Thank you for the mic, Gary.
Well, it's very nice fantasy. But you know, the great religions of the world are seated in our psyche, and it's not the religion; it's the interpretation of the religion. And I know Scott could speak as a theologian about this a lot, with a lot greater authority than me. But it's how one interprets the religion. That's why, for example, when we talk about the aggressiveness among some Muslims, including the Islamic regime of Iran, if you use the proper semantics to describe, a lot of people can see a differentiation between Islamists and Muslims, even though they are all Muslims. Most of the Muslim people I know are far from radicalized and have the same interests and desires. Culturally, there are differences. Some of the cultural things that they adhere to are different from what I adhere to. But that doesn't mean that they are basically different from me or you. So I don't know whether condemning religions per se really is an approach that is, thank you anyway for your comments. And folks, it's only 5:32. We only have 2 other people on stage, so if you want to get your last name, this is your time. Jerry Q followed by
still a stronghold, and is purely a propaganda. And you don't have to worry, Gary. It seems like you're worried about, what if American Navy really get attacked? I don't think so. They know they're not opening a full-scale war with the United States. And one thing was, my Iranian friends are really asking American to attack. They welcome American to attack because they seems like most people over there want this regime change helped by international force. I'm familiar with this. I'm from China, and I remember that Tiananmen Square. That '89 Tiananmen Square event. Yeah, we're hoping, international power can get involved, can help in the region change. But I think American right now to play very cautiously. And another thing, the Hormuz Strait has been sealed by Iranian. That's not right? This international water. And American taking up this job over there, that's just good. And another thing is, Trump maybe wanted to stop all this oil flowing to China as well. And that's another thing maybe you guys didn't talk about. I would have raised some questions. I was going to ask you, where's the United Nations? United Nations looks like it's like a dysfunctional organization state that always your
It is dysfunctional. And by the way, the UN agencies are not fair players. They're not necessarily, some of them are good, but they are not necessarily fair players. I don't know if you know this, but the UN agency that's established to assist the people in the Palestinian territories, the IDF just found a bunch of their bags full of munitions for the terrorists. So, who has any faith today in the United Nations? I used to be a huge supporter of the United Nations. I covered the United Nations at one point in my career, and I was so impressed with the whole philosophy of, if we're talking, we're not fighting. But it became clearer and clearer and clearer. If it were not for the United States on the Security Council with its veto power, I would bet that the United Nations would take away its recognition of Israel as a sovereign state after all these years. So it's just not what it's intended to be. It's not what I'm advocating that we scrap. I'm not saying that people should be using it as an opportunity to talk rather than to fight. But you're absolutely right. We're on the opposite end. Where people are being atrociously killed, where they are wrong, where people are being atrociously killed. Let's have something that seems if the United Nations were to make pronouncements about these issues, then it would have to be covered by the news media, and then people would be aware of it. But the coverage of these actual genocides, it's happening in a vacuum. And I could just go on and on about all the other areas of the world where the United Nations has failed. The border war between Thailand and Cambodia. Where's the United Nations been on that?
Yeah, they don't even really mention that. They don't have a Security Council to talk about these things.
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. And I get the agenda. I don't cover it any longer, but I still get the agendas emailed to me. I haven't seen it on the agenda. So they're not even giving it lip service. And people are dying.
People are dying!
And to his credit, the president has tried to create a ceasefire. He's claimed victory in that. And it's kind of holding this time around. It's really holding at this point. But that the United Nations should be looking the other way on. Every single country, especially every single permanent member of the Security Council, should be flexing their muscles on this. Why is it just the United States that's trying to bring an end to this carnage in Iran? Why is it just the United States? And there may have been certain business interests to motivate it. I don't know. I don't really care. Why is it only the United States that intervened in the Cambodian-Thailand border war? Why is nobody interfering in what's going on in Burma and Sudan? I don't know, Jerry, but I would say one thing's for certain: the United Nations is failing in its mission.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes. Yeah, this is a very complex situation over there. Because you got to know there's powers of the Middle East over there, the Qatars, the Saudis, even Egypt, and
more closely to these threats of a regional war for that reason. They have a vested interest in this. It's academic to those of us in the United States, pretty much, but not to the people there. But the other nations of the world ought to be joining the United States. And the leader of all this shouldn't have to be the President of the United States. It should be the United Nations. And I think part of the reason the United Nations won't get involved in it is because the subtext of Israel, oh my God, you can't do anything that might be in support of Israel. Can't do that. So they don't get involved. Murad followed by Dave. Murad, are you with us, sir? Sometimes he has trouble grabbing his microphone. Would have liked to have heard from another Iranian on this. I think we may have one other on the stage too, so I hope we get to him. Okay, we'll move on to Dave, followed by Brian.
Gary, your observation is right. I think on May 10, 2024, when 143 nations voted against Israel and support Palestine, that is the beginning of the collapse of the international norm.
Yeah, they didn't support Palestine because there is no Palestine. They supported God. They supported Hamas.
Correct.
Let's be clear on it. They supported a terrorist organization. I'm not arguing that there ought to be or not ought to be a Palestinian state, but there is no Palestine. And so I'm not saying the Palestinian people don't exist. I'm not saying that Gaza doesn't exist. I'm not saying the West Bank doesn't exist. I'm saying there is no Palestinian state. In fact, I'm supporting them, I guess, by saying this. There ought to be a Palestinian state, maybe that's my subtext here. But let's be clear on the semantics here, Dave. They supported a terrorist organization.
Correct. So May 10, 2024, when there was still very questionable UNRWA involvement with Hamas, and then 143 nation blind, so the international norm for me was already gone by then, 2024. And a few weeks ago, Marco Rubio just said UNRWA would not be involved in future any aid delivery to Gaza. So because of all the evidence, so and I think prior speaking about religion, the whole thing we are here today, everything is very dangerous. It's all religion. So any discussion try to avoid involving religion is not seeing the picture. No Jews, no news. It's religion. No, another prior speaker tried to talk about Tiananmen Square. How many people die at Tiananmen Square? Chinese killing Chinese? I don't know, not more than 2,000. But what we see in Iran, IRGC killing another similar kind, not Jews. For Jews, they are indoctrinated to kill Jews from very young. But for a Muslim killing another Muslim or somebody look like him, according to what I learned from Iranian room, it takes a lot of intervention to make this happen, right? So 30,000 or could be more, but everything is religion. So the question now is, well, United States intervened, right? During the Iran-Israel 12-day war, we have some SMS sent by U.S. ambassador to Israel, to Trump, and let him understand you have to think carefully. Everything is on your shoulder. Likewise, for people who understand religion, this is a critical moment. You can interpret through the religion, or you can just totally ignore. But if you interpret through the religion, because the IRGC are religious, they also follow everything clockwise like religion. So if you don't understand this, then you violate the fundamental Sun Tzu art of war. You got to understand how your enemy think, and you anticipate what your enemy is going to do next, then you will win every single 100 battle. This is what the West need to understand. If your enemy is doing exactly based on religion, you have to start thinking like them. So any discussion on stage, ignoring religion, ignoring the fact that Trump administration are very strong Christian, then you will not see the whole picture. For me, everything is working clockwise right now. Yes, sure.
Trump's a strong Christian, my ass. That man is not a very strong Christian. Or else he would have run around on his wife like five.
Marshall, go back to King Vic, okay? Anytime you criticize...
I don't need to go back to King David. All I need to do
then you are walking with two eyes closed, Marshall.
The Republican Party, or that you shouldn't cheat on your wife, period.
You're walking on two eyes closed because King David committed that, and yet God repent and gave him another chance.
You be comparing Donald Trump to King David from the Bible. That is outlandish.
That is your view, Marshall. That's why you see the whole picture.
Trump is not ordained by God, and to say so is to
whatever you say.
Very harmful.
You are not seeing the whole picture. There are a lot of things that you haven't.
I just don't agree with your addressing of him as some sort of good Christian. He's not.
It's why we have free speech. You have no view.
People like crap. You're not a good Christian, right? Like he's as Christian.
What I say, Trump administration have 15 Christian in their administration. They all help each other to figure out the right things to do. It's not just Trump alone. It's the entire team. They are coordinated and they understand their responsibility. That's why I say Trump administration, not 15 mutually checking each other's decision. What is the right thing to do, Trump? Yeah, Marshall. That is a big difference. And that 15 understand what's going on in IRGC. They are thinking from the Susan, and that's how we save America. That's how understand the foundation, what God bless America means. That's a big
Joe
difference.
Biden was a pious Catholic. Come on. This idea that Trump is somehow uniquely blessed by God, the Middle Ages already tried this, Dave. They want their theology and government back. We tried this with the Catholic Church, intertwining faith and government, and it doesn't work. It deepens the government, and it illegitimizes the faith. This idea that we should combine those two is nuts. We have 1,000 years of European history that tell us that's the exact wrong thing to do.
Well, Marshall, a real proof of Christian is fruit. That means Trump is speaking all the truth. That truth at Davos is waking up Europe.
In your opinion. So,
yes,
so in your opinion, let me codify what you just said. He's a good Christian because you agree with his approach and he's speaking the truth. Biden, Obama were bad Christians because, well, you disagreed with their positions on things. And if they'd been good Christians, they would have taken the same position that Trump does. That's your argument, right?
It depends how you measure good Christian, right?
Well, you're the one who's doing the measuring here, not me.
I'm going to explain to you.
I don't know. I find it farcical that we're comparing Donald Trump and other good Christians. Donald Trump's a bully who cheated on his wife, who cheated on every single wife he ever had, cheated on his wife with a porn star. That man is not a good example of a Christian.
So as King David, Marshall, so as King David.
King David, and you were trying to wed the Old Testament King David story to Donald Trump is absolutely and completely heretical. It's wrong.
Again, if you ignore King David, we have no discussion, right?
I don't think King David is a good idea. You're trying to tie the Trump administration to
when Charlie Kirk was asked at the campus, and he immediately said, we all full of sin. Okay, when Charlie Kirk was attacked, he immediately said, we are full of sin, just as King David, just as Trump.
He's not King David. Stop trying to heretically combine the two.
I think
they're not the same.
When Charlie Kirk said, we are full of sin,
I'm not talking about Charlie Kirk. I'm talking about
King David has
taking
seen.
the Trump administration
Charlie Kirk has seen.
and trying to align them
Doesn't
with
matter
God's
what you
plan.
think, Marshall.
That
There
is
is God King. That's the difference.
King David is told the whole point during this discussion. David, what has to do this with the Iran situation? I don't understand. You keep saying King David, King David. Have you followed the history?
Let me explain to you.
Have you followed the Iran situation last 40 years? 8 years? Has nothing to do with the religion. What are you talking about?
Hey, let's just know for the record.
It's like killing people.
King David wasn't a draft dodger, okay? He fought in the military, okay?
A few days ago, somebody from Jerusalem, a Messianic Jews, just said Iran must fall according to Bible, period. That's why we are talking about religion.
All right, thank you for that, David. That's enough with the religious talk. By the way, just so you understand from the perspective of myself and perhaps other Jews in the audience here, Messianic Jew is a contradiction in terms. You're saying a Messianic Jew is a Jew who recognizes Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior. Well, then he's not a Jew, he's a Christian. And I'm not saying this, people have the right to believe whatever they want to believe. But the term Messianic Jew is absolutely a contradictory terminology. I know they package themselves that way in an attempt to recruit, to proselytize actual Jews to become Christians, and that's their right to do so, but Messianic Jew is a contradiction. You cannot be a Messianic Jew. The Jews are waiting for the Messiah, for the first coming. The Christians are waiting for the second coming. So the term is inappropriate in my opinion. Brian, followed by Farshad, and we are now into extra time. So no additional people onto the stage. Brian.
Hey, Gary. Yeah, what you said about Messianic Jews makes sense. You know, I was really quite surprised when I saw those stories about Iran. I mean, the one about the drones, sometimes things happen, the drones go off and or they may claim you don't know who was driving.
No. In the as far offshore as this occurred, this was deliberate. There's no question.
Okay, but the one about them trying to take over the oil tanker, that really surprised me. I mean, that was very provocative, and it leads me to wonder why they would do something like that. If you're a smaller person and you have to defend yourself possibly against a large person, you don't walk up and, you get a little leery when that person walks up and starts the instigation. You know what I mean? I kind of wonder,
For context, they have threatened multiple times to close off the Gulf of Hormuz. And so I think what it was them saying, we can close off the Gulf of Hormuz if we want. I think that's was the implied threat.
Persian Gulf Strait of Hormuz.
I'm sorry, the Strait of Hormuz. Did I say the Gulf of Hormuz? Thank you for correcting me. The Strait,
You were looking for Strait and grabbed Gulf.
Yeah. So I think that answers your question, not accurately, thanks to Marshall correct.
I would have never known the difference. But yeah, I mean, I kind of wonder what they had up their sleeve, and if they, if they thought they were trying to show something, I mean, they failed miserably.
and we trying to look for an off-ramp, de-escalate this situation.
what we're going to see here before we hit the play button?
Yeah, this video will actually zoom into the roof area of the building, so you can see center screen. In doing so, the video will capture an individual on the corner of the roof.
Was this video captured by the person we're referring to as Prosecutor A's daughter?
No.
Okay, please press play.
Security in place? You would think that. Yeah. So there's somebody on the roof of that? Sam? Just ran from over my finger. From over there. Ran in. Now he's out of there. Just saying.
Now that roof that was recorded in that video. Is there other surveillance of that person in that location, that spot?
There is additional footage, yes.
Where does that come from?
That came from the Utah Valley University security cameras.
All right. Is there another individual that also recorded a person running after the shooting from the roof?
Not to my recollection, no.
Any video from someone, do you recall a video from someone in the Hall of Flags who may have reported someone running after the shooting?
Yes, there was an individual who recorded from the Hall of Flags. It's an interior video looking through the windows, but I believe an individual is visible on the rooftop also in that video.
Okay, thank you. As far as other witnesses, some of the other relevant witnesses in this case, who is Hunter Kozak?
My recollection is he was the individual who was asking the question to Mr. Kirk at the time that he was shot.
Okay. Would he be a witness in this case? Could he be a witness, I should ask?
Potentially, yes.
Where was he positioned in relation to Mr. Kirk?
I believe the way the stage was set up, he was approximately the same height level as Mr. Kirk, but he would have been directly in front of him, where they had the barriers set up separating the crowd from the stage area.
Okay. I would like to show you Exhibit 4. Exhibit 4, this is a screen capture from a video. Do you recognize Exhibit 4?
I do, yes.
You remember the video from which this is taken?
Yeah, it was a cell phone video belonging to an attendee of the event.
And that attendee was not the prosecutor's child.
It was not the prosecutor's child, no.
Will you just describe what the video shows?
If I recall, this is a graphic video that does actually show the time that Mr. Kirk is impacted by a projectile and the subsequent trauma and reaction of the crowd.
Okay. Does it show to his right and to his left?
Mr. Kirk's right and left?
Yes.
In a limited manner, it does, yes.
Does it show the position, the video, we're speaking of the video, does the video show the position of the questioner, Mr. Kozak?
I don't recall if it pans all the way to the question asker or not, specifically, but there is potential that it does, yes.
I move the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 4.
No objection.
It is admitted into evidence. Did you interview mothers with children that were at the event?
I believe there were some mothers who had children at the event who provided witness statements to the State Bureau, yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit number 5. Do you recognize Exhibit 5?
I do, yes.
And this, my understanding is this is also a screenshot from a video from Turning Point USA. Is that accurate?
Yes, this was a video taken by Turning Point USA.
Does this
You're talking
show
about the
the
video that
Mr. Hunter
was
Kozak
behind Charlie Kirk now? That's a camera.
Charlie Kirk.
It does. You can see him holding the microphone just above Mr. Kirk's head.
Okay. And the video, will you describe what the video shows?
From my recollection, this video also shows the point that Mr. Kirk is struck by a projectile, and it shows the reaction of the individual asking the question, along with the reaction of Mr. Kirk's security detail and those others in the crowd.
Okay. I also see another, I'll leave it at that. From what you have gathered in the investigation, were you able to determine the direction from which the bullet came?
Yes.
And in this Exhibit 5, where would that direction have been?
Essentially, Mr. Kirk.
And which side of Mr. Kirk's body?
Why didn't they ask how he knows that?
It would have been his left.
Right.
The defense better challenge this.
Finally,
If they
exhibit
don't,
number 3.
the fix is in.
Did I move the addition of exhibit number 5?
No objection.
It's admitted. I have exhibit number 3 up in front of you. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's a university or a Utah Valley University video of the kind of the breezeway area that I previously described.
And exhibit number 3 is a screenshot from that video. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And will you describe what plaintiff's exhibit, well, the video itself actually shows?
Yes, if we were to play this video, this shows also the time that Mr. Kirk was impacted by the projectile, and it shows the activity that occurs behind the stage area and the movement of people prior to, during, and then after the incident. On both sides of the breezeway where the barriers are, the crowd actually break through the barrier in an effort to escape the area.
Does this video show others that may have been exposed to risk if that bullet would have missed Mr. Kirk?
I believe so, yes. Crowd actually break through the barrier in an effort to escape the area.
When you responded on September 10th, did you know who Chad Grunander was?
I did not know.
Did you know anything about his daughter?
I did not.
Did you eventually learn that the prosecutor's daughter was on the scene?
I did.
When did you learn that?
I believe when I found out, it was when the motion had been filed for the conflict argument.
Okay, so prior to that, did the presence of that person, that individual, have any bearing at all in your investigation of the case?
No, I was not aware of her presence at the event.
You have read that adult child's affidavit in preparation for this hearing, right?
Correct, yes.
And was there anything in that affidavit that changed your view of the case or the investigation you should do?
There was not, no.
Was there anything new in the affidavit?
No.
You're here for her testimony today, correct?
Correct, I was.
Same questions. Anything new in that testimony?
No additional information.
Now, I want to ask you a little bit about the value of the witnesses as it relates to this case. Did the witnesses on scene identify the shooter?
You have one witness.
No, we did not have a witness to identify the shooter on scene.
What was was that the primary goal of your investigation, to identify the shooter?
It was, yes.
And I want to ask you about the existence of other evidence. You said you collected surveillance evidence from Utah Valley University, is that right?
That's correct.
Did that give you some additional information on identifying the shooter?
I did.
How about doorbell cameras in the areas around Utah Valley University?
Yes, we collected a large number of
Did that give you some additional information on it?
doorbell camera footage from multiple residences in the area, not just in Orem, but also in St. George. And we also recovered video footage from multiple businesses in the area of the university campus in Orem, and also from businesses between Orem and St. George. So there's a large amount of video footage obtained.
And did those help you identify the shooter?
They did, yes.
Text messages, did you collect text messages from associates of Tyler Robinson?
We did, yes.
And did those have any evidentiary value?
They did, yes.
How so?
Some of the communications between Mr. Robinson and people that he knew.
I don't recall.
In the incident at Utah Valley University.
Okay, and you say that indicated he'd been involved. What do you mean by that?
There was, I don't recall specifically with text messages, but some of the social media chats, there were admissions that he had been involved in the incident as the shooter.
CSI evidence. Was CSI evidence, crime scene investigation collected in this?
There was, yes.
Was DNA evidence collected?
There was, yes.
Does that evidence help you identify the shooter?
It does, yeah. The evidence that was obtained did provide us with DNA evidence in relation to items used during the commission of the crime, and then they were compared to Mr. Robinson.
Okay, items used meaning what?
Specifically, a screwdriver that was recovered on the rooftop of one of the buildings, and a firearm that was recovered in a tree area on campus.
And what? You didn't do the DNA testing yourself, correct?
I did not know.
But you're aware there have been reports that have given evidence as to the identity of DNA on that rifle.
That's correct. Yes.
Was a search warrant on the defendant's house executed in this case?
It was, yes, down in St. George.